Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei joins Wonder Woman. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic.wg. To understand what I am about to tell you, you must first believe in the impossible. My name is Issei Hyoudou, and I am the Red Dragon Emperor of the modern era. An era that changed completely with the arrival of superheroes like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Arrow. There are others, but I will mention only them for now. I live in New York with my parents, and I am in my first year of high school. This year seemed like it would be boring until a girl entered my life. Her name is Yuma Amano, and she was my first girlfriend. We had a relationship that lasted almost 3 months. Things between us were going well, and I even invited her on a trip outside the city to see the particle accelerator at Star Labs in Central City. I didn't want to miss it, so we prepared for the event and made it there. That day was a roller coaster of events, starting from when we arrived at Star Labs to witness the activation of the particle accelerator. Yuma and I walked hand in hand to a park where she made an unexpected request while standing in front of me, behind a fountain. She asked if I could go for her, but I didn't quite catch what she meant. When I asked her to repeat it, a strange tremor shook the ground of the park, and the next thing I saw was Yuma disappearing. In the distance, I saw the particle accelerator at Star Labs explode, and a series of strange phenomena occurred in the skies above the city. I witnessed a bizarre golden lightning strike a distant building, and then a massive red dragon appeared in the sky, looking spectral. For some reason, no one else seemed to notice it. Then, a strange crimson lightning bolt fell from the sky and struck me. I fell into a coma for nearly a year, and when I awoke, I found myself in a hospital in New York. The first thing I received was a warm hug from my parents, but what puzzled me was the absence of Yuma. In fact, my parents and classmates didn't remember seeing her at all. They even concluded that I had dreamed of her while in a coma, which made no sense to me. In the days following my awakening, I began experiencing very strange dreams where an impossible being, a smaller red dragon compared to the one I had seen that night, appeared. I still remember the first time this new dragon and I spoke. I dreamed that I had finally reunited with Yuma in that park in Central City when everything went dark, and the dragon's voice echoed around me, teasing and authoritative at the same time. It asked if I was not feeling desperate, and I was taken aback, asking what it was and where it was located. The dragon assured me it was right in front of me, and I was shocked to see it, falling back in surprise. The dragon confirmed its identity and explained that it had been trying to communicate with me for some time, but I had been too weak to understand. Now, since I had been struck by that lightning, it was finally able to show itself. I was confused and demanded to know what it meant by wanting to talk to me. The dragon leaned closer, causing me to panic, fearing it would eat me. It laughed, saying that I looked unappetizing and that it only wanted to greet its partner, someone it would fight alongside. I was bewildered by its words and asked who it was and why it was speaking to me. The dragon said our time was limited, but I would eventually learn its identity and that we would talk again. As I tried to get up, I extended my left arm, feeling a sharp pain, and suddenly a strange gauntlet seemed to materialize on my hand. I was jolted awake, sitting up in bed, clutching my left arm, fearing something might happen to me. My mother called from downstairs, announcing that breakfast was ready. I quickly responded, trying to process everything I had experienced in my dream. Later that day, as I stayed in the school library until sunset, I used one of the computers to search for any clues about what might have happened to Yuma. During my search, I came across several reports of paranormal activity that had occurred in the months following the explosion of the particle accelerator. I found references to a man on fire, creatures of darkness, and even mentions of angels and demons. Frustrated, I wondered if Yuma had been a figment of my imagination all along. With no leads on her whereabouts, I decided to shift my focus to learning about dragons. Time was running out. In my search, I stumbled upon some images referencing an ancient and medieval era, but nothing seemed helpful until I found a very old article titled, "Strange Dragon-like Creatures Battle in the Skies of Europe, April 16, 1955. The date struck me as curious. Just as I was about to delve into the article, I was asked to leave the library for exceeding my time limit. As I was about to exit, I was startled to see a tall, intimidating man with dark hair and piercing blue eyes, who appeared to be in his mid-40s. His outfit consisted of a pale gray trench coat over a white shirt with a matching ascot, black pants, a pair of black gloves, and a black felt hat. When Issei Hyoudou saw Professor Ddraig, the professor smiled wickedly. He informed Issei about his recovery and warned him to be careful when going out, as the night was still very dangerous. A chill ran down Issei's spine at the professor's words. He nodded nervously and hurried out of the building, stuffing his belongings into his backpack. The professor always gave him a bad feeling, but that day was undoubtedly the worst. Instead of heading home, he decided to go to Central Park to rest for a bit. At that hour, there were usually many people gathered, but today seemed to be an exception. There was nothing and no one, which felt strange. Had something happened while he was in a coma? He thought to himself that he wasn't complaining about being alone, but this just didn't fit with Manhattan. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts, asking if he wanted to know why there was no one around at that hour. It was Professor Ddraig, whose mere appearance nearly gave Issei a heart attack. He asked how the professor had arrived, trying to sound calm as he stood up from the bench, though he failed in the attempt. The professor explained that a hunter never loses sight of his prey, and with a sneer, he added that the reason for the emptiness was due to people like Issei. Confused, Issei asked what he meant. The professor dismissed his question, suggesting that if Issei wanted to blame someone, he could blame God, as it was he who had placed that cursed sacred gear within him. With those words, a pair of black wings, resembling those of a raven, emerged from the professor's back, and Issei felt a dangerous murderous intent emanating from him. The professor declared that Issei could consider his school career over. Materializing a blue energy spear in his right hand, he moved in a blink of an eye and threw the spear at Issei's stomach, piercing through him. Issei's legs trembled, and he slowly fell to his knees, noticing the blood beginning to pool around him and the unpleasant smell filling his nostrils. Was this how he was going to die? The professor's mocking voice broke through his thoughts, asking if he was still alive and if it hurt. He offered to remove the spear for him, gripping Issei's hair tightly, causing him to cry out in desperation. With a brutal yank, he pulled the spear from Issei's stomach. Now, there was a gaping wound, and Issei's vision began to blur. The professor apologized for the pain, claiming he had missed hitting Issei's vital organs by a hair's breadth and promised to be more precise next time. Issei accepted his fate, regretting that he hadn't properly said goodbye to his parents or met superheroes like Superman and Batman, and he thought of Yuma. In that moment, a voice filled with authority spoke to him, reproaching him for not using his power. It was a voice he recognized from his dreams, telling him he was special, that his body housed a dragon, and that he needed to stop being pathetic or risk being laughed at by the White One. Issei wondered who this White One was, and the voice explained that if he lived long enough, he would meet him, as they were destined to fight. He needed to grow stronger and could not afford to lose to the fallen angel. The voice confirmed that in his current state, he would not be able to defeat the professor, but it could lend him some of its power, as that power would now be his until the time of his death. Issei hesitated, asking if there was a price for this power. The voice explained that normally he would have to sacrifice something, but the lightning strike he had suffered the previous year had brought him a benefit. Issei was curious about what kind of benefit one could gain from being struck by lightning. The voice insisted that the details weren't important at that moment and asked if he accepted the offer of shared power. Issei agreed, hoping to survive, and asked for the voice's name. Suddenly, the darkness around him was illuminated by a brilliant blaze of flames, and before him stood the dragon he had been speaking to. The dragon introduced itself as the Red Dragon Emperor, Ddraig. Issei noticed the dragon's bright red eyes for the first time. Ddraig explained that he resided in Issei's left hand and that it was time to show the world their power. Flames enveloped Issei's left hand and his entire body, but instead of pain, he felt strength coursing through him. In an instant, his vision returned to the place where the professor had attacked him, and a tremendous amount of energy surrounded him. The wound in his stomach healed, and he found himself clad in a strange red armor that covered him from head to toe. The armor resembled a dragon and appeared sharp, with gauntlets adorned with emerald jewels that also decorated his knees. A large jewel, similar to the others, rested at the center of his chest. Ddraig announced the transformation as the Welsh Dragon Overbooster. The fallen angel professor, now hovering high above Central Park, gasped in surprise at the sight of Issei's new power. Issei had never felt such strength before. It was incredible. Ddraig reminded him that this was an incomplete version of the power and that he needed to achieve this transformation on his own to complete it. Issei wasn't sure if he could accomplish such a feat alone, but he decided to try. He focused on the red dragon armor, adorned with emerald jewels, ready to embrace the challenge ahead. The fallen angel professor declared that he never thought the sacred gear would be one of the 13 Longinus. He warned that if he didn't eliminate me now, I would become a threat to the world. He then formed a larger blue lance of light and hurled it down from above Central Park. The lance struck with a powerful explosion of energy, but I remained unharmed. My armor was intact, and the jewels on my gloves, elbows, chest, and knees glowed with a vibrant emerald light. Excitedly, I expressed my amazement, urging Ddraig to acknowledge how incredible this was. Ddraig responded with laughter, reminding me that I needed to finish off the fallen angel quickly, as a countdown had begun since activating this incomplete version of my balance breaker. I anxiously asked how much time I had left, glancing at the jewel on my left hand. Ddraig estimated I had about 4.5 minutes, maybe more or less, since he hadn't set a timer. Just then, the fallen angel launched another, even more powerful lance of light at me, but it still did not exceed the resilience of my armor. I wondered how I could defeat the professor while he remained airborne. Ddraig suggested using the boosters on my back. I was frustrated, asking how I was supposed to do that without a tutorial or instructions. Ddraig conceded that I had a point and activated the boosters. In seconds, I soared high above Central Park, closing the distance between Ddraig and me. As I approached, the fallen angel easily dodged my attack, sending me higher into the sky, nearly reaching the clouds where planes typically flew. I felt dizzy looking down from such a height, almost succumbing to panic. Ddraig reassured me that I would have to get used to this, as most of our battles would likely take place in the air. I insisted that we would discuss fighting later. I needed help learning to use the armor. Ddraig explained that the incomplete balance breaker scale mail granted me a small fraction of his power, enough to defeat the fallen angel. I hesitated at the thought of killing, stating that I wasn't a murderer. Ddraig pointed out that the angel had tried to kill me, so it could be considered self-defense. I reluctantly agreed, feeling more convinced as more lances of light rained down on me. I narrowly evaded them and saw that they were coming from the professor, who was becoming increasingly agitated. He yelled at me, questioning if I was trying to escape. Ddraig explained that Sekiryuutei was the nickname we shared, meaning Red Dragon Emperor. I found the name too long and complicated, preferring to call him Seki. Ddraig urged me to focus on the fight and make the most of every second. I crouched in mid-air and dove toward the fallen angel, successfully tackling him with the force and speed of gravity. He struggled to free himself, but my grip was strong. I called for more speed, and Ddraig complied, increasing the power in my boosters as I crashed him into the entrance of Central Park, causing a minor disruption. Thrilled with my newfound abilities, I felt a rush of excitement. Ddraig, frustrated, muttered to himself about being outmatched by a novice who barely knew how to fight. I decided to wait for him to regain his footing before launching into a close-quarters battle reminiscent of the action scenes I had seen on TV. The fallen angel skillfully dodged my attacks, and though I received a few hits, they did not harm me due to the armor's superior protection. Unfortunately, my lack of experience was a significant disadvantage. 3 minutes passed without me landing a single blow. I realized that if this continued, I would run out of time, and I couldn't escape because he would know where I lived. Ddraig pointed out that I lacked any special techniques or skills, making me the weakest of all his previous hosts. I sarcastically thanked him for his confidence. Suddenly, after another failed attack, I felt a strange numbness in my left arm. I questioned what was happening. Ddraig informed me that my body was reaching its limit, and I would soon lose my balance breaker, leaving me vulnerable to the fallen angel, who had adapted to my movements and could predict my attacks. In despair, I pressed my palms against the helmet of my armor, unsure of what to do once it faded. I pleaded with Ddraig not to tell me I was finished, expressing my desire to live and accomplish many things, like becoming a superhero and meeting iconic figures like Wonder Woman, Superman, and Batman, as well as wanting to see Yuma again. Upon hearing Yuma's name, Ddraig erupted into laughter, which infuriated me. I demanded to know what was so funny. He continued to chuckle until he finally calmed down, mocking my wish to see Yuma again. His laughter only fueled my anger as I clenched my fists, confused about what he found so amusing. I pressed him for an explanation, desperate to understand his cryptic words. "Respond, Professor." He nodded, bursting into loud laughter until he calmed down again. "This Yuma you're so infatuated with is actually a lethal and ruthless fallen angel who planned to kill you after your date at the Star Laboratories." Upon hearing this, I let my arms drop, losing my fighting stance. "What are you talking about? Is she? She wouldn't?" Ddraig formed a strange magical circle in the palm of his right hand, raising it to hold the circle. Within it I could see Yuma, a face I could never forget. The day has finally come when I will get rid of that annoying human named Issei. Although it was fun going out with him and I grew a little fond of him, I have more important matters to attend to alongside Lord Kokabeel. The projection ended, and without knowing what to do or say, I stared into the void, eventually falling to my knees. Was she going to kill me? Partner, I don't understand. If she is, like you, why didn't she kill me? Why hasn't she done it after all this time? I pleaded for answers, my voice strained and distorted by the helmet I wore. Ddraig simply shrugged. "I don't know, I never asked her, and to be honest, I don't care. She was my world. Partner, don't get depressed over that woman. Besides, you still don't know why she didn't do it. There are millions of women in this and other worlds. But if you let yourself die here and now, you won't have the chance to meet them. Are you really saying you'll throw everything away for someone you've known for how long? A month? Almost 3 months. Ddraig, you're absolutely right." The power began to intensify in each of the jewels of my armor, and a red aura rose over my armor as I stood back up. I still don't know why she didn't kill me if she truly wanted to. I'll find out eventually, but for now, I just need to deal with this fallen angel. That's the spirit. Now extend your left arm forward and open your hand. Like this? I asked, extending my arm and opening my palm. Watch and learn. Without my doing anything, the immense aura I felt throughout my armor began to concentrate solely in the palm of my left hand, forming a pure, bright red sphere. "Is that?" The fallen angel gasped, quickly rising into the air again. "Now hit her, partner." "All right, dragon shot," I exclaimed with intensity, punching the red sphere with all my strength. The sphere shot upward in seconds, enveloping Ddraig completely. The impact caused a massive explosion above Central Park. "Really? Dragon shot?" Ddraig questioned, sounding amused. "What? It seemed cool to say." I defended myself, shrugging. "Ha! It looks like I'm going to have a lot of fun with this partner despite his lack of power and experience." Before I could respond to Ddraig, I saw a sinister silhouette hidden within the smoke of my explosion. This isn't over yet. It was the fallen angel, still alive, badly injured, but his desire to fight had not faded. In that case, this time Ddraig and I will use more power. I warned the fallen angel as the aura of my armor began to gather again in the palm of my left hand. This time, the jewel of my left gauntlet began to blink in red and emerald green, as if it were a countdown. 10 to 9, 8 to 7, 6 to 5, 4 to 3, 2 to 1. When the countdown reached 1, my armor shone with a strong reddish glow, and in the next moment, it completely vanished along with all the strength I had at that moment. In shock, I fell to one knee. What does this mean? I'm sure I still had more time. Even though your body has a power source that can keep the armor active for a long time, You still lack basic skills. You need a lot of training. The fallen angel began to laugh maliciously as he approached stealthily. I congratulate you, boy. Ddraig grabbed the collar of my shirt. To be honest, one more year, no, half a year or even a month, and if you had gotten used to the power of the dragon, I would probably have died at your hands. He formed a spear of light in his right hand. Now, have a good trip to the other world. Oh no. After everything I experienced today, am I really going to? Suddenly, a strange dark crimson blade pierced through Ddraig's body completely. Damn it. He groaned in pain as the two halves of his body began to separate, reminding me of that iconic scene from Dragon Ball when Frieza was sliced in half. A very demonic crimson flame formed where he had been cut, and immediately his body was consumed by that aura until it turned to nothing but ashes. My body trembled with strong chills from that strange aura. What is happening? Why do I feel so terrified right now? Fallen angels, demons, and dragons. Anyone who endangers the innocent will be consumed by the blade of Gram. A calm voice said, and from the shadows, I saw a human figure approaching me. In his right hand he held a dark yet shining red sword. The sword gave me a bad feeling, but I still couldn't lift myself as he approached. And who are you? I asked, still in shock. The person, perhaps a little taller than that wicked fallen angel, seemed to be about 183 centimeters tall. His hair was similar to mine, brown, and his eyes appeared to have the same shade. He wore a dark armor with some details in dark red and gold. He smiled at me but kept the grip on his sword in his right hand. I am the heir to the will of Sigurd, the current owner and bearer of the legendary sword Gram. You can call me Zez. He introduced himself, pointing the tip of his sword toward my neck, which made me even more nervous. Be careful, partner. This human possesses the strongest demonic sword. Aside from Samel, he could be considered the ultimate dragon slayer. The thought of being the ultimate dragon slayer was overwhelming. Despite having a celestial dragon, Zez seemed like a decent person. With that observation, he sheathed the sword on his back and extended his left hand to help me up. Gratefully, I accepted his help, rising to my feet even though my legs trembled. Curiosity got the better of me as I asked why he was there. Zez smiled at my question, shrugging his shoulders. He explained that Gram had sensed the aura of a dragon fighting against a fallen angel, and he had come with the intention of eliminating them. The thought of him potentially wanting to eliminate me sent chills down my spine. Zez reassured me, stating that he had no intention of harming me, at least for now. He asked for my name and why I had been in a confrontation with that fallen angel. We moved to the rooftop of one of the many buildings in the city, and I began to share my story. He listened attentively, nodding several times with his hand on his chin. He mentioned that the fallen angels would know the death of one of their own and that I needed to be ready to defend myself. Hearing the obvious made me sigh and shrug. I already knew that, but I doubted my luck for the next encounter. Perhaps it would have been better if that lightning had never struck me. Maybe then Yuma would have done what she was supposed to do. Zez looked at me with a sincere expression, lowering his hands. He believed that the lightning hadn't just struck me, it had chosen me. I shook my head in disbelief, unsure if I could ever be like him, a warrior who fought fiercely. He insisted that I could be better, that I could inspire people in ways he never could, protecting my city like a celestial dragon, making a difference, saving lives as a noble Sekiryuutei. His words resonated deeply within me. I then looked at the palm of my left hand, realizing my power was still incomplete. Zez stepped closer, taking Gram in his right hand. He shared that controlling Gram had not been easy for him. It required a lot of training and discipline. He had been trained since childhood. He didn't know how long it would take me to complete the balance breaker, but he was willing to help. Confused, I frowned and questioned his motives, wondering why he would do something like this when we barely knew each other. Zez explained that he had come from Europe to deal with the metahuman threat posed by sacred gears, not to mention the significant increase in supernatural activity from fallen angels and demons in New York over the past year. He extended his right hand toward me, stating that the help of a celestial dragon would be beneficial. It took me a moment to process what he had said, but with an honest smile, I shook his hand. It seemed that Ddraig and I would not embark on this adventure alone, as I had initially believed. A few days had passed since Issei Hyoudou met Ddraig and Zez, and learned about the existence of the paranormal. He discovered that a legendary and powerful dragon had been living within him his entire life. While he wasn't entirely sure about the terminology, he understood that he possessed a sacred gear. Over the past few days, he had gathered the limited information available about these artifacts. Ddraig explained that sacred gears were artifacts created by the God of the Bible, granting humans powerful abilities. Most of them served as sources for miracles, defying the laws of physics as he knew them. It was likely that many influential figures in history had been wielders of sacred gears. There were also holy swords similar to sacred gears, such as the demonic sword, Gram, that Zez possessed. Speaking of Zez, he had mentioned he would notify Issei when it was time for training. As the weekend was coming to an end, Issei had yet to receive a call from him and wondered what he was up to. Issei was grateful that he had not encountered any supernatural beings since his awakening, aware that he still had much to learn before facing such challenges. He sat at his desk, leaning back in his chair, staring at the ceiling with various thoughts swirling in his mind. He called out to Ddraig, recalling a mention of someone referred to as the White Dragon, though he couldn't remember if it was a boy or a girl. Ddraig responded, indicating that it was the White Dragon, the Vanishing Dragon. The image of a massive white dragon appeared in Issei's mind, a unique ability Ddraig had to share images due to their special connection. Before he could ask more about the dragon, his phone rang. It was Zez. He greeted Zez when he answered the call, who apologized for the delay and informed Issei that he would send the GPS location. Issei was surprised to find that it was Mohonk Preserve, a protected natural area covering 3,200 acres in the Shangam Mountains. He sighed, realizing it was 2 hours away from where he was. After putting on his black jacket, he informed his permissive parents that he was heading out. It took him nearly 2 hours to reach the exact location Zez had requested. Upon arrival, he leaned on his knees, breathing heavily, realizing it was the most he had walked since awakening. He questioned his friend, who stood with his back to Issei, gazing at the landscape. From the mountain's height, about the necessity of traveling so far. Zez explained that there was no supernatural presence in that area. Issei nodded, acknowledging that he had at least managed to release his sacred gear during the past few days. With a smile, he extended his left arm and called out for his ability, Dragon Booster. A red gauntlet formed on his arm, adorned with a green jewel that glowed brightly. Golden spikes emerged from the gauntlet, reminiscent of the final form of his sacred gear. This was his sacred gear, the boosted gear, categorized as one of the 13 original Longinus. In this form, it had the ability to double his power every 10 seconds until reaching his physical limit, transfer that accumulated power to any object, animal, or person he touched, and a third ability called Penetrate, which could ignore defensive abilities of the target. However, unlocking this last ability was challenging, as one needed to master the final form of the sacred gear, the Balance Breaker, first. As he activated the gauntlet, the jewel shone with a brilliant emerald aura, beginning to double his power. Zez smiled, stating he would measure Issei's maximum physical abilities and then determine how to conduct basic training to help him awaken his Balance Breaker. He planted his sword into the ground, indicating he wouldn't use his demonic sword during training. When a full minute passed, the boosted gear ceased to double his power, indicating his limit was 5 times his base strength. With this newfound power, Issei charged at Zez, ready to give it his all. Zez waited until the last moment to react, swiftly delivering a punch that knocked the breath from Issei's lungs. He then swept Issei's feet from under him, sending him to the ground without a trace of energy left. Issei lay there, wondering how he had performed. Zez assessed him honestly, stating that if he had to rate Issei, he would place him at level 0, or perhaps even below novice. Issei had anticipated this response. Zez explained that their training for the week would consist of 4 basic lessons, and he would not be using his boosted gear. Issei realized that this week would be quite challenging. The first lesson was weapon handling. Zez and Issei used wooden swords for their sparring session, with Zez expertly dodging Issei's attacks. He advised Issei not to focus on the sword's movement but rather on his opponent. Zez instructed to expand one's vision to see both the opponent and the surroundings. At the moment I lost sight of him, I felt a sudden impact on my left shoulder. I knew he was very skilled, and I had anticipated this. Hours later, during the second lesson of dragon power training with Ddraig, he advised to let the aura of my body flow and concentrate it in my hands. It was not easy for someone like me. Ddraig encouraged me, reminding me of the dragon shot we had worked on together. After much effort, a small red sphere of energy formed in my hands. I felt a surge of happiness, though I was slightly disappointed by its size. Ddraig reassured me, explaining that magic is rooted in imagination. He advised me to think of something special, something that was always on my mind, to shape the energy quickly. Later, I asked him what he had thought of during his dragon shot. He simply replied that he had thought about defeating a fallen angel, which I had expected. In the third lesson, focused on hand-to-hand combat with Zez, he delivered a powerful blow that sent me crashing against a tree. I groaned in pain, feeling on the verge of collapse. Zez insisted that my attacks should target the center of my opponent's body, and with great effort, I got back on my feet. I realized that I had to either grow stronger or face dire consequences. After 3 more hours, the fourth lesson focused on physical endurance. I had never experienced such intense physical training before, yet somehow my body managed to endure the grueling session. By the end, I could barely return home, my body covered in bandages. Despite this, I was surprised by my ability to recover. I couldn't tell if this was a reward or a punishment, as the following day would repeat everything I had done, over and over for the rest of the week. The next week was even more intense, and by the third week, Zez allowed me to use my boosted gear. Thanks to the foundational training from the first 2 weeks, my body adapted to the potential of doubling my power up to 20 times. Initially, my rapid recovery felt strange for a human, or so I thought, until an analysis of my DNA revealed the presence of nanites that had developed within me since the day I was struck by lightning. Their development was fueled by my boosted gear, acting as an energy source for maximizing its use, which explained my superhuman endurance. I was no longer just human, I had become a metahuman. Ddraig and I decided to call what was in my cells nanogears, as they functioned similarly to nanites and aided my boosted gear. While I may not possess much magic, I had a vast energy reserve within my nanogears. In the fourth week, Zez and I faced off in a one-on-one match where I showcased the results of my training. Although I was still a novice compared to his level, I was a well-trained novice. Time flew by, and a month had passed since my training began. I found myself facing the final barrier I needed to overcome to reach my balance breaker. Ddraig informed me that my sacred gear was not functioning. I was confused and tried to invoke my boosted gear, but it only emitted a strange hum in my left hand. Ddraig explained that it had entered a state of confusion. Despite my training and the improvement of my nanogears, there was a doubt in my heart preventing me from achieving the balance breaker. The sacred gear would change once I made a decision, but it was uncertain whether it would be a normal power increase or the balance breaker. Frustrated, I asked Ddraig what this doubt might be. He suggested that I would know the answer, but warned that making the wrong decision could mean missing the opportunity for a balance breaker forever. Before I could respond, Zez attacked me, forcing me to defend myself with everything I had. He questioned if I needed a push or development, and stated that he would keep attacking until I made a decision. His strikes were powerful, and it was clear he was serious this time. In retaliation, I began to throw punches and kicks, blocking his attacks with great effort. Zez easily countered my precise strikes, blocking my knee strikes and feints. Learned to defend against many of his blows, but occasionally he broke through my guard, landing a perfect hit that left me momentarily dazed. After one particularly brutal strike, I was slammed against a rock. However, my enhanced resilience allowed me to continue fighting. I declared that I would use Graham, so he better be prepared. Zez warned me as he gripped Graham with both hands, channeling a massive amount of dragon-killing aura into it. He then executed a sweeping motion with Graham, unleashing a terrifying slash of dark red aura that radiated an immense desire to slay dragons. I felt a wave of tension surge through my boosted gear. I have to avoid that blow or else. Suddenly, my entire life flashed before my eyes. My parents, the friends I lost during the last year, the moment I first saw Superman on the news, the happy times I shared with Yuma, the last time I saw her, and the lightning that struck me, enhancing my body to better utilize the boosted gear. They say when someone sees their life flash before their eyes, it's because they are about to die. Am I really going to die now? I can't die here and now. There are so many things I still need to do. I must. Yuma's last words echoed in my mind, asking if I could do something for her. But what did she want me to do? Why can't I remember? Could it be that she wanted me to die for her? Is that something I could actually do? If I die here and now? There's a doubt in my heart. I see now. Perhaps this is what Ddraig meant. A drastic decision, choosing a path. Am I going to die accepting what Yuma wanted? Or will I live and surpass her? If that is the doubt, then I choose to live. I will live my life. I will surpass Yuma. I will achieve my goals. At that moment, as I made that decision, an immense red aura emanated from my body. This aura surged from within my sacred gear, its power overwhelming. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. In that instant, I faced the attack of Zez's demonic sword Gram. The impact shook my bones, but it caused me no severe harm. My armor remained intact. Zez congratulated me, saying I had finally achieved my balance breaker. Ddraig chimed in, expressing his initial concern that I might not make a decision or choose to do nothing. I thanked them both and asked about my current status while examining my left gauntlet. Ddraig informed me that I could maintain the scale mail for 30 minutes, thanks to the training from the human bearer of the demonic sword Gram, which significantly improved my endurance. My active nanogears would manage much of the energy needed to sustain the balance breaker. I was thrilled and inquired about the abilities of the boosted gear. As long as I was using the balance breaker, I could double my power without the usual 10-second interval, although my time limit would decrease by 1 minute for each increase. So, if I concentrated enough, could I fight Zez for 15 minutes? Ddraig assured me I wouldn't need that long. I just had to raise my arm and launch an energy sphere. I pointed my left hand forward, concentrating the dragon aura, the energy from my nanogears, and the magical power needed to create a dragon shot on my own. In doing so, I unintentionally gathered an immense amount of aura combined with the energy from my nanogears in the palm of my hand, creating a sphere the size of a 2-story house. Zez and I were both surprised, and then I launched the gigantic dragon shot. The shot raced toward Zez like a rocket. He barely dodged it, and my attack continued on its course, crashing into one of the distant mountains in the reserve. The explosion covered the mountain completely, and the shockwave reached even beyond where Zez and I stood. The ground trembled for a long time, and a flock of birds took to the sky, frightened by what had just happened. Zez remarked that I seemed ready but needed to better control the power I was using. While he spoke, I had other things on my mind. Concentrating energy in the propellers of my scale mail, I shot up into the sky at great speed. This was the second time I was flying and not for battle. This is incredible, Ddraig. Although the view feels a bit uncomfortable. Ddraig asked if I wanted to make changes. Is that possible? Of course, the sacred gear adapts to your preferences. Just share your idea with me, and I'll help with the adjustments. In that case, I closed my eyes and sent my thoughts to Ddraig. He quickly understood, and when I opened my eyes, I saw a HUD system in emerald green and bright red in front of me. This system appeared within the visor of my helmet, allowing me to see things I couldn't before. To my right was a complete image of my balance breaker, indicating the status of my armor. At the top was a 100% energy indicator, alongside a timer showing how long I could maintain the balance breaker, and in the middle was a targeting reticle. There were also many other data points that would help me better perceive my surroundings, especially at night. Now, I was ready for anything. 3 years had passed since Issei Hyoudou officially became the Sekiryuutei, the main hero of New York. Since then he had been accompanied by Zez, and together they had dealt with the supernatural threats looming over the city. They faced fallen angels, renegade demons, metahumans wielding sacred gears, and, of course, ordinary villains. Issei fondly remembered the first time he became a public figure. It happened during a train derailment that was about to crash in the middle of the city. Using his balance breaker, he successfully stopped the train and also saved an airplane that was on the verge of colliding with the Brooklyn Bridge later that same day. Such actions quickly catapulted him into the role of a superhero, albeit a somewhat solitary one since Zez preferred to limit himself to supernatural activities. In their first year, they did an excellent job defending New York, but as time passed, the threats became increasingly complex. By the end of the second year, Batman, the Dark Knight of Gotham City and a member of the Justice League, came to New York because some of his most dangerous villains had attempted to relocate to Manhattan. Together, Batman, Zez, and Issei successfully defeated them all. In the end, the Gotham Bat congratulated them on their excellent work and presented Issei and Zez with Bat communicators in case they ever needed each other's help, which was unlikely given Batman's affiliation with the Justice League. Things changed in the third year. Issei was now 19 years old, had finished high school, and was ready to submit his application to the League when the Thanagarians invaded the planet with lies and deceit. To make matters worse, Hawkgirl had betrayed her comrades for her race, leading to the complete defeat of the Justice League. Everything seemed lost until an urgent call disrupted the silence. Ddraig, his dragon partner, informed him that the communicator Batman had given him was ringing. Startled, Issei quickly searched for the device and found it, pressing the only button on it. Batman's voice came through, instructing him to follow certain coordinates before abruptly ending the call. Ddraig teased him about the situation, and Issei realized it was time to act. He activated his boosted gear, starting the countdown for his balance breaker. He quickly dressed in a red shirt, dark pants, and his familiar black jacket, then opened his bedroom window and jumped into the backyard of his parents' house. Years of rigorous training with Zez and the nanogears within him had made his body toned and resilient. Once in the backyard, he sprinted through the streets of his territory. As the countdown reached its end, he shouted the activation command for his balance breaker. The jewel of his boosted gear shone brightly, and an immense aura of red fire enveloped him, transforming into his full balance breaker scale mail armor. The energy quickly accumulated in the propellers of his armor, and like a human rocket, he soared into the skies of his city. The HUD inside his helmet synchronized with Batman's communicator, allowing him to follow the provided coordinates. He asked Ddraig how long it would take to reach the location. Ddraig estimated they would arrive in an hour under normal circumstances. Issei calculated that if they executed 5 boosts and transferred that energy to the propellers at maximum power, they could arrive in less than 2 minutes. Ddraig agreed, though it would reduce the duration of the balance breaker significantly. Issei was undeterred. The sooner they arrived, the better. With a series of commands, he activated the boosts, and the power surged into his propellers, increasing his speed 5-fold. In less than 2 minutes, he reached a massive Thanagarian ship. Alarms blared as hostile objects were detected, and commands to destroy the target echoed around him. Issei maneuvered skillfully to dodge the incoming fire while gathering energy from his nanogears and the dragon aura in his left hand. He felt exhilarated, ready to show the Thanagarians who was in charge. With a powerful accumulation of energy, he created a large red sphere, a Draco shot the size of a vehicle. With a strong punch, he sent the Draco shot crashing into the massive ship, creating a deep hole. He swiftly entered through the opening he had created and spotted several dozen Thanagarians approaching him with their weapons drawn. Issei prepared for battle, ready to confront the extraterrestrial foes. "Would you be so kind as to tell me where the League is?" I asked cheerfully, and the first few who approached me were swiftly knocked out by my precise punches, charged with a good amount of dragon aura. Another attempted to strike me with his characteristic maces, but I grabbed the Thanagarian by the neck with the tail of my armor and flipped him upside down. I then charged my left foot with dragon aura and kicked him with such force that he was sent flying, crashing through the ship and falling unconscious outside. I wasn't worried about what would happen to him, as he would likely land on a building. Many more tried to attack me, but before they could reach me, I struck them down with enough force to leave them incapacitated. It was quite enjoyable, and within seconds, I had taken down 24 of these aliens. Ddraig alerted me after I had ventured deep into the Thanagarian ship, detecting 6 life forms very different from those we were facing. I thanked my friend as another group of Thanagarians attempted to charge at me, with a reinforced door behind them. "Did you want to feel the blow of a dragon?" I exclaimed, pulling my left elbow back while keeping my palm open, concentrating a significant amount of dragon aura, my own energy and magical power. "Here comes my dragon shot." As I shouted this, I struck my Draco shot with my left fist, and it sped toward the Thanagarians, enveloping them completely and continuing its course against the massive reinforced door. The impact was powerful, and the door crumbled into ashes, while the downed Thanagarians were left scorched but still alive, unconscious. Without wasting time, I entered the room through the door I had just destroyed. Inside were 6 cells, one of which was reddish, and within it was Superman, handcuffed and weakened. He looked at me in surprise, and I responded with a thumbs up. "Someone called for the cavalry?" "Because I am the cavalry." A Thanagarian stationed above this sector shouted that there was a security breach in Sector 7 and that a highly dangerous hostile individual had been detected. As 2 others aimed their spears at me and opened fire, the attacks bounced harmlessly off my armor. They were on par with the magical attacks of powerful demons or fallen angels, but my scale mail armor was capable of withstanding all that and more. "Seki, the magnetic field," Batman called out, shortening my name. He was in cell number 4, and I quickly approached him, propelled by my boosters. I punched the control panel with great force, causing it to explode and the magnetic field to dissipate. Without wasting time, he positioned himself behind me, his hands still bound by metal cuffs. "Hey, if you have the cuffs on, how did you call me?" I questioned while deflecting all the spear shots from the Thanagarians with my fists. "Because I am Batman," he replied with a hint of arrogance. "Free Diana," he ordered immediately, without delay. She was in cell number 5, and I simply fired a low-intensity Draco shot at her control panel, causing it to explode. As she quickly exited her cell, armed with her lasso of truth, I couldn't help but be mesmerized for a moment. "Good morning, Miss Diana," I exclaimed cheerfully while keeping my gaze fixed on her. She looked surprised and smiled at me. "You must be the current Welsh dragon living in New York." "Yes, that's me. It's an honor to see you in person." "This isn't the time," Batman interrupted sternly just as the Thanagarians broke the windows to attack me and Wonder Woman. "Free the others," the beautiful Amazon shouted as she charged at the Thanagarians. Turning around, I realized that Batman was still handcuffed. "Sorry." I apologized as I smashed the cuffs off him. Another Thanagarian tried to attack both him and me, but before he could, I charged my right arm with a lot of aura and struck him hard in the jaw. "Get out of the way," I shouted as he was sent crashing into the cell containing Flash, receiving a massive shock of electricity. Batman ran toward the red cell holding Superman, and I entered the cell where Flash was, disabling the controls that kept him in that strange gravity field. "I feel so tired," the Scarlet Speedster gasped as I helped him to his feet. "Don't worry, you can rest later," I said with a smile while he looked at me in confusion. "How did you?" "Batman," I explained, glancing over to see that he had freed Superman and was carrying him over one shoulder. "I see," the Speedster replied, seeming to recover quickly and freeing the remaining cells. As I exited Flash's cell, I saw that all the members of the League were now free and facing the Thanagarians. Suddenly, one of them managed to slam Wonder Woman against a wall, and she responded with a powerful grip around his waist, crossing her thighs. "Curse that envy," I shouted as the door on the opposite side opened, revealing another dozen angry Thanagarians charging at Wonder Woman. Another of these hostiles knocked down Batman and Superman. The Man of Steel stood up and threw 2 powerful hooks with both fists, but they did not cause any damage as he was still very weak from the cell where he had been imprisoned. The Thanagarian smiled maliciously, but before he could attack Superman, a hand touched his right shoulder, prompting him to turn around. In that moment, a punch was delivered with a left hook charged with a significant amount of aura. The impact was so strong that it sent the Thanagarian crashing into a wall, breaking through it. The hero assured Superman that he would cover him, and Superman nodded with a half-smile. He then charged at 6 other Thanagarians who attempted to ambush him from behind, taking them down with powerful aura-infused strikes. Wonder Woman, meanwhile, was engaged with 4 others, but using her super strength, she managed to throw off all those who had attacked her, alongside Flash and Green Lantern. The soldiers kept coming, and soon another group appeared, accompanied by a particularly large Thanagarian wielding a type of energy weapon. With a call to Ddraig, a powerful Draco shot was formed, infused with aura and energy from his nanogears. With Ddraig's assistance, a truly powerful shot was created and launched just as the Thanagarian fired a massive energy blast. The clash of powers was brief, as the energy from the Draco shot overwhelmed the weapon's blast, resulting in a significant explosion. The urgency to escape was palpable as Wonder Woman shouted about the rapidly descending ship. The damage caused was severe, and the ship began to lose altitude quickly. As debris fell, the heroes made their move. Flash took the hand offered to him, and with Ddraig concentrating energy into his propulsion system, they burst through the opening created. Wonder Woman flew alongside them, carrying a weakened Martian detective on her shoulder and Green Lantern in her arm. Superman followed closely, carrying Batman on his back, and together, the 7 of them escaped just as the ship crashed into the coast of the city, sinking rapidly. An aura of fire enveloped him completely, and in an instant he was clad in his scale mail armor. Flash commented on how Cisco would have loved to see that, and when he turned to look, he saw Flash emerging from his ring, instantly dressed in his scarlet suit. They all hid in the shadows, waiting for the Thanagarians to approach. It didn't take long for the Thanagarians to break down the reinforced door, and as expected, 24 of them charged in to ambush the League. The leader of the group suggested they separate, believing the heroes were hiding. Suddenly, a green laser shot through the weapon of one of the soldiers, catching the group off guard and rendering the weapon useless. Green Lantern emerged from his hiding spot, challenging the attackers with his bright emerald eyes shining like the jewels on the hero's armor. He taunted them to come for him, and several of the attackers obliged. Green Lantern soared above the ground, evading their strikes while retaliating with energy blasts from his ring. Wonder Woman used her lasso to ensnare one of them by the ankle, spinning him toward the Martian detective, who simply extended his arm and struck the Thanagarian in the head. Flash zipped through the ranks of soldiers, striking them at high speed before darting away. One Thanagarian aimed at the speedster, but Zez intervened, having summoned Graham and slicing through the weapon with a swift motion. Concentrating the demonic aura of Graham, Zez unleashed a wave of cursed energy that struck the Thanagarian in the chest, causing a powerful explosion upon impact, leaving the soldier unconscious against a rocky wall. 2 more Thanagarians pursued Flash, but he deftly avoided their shots. They were caught off guard when a Draco shot, infused with a small amount of aura, energy from the nanogears, and magical power, struck them hard enough to send them crashing into a giant coin. The coin toppled over them, landing with the cross side up. Flash and the hero stood atop the giant coin, celebrating their victory with a high five. As they shared a light-hearted moment, Batman swung down from the ceiling on a grappling line, kicking a soldier in the face. He released the line to land on the ground and threw 3 batarangs at the armored chests of 3 Thanagarians. The blades did not penetrate the armor, and the warriors floated in the air, glaring at Batman with disdain. One of them mocked the effectiveness of his weapons, ignoring the blinking red lights on each batarang. Batman simply replied that they would see soon enough, as hundreds of eyes glowed in the darkness. Those eyes belonged to bats, and they all attacked the Thanagarians, drawn by the signal emanating from the bat-shaped devices. The Thanagarians quickly fell unconscious, bloodied but not graphic. Superman found himself in an easy fight with the Thanagarian leader, whom he effortlessly slammed against a wall, causing him to crash into something that contained a weapon. Superman walked slowly toward him as the Thanagarian crawled to reach the weapon and fired it at the Man of Steel. Superman countered the shot with his icy breath, freezing the Thanagarian, who stared, wide-eyed in shock. 7 Thanagarians charged forward like a stampede toward Zez. With a ruthless smile, he gripped Graham with both hands and rushed at them, executing diagonal slashes to the right and left. Each movement released a dark red arc from the sword that struck all 7 Thanagarians simultaneously, leaving them paralyzed. As he completed his attack, 3 diagonal slashes appeared on either side, resembling 6 dragon claws, and the Thanagarians fell, emanating a dark aura from Graham. Zez stood before them after his assault, holding Graham in his right hand. He declared that the 3rd level of Graham's whip was a move designed to eliminate low and mid-tier demons with the 2nd cut received. He looked at 3 more Thanagarians behind him, who hesitated about whether to attack. They exchanged glances and retreated into the air, only to encounter Superman, Wonder Woman, and me. Each of us took down the last 3 Thanagarians with a single punch, finishing off the group. Batman instructed us to leave. We ascended the stairs to exit the Batcave and the mansion. In the mansion's main hallway, Alfred was sweeping up the glass debris from the windows shattered by the Thanagarians' forceful entry. He calmly warned us to be careful of the glass as Batman turned to Green Lantern. He assigned Green Lantern, Seki, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Zez to head to the command ship and deactivate the force field. The hyperspace diversion was on its way to the Gobi Desert, and they were to position themselves above the ship and destroy it. The Martian Manhunter questioned what the rest of us would do. Batman replied that we would help him retake the watchtower. Flash raised an incredulous eyebrow at that. The watchtower was filled with Thanagarian soldiers, and he wondered how Batman planned to get in. Batman simply pointed to the Thanagarian ship parked outside the mansion. Green Lantern created an energy barrier to transport Zez, as he was the only one in our group who couldn't fly. This narrowed our attack line to Superman, Wonder Woman, and me, at least until we reached the ship. The command ship was orbiting near Japan, and after flying for half an hour, we approached an immense swarm of combat ships surrounding it. Gotham City, the Brown Bridge. I am Issei Hyoudou, the Red Dragon Emperor known as Seki. It has been nearly 3 weeks since I officially joined the Justice League, and these have been the most intense days. I have met Zatanna and Black Canary during my adventures with the League, as well as cat-like girls like Catwoman, who, despite her bad habits, looks great in tight leather. The job I have at Wayne Enterprises allows me to be free most of the day, and I rarely go there. The pay is excellent. Bruce provided me with a salary of $150 per hour, which typically rounds to about $30,000 a month, and I have already saved nearly half of it. On another note, the Ferrari 458 he gave me has been the best gift I could have received. At first glance, it seems like a gas guzzler, but I found a simple solution. When my Ferrari is about to run out of fuel, I transfer the duplicated power of my boosted gear directly into the fuel with Ddraig's help, refilling it to 100% without spending a dime. Thanks to my boosted gear, I could say I have developed infinite fuel. This week, Batman destroyed a massive kryptonite meteor, and since then, the skies have been illuminated with multiple meteor showers around the planet. As a result, Batman has been less active in Gotham City and the Justice League. Today was one of those rare days when I officially went to Gotham City to fulfill my work schedule with Lucius Fox, who I suspect knows I am the Red Dragon Emperor, though he says nothing. I was on my way to New York, but it turned out to be one of those days with heavy traffic, and the bridge I needed to cross was packed with vehicles. Perhaps I should have flown in my balance breaker instead of driving, but I was so eager to drive that I forgot how heavy traffic could be. In moments like this, I couldn't help but reflect on everything I've done so far. I joined the Justice League, have a super easy job that pays better than most college graduates, own a Ferrari, and am New York's favorite superhero. All I need now is to find a beautiful girlfriend, and all my dreams will be complete. Ddraig emerged on the back of my left hand as a bright green aura and asked if that meant I finally decided to ask the Amazon out. I thought about how much I would love to go out with Wonder Woman, but I feared she might use her lasso of truth on me. The image of Diana using the lasso to extract all my lustful thoughts sent a chill down my spine. Thinking it over, I shook my head vigorously. No, definitely not. Trying to date her would mean danger. Ddraig reminded me that I was 19 years old and urged me to stop wasting time with those thoughts and go have fun. He encouraged me to enjoy my newfound wealth and spend time with women as much as I wanted, especially since I had him by my side. Just then, through the rearview mirror of his vehicle, he saw a bright flash of light coming from the sky. He rolled down the window and leaned out to see what was so brilliant. At that moment, both he and Ddraig expressed surprise at the sight. A meteorite fell from the sky towards Gotham City, causing the entire city to tremble. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled his head back inside the vehicle and began to pray. He hoped that it was not just any meteorite, but a beautiful space woman meant for him, so that Ddraig would have to eat his words. With a sigh, he put the vehicle in reverse, executed a 180-degree turn, and returned to Gotham City, parking in an empty spot. After securing his vehicle, he used a bit of his dragon aura for protection. His boosted gear activated, and through the green jewel, Ddraig connected him to the open line of the Justice League. He reported that he was in Gotham and would investigate what had happened. He didn't expect anyone to respond, but he wanted to alert them just in case. Ddraig warned him that what had fallen was not a meteorite but a spaceship that had brought someone with it. The revelation from Batman left him speechless, and he could feel Draig's surprise as well. There was no turning back now. Since the street where he parked was empty, he activated his balance breaker without worry, enveloped in the characteristic fiery aura that lasted a few seconds. With his balance breaker engaged, a 2-hour countdown appeared on his right, alongside other systems indicating he was at full capacity. The energy from his nanogears and dragon aura accumulated in the propellers of his scale mail, and with great speed he soared into the skies of Gotham City to find the space visitor. As he flew, he recalled the lyrics of a song that celebrated his transformation into Sekiryuutei, a being with extraordinary powers. He felt a surge of pride at the reference, even if he wasn't the captain. In the distance, he heard the sound of an explosion from a vehicle's engine. As he approached, he heard gunfire and stopped on the rooftop of a building for a better view. Suddenly, he noticed a woman scaling the walls. He saw her hands, followed by her beautiful blonde hair as she reached the rooftop. When she finally stood before him, she appeared startled, and in a moment of surprise, he unintentionally removed the faceplate of his armor, catching her off guard. Her hair was a radiant blonde, shining like the sun at dawn, and her eyes were as deep and blue as the sky. However, he quickly became aware of her startled expression as she gazed at him. Suddenly, her eyes transformed into a striking crimson, and before he could react, she unleashed a beam of heat vision that struck him in the chest. The impact sent him crashing against the opposite edge of the building, leaving him in pain. He gasped, feeling the weight of the blow, and the faceplate of his armor returned to cover him. The HUD revealed critical damage to the jewel on his armor, indicating he was losing a significant amount of aura. As he propped himself up on his elbows, he saw the frightened expression on the woman's face as she ran away in fear. He attempted to rise but felt heavy in his chest. Ddraig cautioned him that without the scale mail, the woman could have pierced him like a donut. He apologized, assuring that it wouldn't happen again. As he stood, he watched the woman float into the sky, screaming, before crashing into a dirigible. The collision sent her plummeting to the ground, enveloped in smoke, while the dirigible continued its descent. Using the aura emanating from his armor, he flew toward the falling dirigible, managing to halt its descent with considerable effort. Ddraig sent additional aura and energy to his propellers, allowing him to lift the dirigible higher into the sky and safely guide it to Gotham Bay, preventing further damage. Inside a building, he found the woman in a small crater, trembling and mumbling incoherently. He encountered Batman, who gestured for silence and approached her with a piece of kryptonite. He stated that she had caused enough trouble for one night, bringing the kryptonite closer to her until she fainted. Shortly after that incident, Batman and he brought the woman to the Batcave. Upon arrival, Batman placed her on a cot secured with titanium HNDCFFS and notified Superman of the situation. Interestingly, Superman was already on his way and arrived directly at the Batcave. Batman scanned the woman's cells, maintaining his usual stern demeanor while wearing his hood. He questioned whether it was necessary to expose her to kryptonite in such a manner. "This seems like a kidnapping," Issei asked Batman while standing behind him, looking at the unconscious girl. Considering the chaos in the bay, the police chase, the destruction of the airship, and the fact that she nearly pierced his chest with her powers, Batman replied without taking his eyes off the computers analyzing the alien girl's DNA. Her DNA was definitely not human, it didn't match. He instructed to increase the analysis. Issei wasn't sure if Batman was speaking to him or to the computers. The readings showed very high concentrations of nerve stem cells. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes, waking from her slumber, and effortlessly broke free from her restraints. Batman turned, getting into a defensive stance, ready to draw from his utility belt. She glared at Batman and unleashed her heat vision again. Issei realized he wouldn't have time to activate his balance breaker, and before things escalated, Batman leaped and pushed him out of the way to dodge the explosion from the computers. The girl shielded her eyes with her hands, trying to control her heat vision, and unconsciously floated into the air, where Superman caught her as Batman regained his footing while Issei brushed off the dust. Superman spoke to her, and Issei tilted his head in confusion, not understanding the words. The girl, having stopped floating, asked him a question. Superman continued speaking in a strange language, covering the girl with his red cape. Issei felt overwhelmed as they exchanged words that made no sense to him. The girl embraced Superman, introducing herself as Kara Zor-El from Krypton. Issei didn't understand a word she said but felt certain she was lying. He questioned how they expected him to understand their conversation when he barely grasped the language spoken by his parents. Ddraig suggested that if he didn't understand, he could tell them, "Yours," just in case. Superman and the girl landed in front of Batman and Issei. Superman explained that her name was Kara Zor-El from Krypton. The girl looked more relaxed after hearing this, and Superman placed his hand on her shoulder, sharing a warm glance. He revealed that she was his cousin. Batman responded that her arrival had caused $50,000 in damage to customs machinery and requested to send him the bill. Issei chimed in, teasing Batman about having 10 times that amount stashed away in his backpack. Batman frowned at him, threatening to cut his salary by 50%, which left Issei stunned while Superman chuckled. Not wanting to provoke Batman further, Issei focused on the interaction between the cousins. He didn't have any cousins himself, but their reunion reminded him of a childhood friend he used to play with long ago, a boy from a very religious family who was likely in England now. The following week, after Kara Zor-El's arrival on Earth, Superman and Batman took her to the Fortress of Solitude located in the Arctic. Issei accompanied them, knowing Kara needed all the help she could get to adapt and learn about Earth's culture. Superman was busy being the guardian of Metropolis and assisting Batman in translating the transcripts from Kara's ship. Meanwhile, Issei, a young man nearly the same age as Kara, had a legendary dragon to help her understand Earth better. During Issei's stay at the fortress, Zez had to remain on guard, protecting New York from dangerous metahumans and the occasional rogue demon. While Kara explored other parts of the fortress, Issei was with Superman and Batman, who continued studying Kara's ship while he enjoyed a delicious cheesecake. Superman translated the symbols on the ship, stating that it contained his daughter, Kara Zor-El, from the now-destroyed planet Krypton, and urged them to treat her like their own daughter, as she would be a treasure for their world. Batman noted the translation with some skepticism, questioning if treasure was the correct term. Superman reassured him, emphasizing that it was indeed treasure, not terror or trauma, and remarked on Batman's cynicism. Batman pointed out that the tests he conducted showed Kara's cellular structure was denser than Superman's, allowing her to metabolize sunlight better. He speculated that she might be more powerful than Superman, and her sudden appearance seemed a bit suspicious. Issei nearly choked on his cheesecake at the mention of her sudden arrival, which coincided with his conversation with Ddraig. Before he could respond, a loud crash echoed through the fortress as Kara burst through the closed door. She wore a long-sleeved white shirt with red stripes and fitted gray jeans, appearing startled as she quickly flew toward the three of them. Kayam exclaimed in surprise as she hid behind her cousin. Batman asked for clarification, and Kara pointed towards the broken door, clearly frightened. She indicated that something was attacking, but Superman, confused, asked what it was. Kara, visibly nervous, shouted out in alarm. Batman prepared his gadget for action while I activated my boosted gear, aiming my fist at the door. To our surprise, a cute white dog bounded through the entrance, wearing a golden collar adorned with the same symbol Superman had on his chest, along with a red cape that matched Superman's, featuring the same emblem at the top. Superman exclaimed Krypton's name, quickly grabbing the dog by its collar to prevent it from jumping at Kara, who instinctively hid behind me. Krypton continued barking with a fierce look. Superman scolded his dog, lifting him into the air, and Krypton calmed down momentarily. Superman then turned to Kara and asked what had happened. Kara explained that she had tried to befriend Krypton, but he only barked and growled at her, making her feel like he hated her. Batman ordered her to go to her room, and Kara looked at him incredulously, insisting she hadn't done anything wrong. Superman reassured her that they would talk later as he set Krypton down. Kara nodded but shot a glare at Batman before heading to her room, while Krypton growled at her, causing her to hurry away in fear. Superman knelt down to pet Krypton, commenting on how protective he was. Batman cynically remarked that Krypton had always been good at judging people. I interjected, suggesting that Kara had already endured a lot that week, learning a new language and trying to control her powers, and that there was no need to be so hard on her. Batman countered that they didn't know much about her, noting that she claimed to remember nothing before arriving in Gotham City. I argued that not having control over her powers was a significant issue, but Superman interrupted, expressing his sadness over the situation. He mentioned that Kara might be his only living relative and deserved the benefit of the doubt for now. Batman agreed but pointed out that Krypton seemed to have a problem with Kara. Without further discussion, Batman left, leaving only Superman, Krypton, and me. I turned to Superman and suggested taking Kara to explore Metropolis and New York for the rest of the day, noting that she was likely tired of being cooped up. Clark's face lit up at the idea, and I assured him that I would be ready to protect her if anything went wrong. Superman placed his hand on my shoulder, trusting me with Kara, and I promised to call him if needed. I then bent down to pet Krypton, who remained in a calm state, and joked that he would be happy not to share the fortress with Kara for the day. In the corridors of the fortress, Kara Zor-El walked, gazing at the exotic species in the zoo. She felt a wave of nostalgia as they reminded her of her home and family, and she wished they were still with her. The only comfort she had was that her cousin was alive and that she had found him, even if he was much older than she remembered. As she walked, she sensed another presence and heard the heartbeat of someone approaching. She hoped it was Issei Hyoudou, the person she had grown fond of among the few she had met in the past week. Despite their rocky start, he had never shown her disdain and had been a supportive friend. However, her excitement quickly turned to disappointment as she realized the figure approaching was Batman. She confronted him, asking if he was spying on her. Batman acknowledged that he wasn't her favorite person. Kara retorted that he was the problem and demanded he leave her alone, insisting he would never understand what it was like to be her. Batman asked her to explain so he could understand, but she ignored him, crossing her arms defiantly. Undeterred, he approached the statues of Superman's parents and asked if they helped with her memory issues. Kara recognized the statues as her Uncle Jor-El and Aunt Lara, stepping closer to them. Batman pressed further, suggesting that Superman had told her about them. Kara insisted she remembered them on her own, allowing memories to flow through her mind. She recalled that her Uncle Jor-El had been like a father to her. Both believed that the planet was doomed, which is why Kara's father built a ship. Kara recalled the image of her home planet, her father constructing the vessel that brought her to Earth. She remembered being told that the navigation course was set for Earth and that her family would soon follow. She had just taken off when she witnessed their demise right before her eyes. Her memories were fragmented. She recalled her father holding her hand, helping her board the ship, showing her the internal controls, and then seeing her parents in the distance until an explosion occurred. A blinding, overwhelming light engulfed everything, a white and silver brilliance that seemed like pure energy. After that, all she remembered was darkness. The rest was recounted to her by others, how an asteroid carried her through the galaxy until it shattered, allowing her to land here. Kara finished telling Batman the story. She knew nothing more, nothing less. Batman then asked if she remembered her mother's name. Kara responded, feeling irritated, that she did not, and questioned why he didn't trust her. Batman explained that Kal had enemies who would do anything to destroy him. Kara, frowning, questioned whether he thought she would harm her own cousin. Batman recalled the time she had attacked Issei and suggested that it might not be intentional. Kara was taken aback for a moment, feeling indignant about Batman's words. As she stepped away from him, she paused and glanced back, stating that she felt his presence because she thought she heard the beat of his heart, only to realize he had none. Batman remained silent, and Kara simply walked away. Apocalypse was a distant planet from Earth, located on the other side of the galaxy, known as a hellish place that made the underworld seem like a pleasant vacation spot. It was ruled by one of the most powerful beings in the universe, Darkseid, one of the so-called new gods. Immortal and immensely strong, he possessed many abilities. At that moment, Darkseid was witnessing an important event, the search for a warrior to take Barda's place after her betrayal of Apocalypse and her relocation to Earth. The candidate for this position was a warrior known as Treasure, who was facing her final challenge defeating Darkseid's elite army, the Female Furies. The battle was overseen by Granny Goodness, who had trained Treasure to reach this point. The fight began, and it seemed that Treasure was gaining the upper hand, managing to read and block all the Furies' moves. However, as the battle progressed, the group began to overwhelm her with their coordination, ruthlessly overpowering her. Treasure, now on the ground and bleeding heavily, was observed by Granny Goodness, who was also under Darkseid's watchful eye. "You disappoint me, Granny Goodness," Darkseid said in an authoritative tone. "You told me Treasure could replace Big Barda as captain of my guard." "She looked very promising," Granny Goodness replied, her sadness barely concealed. "There has been an interesting development on Earth. Bring me the girl who fell from the sky, the one they call Kara. And this time, do not fail me, or you will be the next victim of the Furies, dear Granny," Darkseid commanded. He had learned of Superman's cousin's recent arrival through his spies in a criminal organization known as Ddraig, to whom he provided Apocalypse technology in exchange for information and results. He was not only aware of the arrival of the last daughter of Krypton but also of the rebellious forces within the three main factions of biblical mythology. It was only a matter of time before the Chaos Brigade revealed itself. As Issei Hyoudou bid farewell to Superman and his loyal companion, he set out to find Kara. Initially, he searched her room, but she was not there. He then began looking in other areas until they finally encountered each other in one of the hallways. Kara wore an angry expression, her head lowered, brows furrowed, and arms crossed, as if she were ready to confront anyone nearby. Issei casually inquired about her well-being, prompting her to lift her gaze and release a sigh she had been holding in. Kara expressed her frustration with Batman, claiming he was driving her crazy by not believing her and constantly bothering her. She felt an urge to confront him physically. Issei felt a twinge of nervousness at her words. After she finished speaking, Kara lowered her left arm and grasped it with her right hand, appearing more melancholic than angry. In defense of Batman, Issei explained that he had grown up in Gotham City, one of the most dangerous places to be at night. He suggested that Batman might be distrustful of strangers but would eventually warm up to her. Kara, however, became even more upset, exclaiming that Batman had said she could hurt her own cousin, Cal, her only family. Issei acknowledged Batman's cautious nature, suggesting that it was not personal. He pointed to his chest, assuring her that while Batman might not trust her, he did. Kara looked at him, surprised and a bit calmer, as she asked if he truly meant it. He shared his own struggles with controlling his powers and how he had made mistakes in the past. He reassured her that if she ever needed support, he would always be there for her, never turning his back on a dear friend. The bitterness on her face transformed into a joyful smile, and she thanked him, correcting herself to call him Issei instead of I. Issei encouraged her to call him Ise, as it reflected their growing trust. He then mentioned that he had spoken to her cousin about taking her to explore Metropolis and New York, two cities close to each other. Kara's eyes widened with excitement, and she jumped in delight at the prospect. Issei confirmed the plan, explaining that she had spent enough time in the Fortress of Solitude and needed to experience the world she would be living in. Her enthusiasm led her to embrace him tightly, causing Issei to gasp for air as his back protested under the pressure. Kara quickly released him, apologizing in embarrassment. Issei reassured her that it was fine and reminded her to get ready as they would be leaving soon. As she dashed to her room with a smile, Issei stretched his muscles, feeling a mix of excitement and concern. Ddraig's voice echoed in his mind, questioning whether this was a good idea. Issei confidently responded that there was no problem, as Batman's payment would suffice. Ddraig hinted that it might have been cheaper to go with someone else, but Issei was relieved that Ddraig was only speaking in his mind, sparing him from further complications with Kara. New York. It was a lovely, calm afternoon in the city. Zez and I had been defending this place for the past few years. People were enjoying their coffee, taking strolls, breathing in the fresh air, or jogging, especially in Central Park. Kara changed into a beautiful purple crop top, fitted blue jeans and brown heels. I wore a black shirt with white buttons, an open red jacket with green buttons, gray jeans, and dress shoes. We walked along the sidewalk of one of the city's main streets, and Kara was truly delighted. She took a deep breath, soaking in the atmosphere of the city, and expressed how happy she was to finally be out after the quarantine. The Fortress of Solitude wasn't bad, she admitted, but it was rather dull. As she admired the shops along our path, she declared that New York was much more her style. Stopping in front of me with a radiant smile, she expressed her desire for the life she wanted to have. I was thrilled to see her so excited and reassured her that she had plenty of time to decide. Kara was eager to learn everything about being a human girl and asked where we should start. She leaned in closer, looking at me with her beautiful eyes, which caused my gaze to momentarily drift. Before she noticed, I quickly suggested a destination and took her hand, leading her into one of the shops. Over the next few hours, we moved from store to store, where she tried on t-shirts, blouses, shoes, accessories, makeup, and even got a manicure. My credit card had plenty of funds, so I didn't worry about the expenses. After all, I didn't have a journalist's salary. In the last few stores we visited, Kara began trying on dresses and outfits. Each dress was stunning, and her otherworldly beauty made me blush more than once. I was almost overwhelmed when she decided to try on something more revealing. When she emerged in a form-fitting black dress that hugged her figure, it had a daring neckline and was cinched at the waist with a golden ring, leaving her midriff exposed. The back was open, and the skirt reached nearly to the middle of her thighs. I quickly covered my nose, managing to catch a potential embarrassing moment just in time. Kara was thrilled with her choice and decided to purchase the dress, but in the process, she accidentally broke the fitting room door. After completing that purchase, we left the store with a good number of bags filled with clothes and shoes, heading toward where I had parked my vehicle. Kara was bubbling with excitement, declaring how much fun she had and how she would love being a human girl. I agreed, noting that she had certainly mastered the shopping part. She then asked if I was hungry, revealing her own hunger. I smiled and led her to Big Belly Burgers, known for having the best burgers in the country. We sat at a table for two, facing each other. To make the occasion special, I ordered 2 Seki Balance Breaker burgers, featuring triple meat and triple cheese, each oversized and topped with barbecue sauce. The packaging even displayed the Welsh dragon symbol of my boosted gear, and the top of the bun was toasted with a design resembling my custom armor. Kara's mouth watered at the sight of the burgers. I wished her a good meal as she took a bite, and her eyes lit up with delight as she exclaimed how delicious it was. She devoured her burger in under a minute, showcasing the impressive metabolism of Kryptonians. I commented on how she had truly embraced the essence of being a human girl, noting a bit of ketchup on the side of her lips. I gently wiped it away with my thumb, causing her to blush and smile sweetly. Metropolis. After eating at Big Belly Burgers, Kara and I explored various locations in New York, including the place where I first trained with Zez to help me awaken my balance breaker, although I left out the details of the intense training I endured. Later that same day, I drove her to Metropolis, and she thoroughly enjoyed the experience of riding in a fast vehicle, just like any true Earth girl would. In Metropolis, I guided her to places similar to those in New York, which led to a few additional purchases, filling the trunk of my car to the brim. As time passed, night finally fell, and we strolled across a bridge in a park reminiscent of Central Park. To be honest, I had never enjoyed a day as much as this one. Well, There was one occasion, but that was in the past and I hoped it would stay there. Kara remarked that New York and Metropolis were truly beautiful places, unlike the city where the grumpy bat lived. I assured her that Batman wasn't so bad once you got to know him, hoping to change her perspective on him, or as I like to call him, the Lord of the Night. Kara expressed her annoyance, questioning what Batman's problem was. I explained that he just wanted her to take things easy, as adapting to a new culture was always challenging. She looked at me again, curious if that was why Cal wore those glasses, to adapt, even though he could see better than anyone on the planet. I explained that it was a way for heroes to live without always wearing their capes or armor, emphasizing the need to keep our identities a secret. I tried to forget that Superman had fooled the entire planet with just a pair of glasses. Kara made an unexpected observation about Batman's lead-lined hood, which caught me off guard. I hadn't realized he had lead in his gear, but it made sense upon reflection. I joked with her about her newfound X-ray vision, recalling that I shared that ability too, though mine was mostly used to admire Wonder Woman's divine figure. Kara whispered that I hadn't asked her, and I noticed a subtle change in her tone. Before she could say anything further, she spotted something that left her wide-eyed. She exclaimed in surprise as she separated our hands, and we both stopped in front of the enormous statue of Superman. Neither of us had noticed it during our walk, and I felt a twinge of jealousy since I didn't have a statue of my own in New York, at least not yet. Kara continued to gaze at the statue, acknowledging how important he was to them, calling him their champion. She tilted her head thoughtfully before turning back to me, asking if I ever regretted having the dragon powers I possessed. I responded with a hint of pride that I did not. Since realizing my powers, there hadn't been a single day I regretted being the Sekiryuutei of this generation. Sure, it had been challenging at first, as the power demanded much from my body and made me a target for various enemies. But seeing all the good I had done and everything I achieved as a hero made it worthwhile. Kara asked again if I felt any doubt, and I answered her with an honest and warm smile. She then confided that the responsibility terrified her, expressing that she didn't want to be anyone's champion, hoping her honesty wouldn't upset me. I reassured her with a smile, and she moved a little closer, making me aware of her breath, causing my cheeks to flush with possibilities. Suddenly, Ddraig warned me that we were being watched, breaking the moment I was sharing with Kara. She looked at me with concern as I activated my boosted gear, charged and ready with a balance breaker. I instructed her to stay close, explaining that Ddraig had told me we were not alone. After scanning the bushes and trees for any signs of danger, I turned back to reassure Kara. Just then, a burst of energy struck me in the chest, sending me flying into the distant bushes of the park. I heard Kara scream my name as she tried to rush to my aid, but something grabbed her ankle, pulling her back to the ground. With a sound that suggested she was being dragged away. I called out to her in alarm, and in that moment of urgency, I activated my balance breaker, unleashing the full power of my scale mail as I rushed to her side. However, I was quickly halted by a series of magical aura strikes from someone who could multiply, causing me to crash to the ground. A woman with blonde hair, though not as beautiful as Kara, taunted me, revealing that they had been told I would try to stop them, but they were taking the girl. I stood up, determined to ensure she wouldn't go anywhere. With renewed strength, I activated my powers, ready to confront whoever stood in my way. I boosted my power a total of 15 times, and before they could react to my next move, I propelled myself backward using the thrusters of my scale mail, gathering a significant amount of energy in my palms while keeping my arms extended. With a powerful clap of my hands, I unleashed a shockwave so massive that the warrior woman and her clones were sent flying far away by the impact. After knocking them down, I concentrated even more energy into the thrusters of my scale mail and rushed to help Kara immediately. Upon reaching her, I saw her using her heat vision uncontrollably, causing destruction to several trees, a park bench, and even shattering the statue of her cousin. The person who had captured Kara, holding her by the neck with their right arm, stated that although it might not seem like it, this was for her own good. If that person had been a stranger, I would not have hesitated to unleash a dragon shot at full power, but that was not the case. The one who had taken Kara was someone very important to me, someone I admired and secretly fantasized about. Seeing that it was Wonder Woman left me in shock. She expressed her regret but insisted that it had to be this way. Then, Batman and Zez appeared behind me, both with serious expressions, which only added to my surprise. Superman descended beside me, fists clenched, demanding to know what was happening. I responded, equally frustrated, feeling the surge of dragon aura grow within me. Diana urged us to look around, and like Superman, I saw the devastation in Metropolis Park. She declared that if this had happened at noon with the park full of people, Kara needed training and that she would take her away. Any platonic feelings I had toward Diana vanished when I saw the terror in Kara's eyes. Superman challenged Diana, questioning what would happen if he refused. Batman interjected, explaining another reason Kara couldn't stay. He asked Superman to trust him, and I could see the persuasive power he had over him, causing any desire to save his cousin to fade. Kara pleaded with Superman, promising to control her powers, but he only looked down, silent. I could no longer hold back my frustration. I turned to Superman, demanding to know if he would truly allow his only cousin to be taken against her will. Superman looked up, visibly pained by my words. I shouted in anger, my aura intensifying as I faced each member of the Trinity and Zez, who looked at me with what seemed like fear. I accused them of acting without values, pointing out that Superman had never asked Kara what she truly wanted. I declared that she did not wish to be like him and had told me she did not want to fight. Turning to Batman, I questioned if he thought this was Gotham City, where they could kidnap anyone they wanted. I confronted Diana, accusing her of being the worst despite her claims of being a queen. I demanded to know why she hadn't asked Kara to join her willingly. The power within me continued to grow, and I felt a surge of emotions: hatred, resentment, and desperation. My sanity reached a breaking point I never knew I had. Then, words echoed in my mind, proclaiming that I was about to awaken as the celestial dragon who had stolen the principles of domination. Suddenly, Zez appeared in front of me and moved his demon sword, Graham, into my stomach, inflicting a pain I had never felt before. All those overwhelming emotions were cut off, leaving only pain and disbelief. Kara, Superman, and Batman shouted my name in unison as Zez withdrew the sword, causing me to fall to my knees with a grave injury, my balance breaker deactivated by the damage from the dragon-slaying sword. As everything blurred, I lost consciousness, overwhelmed by the circumstances surrounding me. When Issei fell, silence enveloped the park. Diana loosened her grip on Kara's neck as the Kryptonian rushed to Issei, who was losing consciousness. Batman followed closely behind, while Superman confronted Zez with visible anger. He demanded a satisfactory explanation. Zez, however, stood his ground against the Man of Steel, asserting that it was the only way to prevent Issei from using the Juggernaut drive. His face reflected a mix of determination and pain. He never expected to have to attack his friend to stop him from wielding such a cursed power. Superman, confused, asked about the Juggernaut drive. Diana assured him that Issei's life was not in danger as she watched Batman attend to Issei's wounds with the first aid kit from his utility belt. Her gaze fell on the unconscious young man. She explained that she would need to take him to Themyscira, where he could heal better and receive special medicine to help suppress the negative emotions of the previous Sekiryuutei. Noticing the pain and tears on Kara's face softened Diana's warrior heart. Superman confirmed that Issei was indeed close to Kara, stating that he was the only true friend she had since arriving. Later, Superman carried Issei in his arms while Diana took Kara, who no longer resisted being taken against her will. That resistance ended the moment she saw Issei fall. The next day, Issei opened his eyes in a room he had never seen before. He recalled having an active day with Kara, then the Trinity appeared, and he became angry. A voice interrupted his thoughts, belonging to an Amazon who informed him that he was in Themyscira and that Queen Diana had requested immediate medical attention for him. The realization that he was on the island filled him with awe, and he felt as if he were in paradise. The Amazon instructed him to remain in the room, as he was still too weak to exert himself. Issei sighed heavily, reflecting that he should be angry with Zez, but he couldn't remember what had driven him to act that way. Ddraig explained that he had been influenced by the previous Sekiryuutei, which almost led him to activate the Juggernaut drive involuntarily. Issei looked at his left hand, noticing the emerald glow on its back. He questioned Ddraig about the Juggernaut drive and the ancient Sekiryuutei. Ddraig reminded him that the balance breaker was the final form of a sacred gear and that there were many mysteries within them. He explained that special sacred gears, like the boosted gear, had limiters that allowed him to use his balance breaker safely. Removing the limiter, as with the Juggernaut drive, would grant him godlike power but at a great risk, potentially shortening his life and causing him to lose his sanity. Issei realized that he had almost used that power out of anger towards Bruce, Clark, and Diana. Ddraig clarified that the previous Sekiryuutei had tried to exploit his emotions to force him into using that curse. Diana entered the room unnoticed during Issei's conversation with Ddraig and reassured him that he no longer needed to worry. She sat on the edge of his bed and playfully ruffled his hair like an older sister. She handed him a glass containing a strange liquid, explaining that it was a special medicine made only in Themyscira, designed to limit the negative influence of Ddraig's previous hosts. Issei drank the medicine without hesitation, and a moment of silence followed. He then asked Diana if she had brought Kara to Themyscira, to which she nodded. She explained that when Zez stopped him, Kara had ceased to resist, but she needed Issei to visit Kara from time to time, not for her sake, but for Kara's. Issei agreed with a smile, promising not to abandon Kara, not today or tomorrow. 2 months later, Kara remained on Themyscira, the hidden home of the Amazons. The Amazons were bound to their island, except for their queen, Diana, who could call upon them to venture into the outside world. This strict rule had been established by Diana's mother, Hippolyta, and things would have been different had she not passed away. Issei Hyoudou arrived on Themyscira with Superman, Batman, and Zez on a pleasant morning. He observed the Amazons diligently engaged in their daily tasks, such as fishing, farming, and blacksmithing. Others were responsible for surveillance or training with swords or staffs. Over the past 2 months, Kara had witnessed the rigorous training that the Amazons undergo to become the legendary warriors known in myths. They practiced hand-to-hand combat, meditation, weapon handling both with and without blades, and learned about their customs. If only she had learned about magic, it would have been almost the same training I underwent 3 years ago under Zez's guidance. How did I know this? Because, as I promised Diana, there were times when I visited my dear friend, ensuring that the previous Sekiryuutei would not influence me to activate my cursed power. In the early days, Kara expressed her dislike for this training, as it was psychologically draining and she was there against her will. Fortunately, she made a good friend, and when she wasn't with her, Kara spent time with this new companion. I would have loved to stay on Themyscira Island to be with Kara and the other women, as it was a paradise for any young single man like me. However, I couldn't afford that luxury. New York needed the Sekiryuutei, and I couldn't tell my parents, Mom, Dad, I'm going to the island of the Amazons, so don't wait up for me. By the way, I'm the Red Dragon Emperor, Seki, and I'm in the Justice League. Kara's relationship with her cousin had become tense since the night I almost lost control. He had done nothing to defend her, which made me the only person in the league she fully trusted. I tried to help them reconcile, but it only frustrated her, so I stopped. Deep down, I knew she still cared as they were cousins and family. At that moment, all the Amazons, the Trinity, Zez, and I gathered in the Colosseum where Kara was set to duel someone known as one of the best warriors of the Amazon army, Artemis. A toned warrior with red hair, she wore a red outfit with a golden left shoulder guard and wielded a massive sword. Kara, on the other hand, donned a white outfit with golden shoulder guards, and her sword was finer and smaller than Artemis's. Zez and I sat in the stands, distanced from Superman and Batman. After what happened 2 months ago and understanding that his attack on me was for my own good, there were no hard feelings between us, and we remained friends. Honestly, I was glad he had stopped me in that way, or I might not be alive and well to see my dear Kryptonian friend. Zez leaned in and asked if I thought the duel would be entertaining. He seemed to find the idea of Kara facing Artemis amusing, comparing it to a duel between us. His response made it clear just how uneven this match would be. Just then, another blonde girl landed in front of us, wearing a blue outfit and a strange red helmet. If I wasn't mistaken, This girl was Layla, Diana's protege and Kara's best friend. Kara took a fighting stance with her sword, ready for the duel, while Artemis adopted a more aggressive posture. Diana approached both women, holding a red flag in her right hand, and with each step, my gaze inadvertently drifted to her form. With a commanding voice, Diana signaled the start of the duel, and both warriors began to clash. Kara's movements were primarily defensive, blocking the powerful strikes from the red-haired warrior. When she found an opening, she would counterattack, but Artemis's aggressive style often forced Kara into a defensive position without changing her stance. From a distance, I heard Superman tell Batman that Kara could easily dominate the entire island. Diana responded, reminding him that having powers and knowing how to use them were not the same. Superman attempted to whisper his annoyance about Diana, but she overheard him, which brought a smile to Zez and me as we continued to watch the sword duel. As the fight progressed, Kara became more offensive with her sword, but Artemis blocked and dodged with impressive precision. At one point, Kara managed to corner Artemis, but the Amazon countered with a swift kick that sent Kara flying, causing her to lose her sword. As she attempted to regain her footing, she found Artemis's sword aimed at her, ready to deliver the final blow. Just as Artemis prepared to strike, Superman appeared in front of her, grabbing her hand and stopping the attack. His intervention surprised everyone, and Zez covered his face, frustrated that the duel had been interrupted. Kara stood up, brushing herself off, and explained to her cousin that this was just a training exercise, and Artemis wasn't going to hurt her. Diana confronted Superman, questioning his actions, while Artemis also stood back up, ready to continue. Superman insisted that Kara needed to be in Metropolis with him, asserting that they had agreed this was for her own good. Tensions rose as Diana countered his claim, warning that things could escalate if they continued down this path. One might think that the Trinity always stays united, but after everything that happened in the last year Sheera, the arrival of Kara, things were different. Kara attempted to intervene in the dispute between her cousin and the Amazon Queen, expressing her frustration at being overlooked. Clark realized his mistake and apologized, but Kara avoided eye contact, crossing her arms defiantly. He pointed out that she had been isolated on Themyscira for 2 months and didn't know what the rest of the world had to offer, questioning who she thought was best suited to decide what was right for her. This only fueled her anger further. Kara expressed her frustration, asserting that she was tired of being treated like a child and that from now on, she would decide what was best for herself. With that, she turned and walked away with her best friend, Layla, declaring they should leave before someone tried to send her to bed without dinner. Artemis confronted Superman with anger, demanding he never act that way again before storming off. Batman approached Superman next, clearly unimpressed with how things had unfolded. He remarked that it seemed Superman was ready to break Artemis's neck. Superman explained that the Oracle's visions showed Kara in danger, and he had to react to the threat against her. At that moment, Zez and I exchanged incredulous glances, unsure of what they were discussing. I stepped forward, demanding to know what they meant by Kara being in danger. Batman and Diana remained silent, prompting me to turn to Superman, who took a deep breath to calm his nerves. He explained that Layla had been having visions of Kara being attacked and that, apparently, she did not survive. The pain in his expression was evident. For a few seconds, I felt as if I couldn't breathe, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over me in the dead of winter. I began to ask questions, looking from Superman to Batman and Diana, desperate for answers. Batman simply stated that it was for her own good. His response made me clench my fists tightly, struggling to maintain control. I accused him of not caring, pointing out that he had only bothered Kara and failed to see the good in her. Zez tried to calm me down, placing a hand on my shoulder, while Batman maintained his calm demeanor, insisting that he acted rationally and expected us all to do the same when the time came. Diana whispered Batman's name, trying to soothe him, but he continued, stating that since Kara arrived, both he and Clark had let their guard down. He accused me of almost exposing my secret identity and losing my common sense by being influenced by negative emotions. I attempted to refute his words, but I was at a loss for how to justify my actions. Superman stepped in front of me, crossing his arms and defending my perspective. He argued that both of us sought the good in people, despite being called naive or sentimental. He insisted that his instincts told him Kara was family and that she would be safe with him. Diana interrupted, warning that the visions were worsening, and for the first time in a long while, I felt a surge of fear, causing my boosted gear to activate involuntarily. Zez suggested we take a walk while discussing the situation, and everyone agreed, as I needed to ease the fears that had begun to overwhelm me since learning about the potential danger facing my dear friend. We left the battle coliseum of Themyscira and made our way to one of the island's beaches, descending the stairs step by step. As dusk approached, I gazed at the ocean, watching the sun slowly set, a beautiful sight, yet my fear lingered. I resolved to protect Kara, no matter what, even though she was far more powerful than I was. I pondered what kind of enemy could threaten a Kryptonian's life. The number of foes I knew capable of such a feat was small, but if kryptonite was involved, that number increased significantly. Superman asked Diana if the visions were about to become reality, and she confirmed that was what Layla believed. However, she had not provided any further information. Diana insisted they needed to keep Kara hidden, which made me pause, frowning at her. I questioned whether waiting was truly the best plan, expressing my doubts. Diana smiled at me, reassuring me that Themyscira was the safest place for Kara. She had her army ready to be called upon at any moment. Suddenly, a strange explosion echoed from the beach, and Batman alerted us to the sound of a tubo boom. The unusual portal unleashed strong gusts of wind that reached us where we stood. To shield his face from the dust, he used his boosted gear while Diana and Zez covered themselves with their arms, and Batman utilized his cape. Superman remained unaffected. Ddraig informed him that he had started the activation countdown as soon as he heard the explosion. From the portal emerged a massive creature. Its skin was a dark gray, covered in spikes across its face, neck, forearms, knees, back, and torso. It had a bit of white hair and sharp teeth, wearing dark green shorts and ankle guards, with large, razor-sharp claws on its hands and feet. The creature's eyes glowed a fierce red. It leaped out of the portal, landing with such force that the ground trembled beneath it. Superman recognized the creature as Doomsday, and he felt a chill run through him. He thought he should have stayed in bed. The creature roared with such intensity that it could be heard throughout the island. Superman took charge, instructing everyone to protect Kara while he dealt with the threat. Batman stopped him, pointing out that the portal was still open. As Batman had said, the portal remained wide, and an overwhelming number of Doomsdays began to pour out, thousands, all ready to attack. In that moment he felt true terror. He had heard stories about Doomsday and the titanic battle it had fought against Superman, which had ended with the Kryptonian's death. If that creature could kill Superman, what could he possibly do with his balance breaker? The only way to stand a chance against these creatures might be to activate the Juggernaut drive, but that would only be a one-way ticket to oblivion. There had to be a better. Superman confidently stated that Darkseid had copied the monster. As he trembled, he watched the countdown on his boosted gear, knowing he just needed to wait a little longer. Diana ordered her Amazon army to form a line in the sand, ready to hold their ground. She took her shield for battle and tossed Batman an axe, while Zez summoned his demonic sword, Graham, wielding it with both hands. The Dark Knight stood defiantly before the massive enemy army, challenging them with his presence. He raised his left arm, signaling for action. The countdown reached its end, and a deep aura of fire enveloped his body, transforming into the scale mail of his balance breaker. With his power activated, the army of Doomsday surged forward, igniting the great battle. Diana commanded her forces to attack, and Superman was the first to charge, flying low against the Doomsday army. He, along with Diana, Batman, Zez, and the Amazon army, rushed forward, while he propelled himself at high speeds using his scale mail's boosters. Superman soared higher and then dove down at incredible speed, crashing into the Doomsdays and causing massive destruction on the beach, taking out several of the monsters in an instant. He followed Superman into the fray, determined not to let these colossal creatures strike first. He had to take the initiative and deliver the blows instead of receiving them. One hit from these apocalyptic beings could be his end. He flew straight ahead, his boosters at maximum power, and prepared to strike. He faced the first doomsday in his path and delivered a powerful right punch, infused with immense aura. The creature didn't even flinch as it took the hit, but when it did, the impact sent the doomsday flying at incredible speed, crashing into many others, toppling them like bowling pins. Confusion washed over him. He hadn't even had to double his power. He had executed a reckless move purely on impulse and had taken down several doomsdays with one blow. Something was off. Ddraig noted that the punch had contained a significant amount of aura, but it shouldn't have been enough to defeat a creature capable of killing a Kryptonian. He realized something had changed. With renewed confidence, he declared that they could win this fight. At that moment, the Amazon army, along with Zez, Diana, and Batman, finally engaged the Doomsdays. He watched as his friend wielded his demonic sword, Graham, against several of the monsters, executing a series of diagonal slashes, but despite his skill, none of the Doomsdays bled. There was no blood. Diana shouted in frustration as she moved her spear into the chest of a Doomsday, only to be struck down by another one. That Doomsday was immediately attacked by Artemis, who stabbed the creature with her sword. However, the creature retaliated, knocking the warrior to the ground. It pursued her with a fierce intent, but Artemis managed to grab the spear of one of her fallen sisters and pierced the creature's chest, defeating it instantly. Unfortunately, the creature fell on top of her, leaving her vulnerable to another Doomsday. This Doomsday was about to crush her with its fists, but before it could, an immense amount of dragon aura and energy from my nanogears, combined with a bit of magic, gathered in my left palm. I formed a gigantic Draco shot with Draig's assistance. I then punched my Draco shot, sending it hurtling toward the Doomsday, which became enveloped in the red aura of the attack. The explosion was tremendous, leaving nothing of the Doomsday behind. Artemis rose to her feet and smiled gratefully at me from a distance. Just then, another Doomsday attempted to attack me from behind, but it was frozen in place by Superman's icy breath, which protected my rear. Seeing the frozen Doomsday, I seized the opportunity and struck it with a powerful right punch, causing it to shatter into a pile of frozen fragments. Another Doomsday tried to ambush Superman from behind, but he anticipated the attack and delivered a powerful kick. A second Doomsday then attempted to strike him, but he countered with a devastating uppercut, sending the monster flying at supersonic speeds, taking several Doomsdays with it. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Batman was taking down a Doomsday with precise axe strikes. Before he could regain his guard, he was attacked by another, losing his axe in the process. However, he reacted quickly, throwing several explosive batarangs at his attacker, which obliterated it. The effectiveness of his weapons indicated that something was seriously wrong. Zez began to attack with increasing intensity, moving like a streak of dark crimson light. All I could see were the slashes of dark crimson aura from the demonic sword Graham slicing through one Doomsday after another at various angles. Superman also increased the force of his attacks, knocking down many more with powerful blows that created lethal shockwaves. Behind him, another Doomsday attempted to strike, but I flew straight toward it with my boosters at maximum power. With a charged punch filled with aura, I took down the Doomsday before it could reach Superman, my blow so forceful that it pierced through its body. Yet another relentless Doomsday tried to attack me from behind. To counter, I gathered the aura and energy from my nanogears in my palm to create another Draco shot. However, my counterattack was slow, and the creature struck me with a powerful punch directly to my face. I felt the impact deep in my bones as I was sent crashing to the ground. Before I could recover, that same Doomsday kicked me as if I were a soccer ball. The creature's claws managed to puncture my armor slightly, though not enough to reach my body, yet the pain was still intense. Lying on the ground, the sound in my ears turned into a buzzing noise for a few seconds. I turned my head to the left and saw several Amazon warriors falling in battle, some with severe injuries. This fight seemed senseless. Why were we prolonging it? The Doomsday that had attacked me stepped on my head with considerable force, bending the plates of my helmet. In the HUD inside my helmet, I saw that my armor's defense had been compromised by that attack, and if I didn't react quickly, I risked imminent death. The This ends here and now. My power began to double in intensity as I extended my left arm toward the doomsday, trying to crush my head. I generated a powerful dragon shot that completely obliterated the creature. After that, I soared straight up into the sky, heading toward where Diana and Zez were fighting against the doomsdays. In front of them, I urged Diana to withdraw her army, and Zez needed to retreat as well. At that moment, she had just defeated another doomsday, and Zez elegantly decapitated another. Both turned to look at me in confusion. I insisted they follow my orders. I then glanced at Superman, who had already dealt with several dozen foes. I called for him to fall back. Superman turned to me and, without hesitation, flew to my side. Diana commanded her army to regroup. Once she, her warriors, and Zez had moved back far enough, I positioned myself at the perfect angle to reach all the doomsdays with a single move. Ddraig inquired about my plan, intrigued. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with air, igniting a small fire within my stomach with the energy from my nanogears. I was determined to win. I maintained the aura of my balance breaker at its maximum capacity. I transferred all the duplicated power into the fire within me and unleashed a massive flame, a dragon's fire. I expanded my attack range, engulfing the entire battlefield filled with doomsdays in my flames. No single doomsday could escape this. This was one of the moves that Ddraig had taught me. I created a powerful flame in my stomach as a metahuman by igniting a spark with the energy of my nanogears and a touch of magic, transferring the power of my balance breaker to its maximum capacity to create the fierce fire of a dragon. No matter how weak the flame I conjured in my stomach might have been at first compared to those of legendary dragons, it was still the flame of a dragon. With the power of Sekiryuutei in balance breaker at full capacity, that flame transformed into something formidable, something often described in legends or the scriptures. After completing my attack, Blaze Flame, I collapsed to the ground, exhausted from expending an immense amount of my power. However, before I hit the ground, Superman caught me, wrapping his arm around my neck as I tried to catch my breath. He praised my effort, asking what other hidden abilities I had yet to reveal. I felt too breathless to respond, preferring to keep some questionable skills to myself. When I lifted my gaze to the battlefield, I was nearly in shock at the devastation my attack had caused. Before me lay an area nearly 1,000 meters wide, engulfed in flames and scorched earth, with thick smoke rising into the air. Several trees within the area had been reduced to ashes, and all the doomsdays had been obliterated. This was undoubtedly one of the worst fires to ever occur on Earth. I had tried to limit the attack to just the doomsdays, but controlling such immense power was incredibly difficult. It was a case of strike first, regret later. Ddraig congratulated me on the level of destruction, though it did little to ease my guilt. If this had happened in the streets of Manhattan, I shuddered at the thought. Ddraig reassured me that the creatures I had faced were not truly alive, lacking blood and brains. I had done what was necessary, and I had done it well. Grateful for his support, I finally managed to stand on my own without Superman's assistance. Turning my gaze, I noticed all the Amazons were pleased with the display of power I had shown. Zez was also happy, but strangely, no matter where I looked, there were no signs of Batman. Superman voiced his concern about Batman's absence. On the other side of the island, we found Batman standing over the body of a blonde girl floating in the water. At that moment, I was no longer in my balance breaker. To reach Batman, Diana carried me in her arms while Superman lifted Zez, flying quickly to the brooding figure of the Dark Knight. Batman began to explain that the Doomsday attack had been a distraction. When I saw the blonde girl, time seemed to freeze for me. Batman noted that a second tube had opened, indicating there had been 4, maybe 5. The girl had not fallen without a fight. Superman approached the girl's body, and Diana and I followed closely behind. When Superman turned the girl's face toward us, we were all taken aback. The girl was not Kara, she was Layla. Diana spoke her name with deep sorrow. The realization that it was not Kara made the world spin around me, but the pain in my heart was overwhelming. With great sadness, Superman wrapped the girl's body in his cape as he lifted her, while Diana gently caressed the face of her fallen ward, struggling to hold back tears. Suddenly, a golden magical aura manifested around us. Ddraig alerted me that it was the last vision of the Oracle. I watched in silence, along with the others, as Layla's final vision unfolded. In that vision, it became clear that Darkseid, the ruler of Apocalypse, was responsible for her death and the kidnapping of Kara. Apocalypse was a hellish place that made Earth's underworld seem like a paradise. Superman vowed that Layla had died protecting Kara and that her death would be avenged. He declared his intent to go to Apocalypse, which Batman cautioned was exactly what Darkseid wanted. Superman was undeterred, insisting he would not disappoint Darkseid. I declared my intention to join him, and our eyes met. The fury and determination in his gaze mirrored my own. There was nothing that would change my mind, and he understood that with just a look. Diana agreed, nodding in support, and Zez smiled. He remarked that whenever a beautiful girl was in danger, one couldn't resist coming to her rescue. He recalled how he had once followed me to the underworld and was eager to accompany us to Apocalypse. We all nodded with smiles, while Batman maintained his usual stoic demeanor. He stated that someone would need to ensure we returned home, so he would also join us. In an unknown location, Kara screamed as she was bound, demanding to be released. The voice of Granny Goodness echoed, assuring her that she would not be alone for long and that she would enjoy her accommodations. Kara was thrown into a cell, wearing a collar that suppressed her abilities. As the door closed, fear gripped her as she took in her surroundings. From the shadows, the ruler of Apocalypse emerged, declaring that she was now defenseless and that soon she would see fear in the eyes of men. He spoke of her becoming a captain of his furies, her name feared across the universe, and how armies would kneel at the sound of it. He promised her a power she had never known on Earth and that she would never be lost, as she would stand by Darkseid. As he approached, Kara felt true terror, backing away until she hit the wall, beginning her psychological torment. In a distant place, Batman, Superman, Diana, Zez, and I, Issei Hyoudou, took the spear that was stationed in Themyscira. Diana took the helm of the ship, guiding us to a location where she claimed we would find a key ally who could help us reach Apocalypse. She landed the ship in a private neighborhood, right in the middle of the street, where several people were engaged in their daily activities, heading to work, watering plants, children playing on the sidewalk, and others shooting hoops in the center of the block. The first to exit the ship was Batman, though I missed the moment he stepped out. Next came Superman and Diana, followed by Zez and me. Superman knocked on the door of one of the houses, and a stunningly beautiful woman greeted us. She had bronzed skin, brown hair, and captivating brown eyes, wearing only a red towel wrapped around her body and another over her hair. I couldn't help but stare in fascination from behind Superman, feeling a bit shy. When the woman saw Diana, she remarked that this was not what she had imagined when Diana said she could visit anytime. Diana greeted her, and the woman, realizing the ship parked in the street was drawing attention, quickly changed the subject. Superman insisted they needed to talk and entered her house without waiting for an invitation, followed by Diana and Zez. I lingered a moment longer, smiling at the woman, who raised an eyebrow at me. She asked if she could get dressed first, clearly annoyed by the sudden intrusion. Then, turning her gaze toward me, she playfully questioned if I was waiting for an invitation. I stammered my gratitude for being allowed inside, feeling a bit flustered. Once inside, I was not surprised to find Batman already there. He addressed the woman, revealing that she had once been the captain of Darkseid's honor guard. She admitted to deserting, expressing her newfound sense of freedom. As she continued to dry her hair and moved toward her living room, she paused, noticing neighbors peeking through her window. She quickly closed the curtains and settled comfortably on her sofa, crossing her legs. Superman urgently requested her help, explaining that Darkseid had kidnapped his cousin, Kara. The woman responded bluntly, indicating that it was too late for Kara, as Darkseid would control her mind and turn her into a weapon, exploiting her weaknesses just as he had done to her. The pain of her memories was evident in her eyes. Superman was about to speak again, but I placed a hand on his shoulder and stepped closer to the woman, who looked at me expectantly. I reassured her that no one blamed her for her past actions and that we needed her help to rescue Kara from Apocalypse. She closed her eyes, took a calming breath, and looked at me with a more serene expression. She warned me that I had no idea what I was facing and turned to head toward her bathroom, leaving the door open. Superman pleaded with her to lend us her mother box to create a boom tube to reach Apocalypse. She responded skeptically, suggesting we thought we would return. I assured her we would come back, my voice steady with conviction. Barda insisted that there was no escape from that hell, describing the entire planet as a deadly trap. Diana expressed regret about coming, and Batman questioned how we would proceed if Barda refused to help. Just then, Barda emerged from her bathroom, now dressed in battle gear, declaring that she would help us reach Apocalypse but only if she could join us. Diana and Superman protested, but Barda asserted her knowledge of Darkseid's fortress and insisted we needed her. She revealed her arsenal of weapons, crafted on Apocalypse, including her mother box. Batman rhetorically asked if she had overcome her past, and Zez smiled, expressing his approval of Barda joining us. I agreed, and Batman noted that with 3 in favor, the majority won. Barda activated her boom tube, setting the coordinates near Darkseid's castle. As we crossed the portal, I felt as if I had stepped into a true hell. The sky was a dark crimson, and in the distance, buildings spewed flames. The ground was scorched, and the heat was intense. Barda sarcastically remarked that there was no place like home, while Diana noted the scent of death in the air. Batman warned that Darkseid would know we were there, and Superman confirmed it. We all gazed toward the castle, knowing exactly where Darkseid had Kara. Suddenly, the sound of engines roared in the distance, and Barda stepped forward. A massive tank with a dragon's head, driven by parademons, rolled to a stop in front of us, followed by more tanks appearing from behind. Barda readied her spear, Superman clenched his fists, Zez summoned his demon sword, and I simply smiled, feeling my boosted gear fully charged. It was time to act. Ddraig, come with me. The protagonist raised their left arm with the boosted gear activated, feeling the surge of power. A massive amount of red aura erupted from the gauntlet, enveloping their entire body. The aura transformed into scale mail armor, fully forming their balance breaker. Propulsors propelled them upward in a straight line, and both palms concentrated a significant accumulation of aura, combining the energy of their nanogears and magical powers with Draig's assistance. The protagonist unleashed a series of boosts, channeling the energy into 2 powerful dragon shots. Before the 4 tanks could launch their attacks, they fired the dragon shot from their left hand at the tank on the left and the right hand at the tank on the right. Both tanks erupted in intense explosions of red aura, consuming the parademons inside. The tank directly in front of them received several crimson streaks before being engulfed in a powerful explosion of the same color. And now, the cursed level 3 strike. Zez exclaimed at that moment. Turning around, the protagonist saw a massive crimson aura slash strike the last tank, splitting it in half and causing another explosion that consumed it. Once the 4 tanks were reduced to ashes, they descended back to their original position, lowering the intensity of their propulsors. I think I'm warmed up now. Zez agreed and Barda smiled. It seemed unusual for a boy to come to Apocalypse just to save his friend. He must be the famous Sekiryuutei everyone talked about. Superman mentioned that they knew the layout of Darkseid's fortress and what to do. Batman was preparing to use a special HRS connected to a propulsor for aerial movement. Say to Zez, you'll come with me. Stay alert, he ordered, igniting the propulsor on his back and taking off into the sky. Good luck, the protagonist said to Superman, Diana, and Barda, then took Zez by the shoulders of his armor and flew straight in the direction Batman had gone. For the next few minutes, they flew in a straight line behind Batman, who was using a radar to track heat signatures. Unsure of what he was searching for, the protagonist ventured to ask, "Can you tell us what you're looking for?" "We need to continue this way," Batman replied, ignoring the question, which caused a bit of irritation. They passed through a series of caves when suddenly, gigantic dogs ambushed them from both the front and back. "Darn it!" Batman exclaimed, narrowly escaping the jaws of one of the giant dogs. "Bring Darkseid the heads of these intruders," ordered one of the Apocalypse soldiers riding one of the massive dogs. Like Batman, the protagonist began to evade the deadly attacks of the giant wild dogs, unable to counterattack since they were holding Zez, who couldn't use Graham while being carried. "Hey, remember when I said everything was forgiven for almost leaving me for dead?" Zez nodded. "What about it?" A ruthless smile formed on the protagonist's face. "Now we're even," they exclaimed, tossing Zez from their arms so he fell directly into the jaws of one of the pursuing dogs. Zez shouted as he was caught, but in that moment, a streak of dark crimson light traced a circle around the dog's neck, and it lost its head. Zez had decapitated it from the inside with his demonic sword. The decapitated creature fell to the ground, causing a slight tremor. "Cursed Red Dragon Emperor," Zez said, quite annoyed, giving the protagonist a raised middle finger from his left hand. In response, the protagonist did the same with their left hand, dodging another pursuing dog. The soldiers mounted on these creatures began firing laser shots from their spears, complicating Batman's maneuvering with his propulsor. He couldn't handle the dogs. That was up to Zez and the protagonist, or rather just the protagonist, as Zez had fallen behind. "What can I do without a sharp sword like Zez?" Suddenly, they recalled the 2014 Godzilla movie, sparking a brilliant idea. They turned sharply while flying at full speed, heading toward one of the two dogs still trying to catch Batman in them. "What are you thinking now, partner?" Ddraig asked. Reference Ddraig. The protagonist thought excitedly. Upon reaching the jaws of one of the dogs, the massive creature attempted to swallow them. However, they held onto the top of its mouth with their hands and the bottom with their feet. "Do you want to know what it feels like to be a Muto from 2014? They said, taking a deep breath and filling their lungs with air, igniting a small fire in their stomach. "Boost, boost, 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 boost." I transferred all the duplicated power to the flame generated in my stomach and unleashed an intense fire breath into the mouth of the giant dog, which began to howl in pain as it was consumed from the inside. The flame took a few seconds to be fully expelled, and as I stepped back, the massive creature collapsed to the ground, taking the soldier who had been riding it with it. A strong smell of charred flesh filled the air. When I turned my gaze back to Batman, I saw that he had managed to deal with his pursuer by leading it into a trap of pillars that exploded with his explosive batarangs, burying the last of the giant dogs beneath the rubble. The explosion had also caught Batman, sending him crashing to the ground, and his harness was destroyed upon impact. Shortly after his fall, I reached him, landing at his side to offer my hand. He took it to help himself up and assured me that he had survived worse. I asked about Zez and he assured me that Zez would catch up. While Batman picked up his radar that had fallen during the explosion, he focused intently, searching for the signal he had been tracking. He pointed toward a building in front of us, indicating our path. We walked to the entrance, and I broke down the door with a powerful punch infused with aura. Batman entered first, and I followed, only to be confused by what lay inside the chamber of the building. Hundreds of objects resembling giant eggs with various holes emitting yellow lights filled the room. Batman recognized them immediately, exclaiming that they were hellish spores, enough to reach the planet's core. Ddraig clarified that he planned to destroy Apocalypse. Just then, the wall behind us began to crumble, revealing another giant dog. However, this one fell defeated, and atop the creature was Zez, accompanied by two soldiers bound with dark crimson aura. Zez greeted us, announcing a special Dielverwai of soldiers for the Lord of the Night. He released the aura bindings, tossing the soldiers to the ground at Batman's feet. Batman ordered them to remove their armor immediately. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave shook the ground. Zez and I exchanged confused glances and rushed outside to see what was happening. There, we witnessed Superman and Kara engaged in battle, with Kara striking Superman, who made no effort to counterattack. Zez commented that it was just as Barda had said, Darkseid controlled Kara. I expressed my determination to help Superman, but Batman warned me that if I went there, I would only meet my end. He explained that at that moment, Kara was not holding back. While my balance breaker was strong, it had its limits. I asked Batman what we could do, and he suggested a deal with Darkseid, his planet for the girl. We arrived at Darkseid's castle, where the tyrant stood before the crack in his palace, observing the ongoing battle between the Kryptonians. The intensity of their clashes had shaken the castle multiple times. I wondered just how much power those two possessed. Batman confronted Darkseid, stating that there could be no king without a kingdom. He was the first of us to approach the tyrant. After interrogating the soldiers, Zez and Batman donned the golden armor worn by the soldiers of this planet, while I remained in my balance breaker scale mail. Upon hearing Batman's words, Darkseid turned around, and I felt as if I were standing before a skyscraper. His power was immense, and although he did not emanate aura, I could sense the vast difference between his strength and mine, combined with that of Zez and Batman. Was it possible that he was the closest to the true rank of a celestial dragon? Darkseid dismissed Batman's claim about the Kryptonians causing such destruction, insisting that he was referring to the hellish spores that had been activated. Batman revealed that he had deciphered the army's secret code and reprogrammed it. Darkseid refused to believe him, claiming it was impossible. Batman challenged Darkseid with the code Omega Lambda 7X9, which prompted a fierce reaction from the tyrant. He warned that a single hellish spore could turn an entire planet into a pit of fire, and he questioned what would happen to Apocalypse if 500 of them exploded simultaneously. Ddraig noted Batman's audacity in confronting Darkseid directly as the tyrant approached us with a deadly presence, questioning whether Batman dared to make such a claim. Would you dare? At that moment, I felt Ddraig maximize the aura of my armor, reinforcing its resistance. Before I could attempt to move away, Darkseid struck Batman against a pillar with one arm, sent Zez crashing into another pillar with his other arm, and with a powerful kick, sent me soaring into the ceiling of his castle. The force was so immense that it dented the abdomen of my armor, and I slowly fell to the ground, lying face down. What monstrous strength! If it weren't for my armor, he would have turned me to dust with that kick. Ddraig informed me that the blows Darkseid delivered to my companions were mere caresses, but the one he gave me was pure aggression. Darkseid proclaimed that he could destroy Batman with a single blast of his rays. I turned to see a bright crimson light emanating from the tyrant's face. Suddenly, multiple dark crimson slashes of aura struck Darkseid's back, causing a significant explosion of the same color where he stood. I looked to see Zez wielding his demonic sword, Graham, with both hands, appearing agitated after launching that attack. How much aura from Graham did he send to Darkseid to feel this way? Ddraig commented that my friend was giving it his all. The smoke surrounding Darkseid dissipated, revealing that those attacks had barely affected him. Zez's eyes were filled with disbelief. Batman, struggling to rise, stated that Darkseid could indeed destroy him, but it wouldn't stop the hellish spores. I realized I had to do something. What could harm Darkseid? I searched in every direction until I spotted a strange, sharp spear on the ground, far from where he stood. Ddraig noted that the spear was forged on this planet, suggesting its presence in Darkseid's palace was significant. Hearing this, I stood up and dashed toward the spear, grasping it in my hands as I turned to face Darkseid. He had seized Batman and Zez, who had attempted several frontal attacks without success. Darkseid threatened that if I didn't deactivate the spores, he would kill them both. I placed my trust in Ddraig, who affirmed his understanding. I transferred all my power to the spear forged from unknown materials of Apocalypse, and it began to emit a strong emerald aura. With the spear in hand, I flew straight toward Darkseid, shouting as I moved it behind his left shoulder. Darkseid released Batman and Zez simultaneously, casually pulling the spear from his shoulder, revealing a bleeding wound. He smiled maliciously, questioning if I had exerted so much effort just to draw a few drops of blood. Before I could react, he grabbed my neck with his right hand and slammed me against the wall with such force that my body went numb upon impact. Below me, I felt intense heat and knew without looking that there was a lake of lava beneath, where survival seemed impossible if I were thrown in. Darkseid demanded that I deactivate the spores or he would kill me. His grip tightened, and I felt my armor slowly yielding to his strength. I saw critical damage on the HUD of my armor, with the neck area already compromised. Darkseid was going to destroy my balance breaker just by holding me tightly. I struggled to speak, urging him to understand. Darkseid increased the pressure of his grip, and I felt blood fill my mouth, making me nauseous. He threatened that if I didn't renounce Kara, I would lose Apocalypse. I made the helmet of my armor disappear so we could look into each other's eyes. His gaze was intense, glowing with a terrifying crimson light. Despite the pain, I held his gaze, forcing a smile. I warned him that he would lose everything, his planet and his people, if he didn't renounce her. Batman, now back on his feet, reiterated the deal. Darkseid merely smiled in response. He turned away and dropped me in front of Batman. Finally able to breathe, I spat blood onto the ground, feeling exhausted as I supported myself with my hands. Darkseid remarked that if the Kryptonian or the Amazon had tried, they would have lost. They lacked the resolve to destroy an entire planet to win. But humans, he noted, would kill their own kind to win battles. He instructed them to take the girl, promising he would not harm her. From above, Kara crashed through the palace windows and fell unconscious to the ground. Superman arrived shortly after. It seemed he had won the battle. I felt barely alive. Superman insisted that Darkseid would fulfill his promise. Diana, who had arrived with Barda, echoed that they would all ensure he did. Barda had brought the one known as Granny Goodness, tied up like a sack. They had faced Darkseid's furies all this time. Why hadn't I joined Diana and Barda? I would have had a better chance against them than this mad dictator whose physical strength seemed limitless. Frustrated, I struck the ground with my fist. Barda tossed Granny at Darkseid's feet, who expressed disappointment at her lack of mercy. Zez helped me to my feet, and I still struggled to catch my breath, feeling battered. Superman cradled his unconscious cousin. Darkseid turned back to examine the blood on his shoulder, a wound that had healed but still bore stains. He remarked that it hadn't been too bad for a human. He wondered what would happen the next time they met, host of Ddraig. With those words, he advanced toward his throne. He instructed Batman to deactivate the infernal spores and leave Apokolips. This time, he referred to Batman, and the 6 of them withdrew from the castle. The nightmare had finally come to an end. Themyscira. The next day, back on Earth in Themyscira, the island of the Amazons, Kara, who had been resting in bed, began to open her eyes. The first thing she saw was her cousin Kull, who looked at her calmly despite the numerous injuries on his face. He greeted her with a simple, "Hello." Kara, sitting up in bed, asked if she was dreaming and what had happened, as she couldn't remember anything. Suddenly, memories flooded her mind. "Layla," she exclaimed, recalling the moment Darkseid had taken her life. Tears began to fill her eyes, and her cousin embraced her gently, wiping away one of her tears. He assured her that she was safe, trying to comfort her. He pulled back slightly to look at her, and she noticed the wounds on his face. "It's nothing, just a scratch," he reassured her. "I remember a dream, a horrible nightmare. I just wanted to go home. I did. Terrible things." Darkseid thrives on manipulation. He has hypnotists, scientists, and manipulators dedicated to breaking your spirit. Darkseid is evil. Kara turned her gaze away from her cousin. But did he influence me? Or did he just reveal my inner darkness? She looked back at her cousin, who responded with a friendly smile. "You are here with me. And you are okay, nothing else matters." With that, they shared a warm embrace once more, and he recalled something. "Issei once told me that you didn't want to be anyone's hero. When you're better, I want to take you to a place where you can be safe, fit in, and be yourself." Kara nodded without separating from him. As night fell, Kara stood before a statue of Layla, built by the Amazons to honor her memory. The Trinity, Issei and Zez, watched from behind. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Batman asked Superman about his plan. "It feels right," he replied, though the Dark Knight looked unconvinced. "Don't give up," Superman assured him with a smile. "Both of you, stop that," warned Diana, who continued to observe Kara. Diana stood beside Batman, while Issei and Zez were on the other side of her. In front of the monument, Kara dedicated her final words to her late friend. "Layla, I will miss you more than you can imagine. You were my first friend here on the island, and you accepted me without questions, perhaps because, as an oracle, you saw something good in me. Now I just have to find it. I will try not to disappoint you." After that, she approached the heroes, specifically standing in front of Zez. "I know we haven't exchanged any words, but I want to thank you for supporting Issei over the past few years. Zez smiled gently. We have supported each other, he replied, and Kara nodded. She then turned to Diana. Diana, I don't know how to thank you, she said to the Amazon Queen, giving her a strong hug. You will always have a home here, Diana said affectionately, and the two separated. Kara then looked at Batman. Alara. He raised an eyebrow, not understanding. Once you asked me if I remembered my mother's name. It was Alara. Batman smiled at her. Kara turned and walked a few steps toward Issei. I see. She called him using the nickname she had given him 2 months ago before they went to New York together, and he looked at her with a smile. I want to thank you for everything you have done for me since we met. You were my first friend since I fell to earth. You didn't hesitate to support me, even when you had to face everyone for me, someone you had only known for a week. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry for accidentally attacking you with my heat vision. I got distracted seeing you. Issei chuckled a bit. Don't worry, I also let my guard down at that moment. I had everything under control, I just got distracted by a strange and beautiful blonde girl. He said with a wink, and Kara moved closer to him, giving him a hug. Kara? You are the one I will miss the most. Don't forget to visit me, okay? Issei smiled and returned the hug. No problem. I promise I will visit you whenever I can, and don't hesitate to call me if you need anything. I will fly to wherever you are at full speed. Kara smiled even more happily and hugged him tighter, causing Issei's bones to creak painfully, which even made Zez wince. Oh. Kara. Air. She quickly released him. I'm sorry. She apologized while Issei was supported by Zez, who wore a bittersweet smile at his friend's state. Don't worry about Issei, he's a very resilient metahuman. With that, Kara approached her cousin. Cal, I'm ready. They both lifted into the air, and Superman turned to look at all his friends. Thank you, he said to them all equally. You still owe me a computer, Batman reminded him. It might take a while. Journalist salary, Superman replied, and both he and Kara flew away. Always with the last word, Batman whispered, receiving an elbow from Diana in response. Smallville. The next day, around noon, an old blue truck rolled down the Kansas roads at a good pace. Clark Kent was driving with his cousin Kara, admiring the countryside scenery, still reflecting on everything she had experienced in recent months. Welcome to Smallville, Clark said as they passed a sign that read the same. The truck continued until it stopped in front of the Kent farm. Is this where you grew up? Kara asked, admiring the Kent house. It's not so bad, her cousin assured her, misinterpreting her words. No, I didn't mean that. It's just different compared to Krypton. Even in New York or Metropolis, a family of chicks scurried beneath her legs, surprising her. She felt convinced that she would like this place. Clark warned her that it might be a bit quiet. Kara reminded her cousin of the dangers she had faced, saying she had been chased, shot at, kidnapped, beaten, had her mind controlled, and even broke a nail. She crossed her arms with a smile, stating that she needed some peace. Clark mentioned that if he knew his mother, she would have her apple pie ready. As he headed toward the door, he paused when he noticed Kara hadn't followed him. He asked if she was okay, and after a moment of thought, she nodded, admitting she felt a bit nervous. She expressed her uncertainty about her identity, wondering who she would be when Clark had so many roles to play. Clark reflected on her words before assuring her that only she could determine who she wanted to be, promising to be there for her no matter what. They moved toward the entrance, but just as Clark reached for the doorknob, a massive fist crashed into him, sending him flying into a tractor, which was destroyed upon impact. Darkseid emerged from the entrance, visibly angry, and struck Kara against a blue truck. He declared that while he had promised not to come for her, Superman's death was not part of the deal. Superman emerged from the wreckage, his clothes and glasses torn. Darkseid unleashed a blast of his Omega beams, but Kara jumped in front of him. Superman shouted her name in alarm as the beams sent her flying, landing in a crater with her clothes tattered. He felt a surge of anger as he called Darkseid a murderer. Superman charged at Darkseid, who easily grabbed him by the neck, declaring it was time for him to die. Superman attempted to use his heat vision, but Darkseid blocked it with his hand, leaving him injured. Darkseid then delivered a powerful blow that sent Superman soaring through the air, followed by another blast of Omega beams that launched him into space. Kara, recovering from the initial shock, surprised Darkseid with a double kick to the chest, sending him crashing into the Kent house. As he emerged from the debris, he cracked his neck and prepared to fight. He taunted Kara, suggesting that with her immense power, she could have had a glorious life as his captain. Instead, he threatened to reduce her to ashes with his Omega beams. Kara challenged him to try his best. Darkseid responded by firing another blast, but she dodged and countered, sending him flying into the field. He retaliated with a beam from his eyes, sending Kara crashing into the roof of the house, rolling to the other side. He then stomped down on her, but she retaliated with her heat vision, burning his foot. As he recoiled, she shot her heat vision again, but he blocked it and hurled her away before firing another blast. Kara rolled across the field as he approached her again. Weak but determined, she evaded another blast by flying into the air. He sent 3 more beams her way, but she continued to dodge. Then, positioning herself behind Darkseid, she grabbed him by the neck and lifted him, causing his own blasts to hit him instead. Kara soared toward him, delivering a series of punches followed by a kick to his chin. In mid-air, she unleashed a flurry of strikes, but Darkseid countered with another Omega beam. She dodged once more and landed a powerful blow on him, slamming him into the ground. She overwhelmed him with a series of punches and kicks, driving them both into the barn. When Darkseid stood up, he retaliated with a series of strikes that sent her crashing out of the barn and into a large crater. He remarked on her potential, suggesting that under his guidance, she could have been the most powerful being in the universe, but her life here would mean nothing. Kara shot him a fierce glare, asserting that it would still be her life. Darkseid then unleashed a powerful blast of Omega beams. Meanwhile, in space, Superman floated in front of the sun, recovering from his injuries. Once he was ready, he flew back toward the battle in Smallville. Back in the fight, Darkseid continued to bombard Kara with his Omega beams, leaving her unconscious and badly hurt in the crater. He promised they would meet again before opening a boom tube to return to Apokolips. Just then, Superman landed in front of him, blocking his escape and threatening him. Seeing Kara in the crater filled him with fear and anger. He tried to approach her, but Darkseid grabbed him by his cape, smiling. Superman could no longer hold back and delivered a powerful punch that sent Darkseid flying. Fueled by rage and a desire for revenge, Superman charged at him, initiating a titanic battle in the field. He slammed Darkseid into the barn and followed up with a series of super punches. Darkseid absorbed the blows and retaliated with a massive blast of Omega beams. To counter, Superman burrowed underground and lifted Darkseid with a colossal chunk of earth, slamming him down. An Omega beam erupted from the rock, sending Superman flying into the air and causing a massive explosion. As he fell, Darkseid emerged from the rock, causing it to explode. Superman seized the moment to launch a rapid series of punches to Darkseid's face, creating a whirlwind of dust in the process. The helmet Darkseid wore began to crack as Superman combined his punches with a close-range blast of heat vision aimed directly at his face. At that moment, Kara managed to struggle to her feet, recovering from the brutal beating she had endured. As she watched the battle, she noticed the mother box lying on the ground, the very device Darkseid had used to reach Earth. Remembering the little he had taught her, she altered the destination of the mother box and activated the boom tube. Superman noticed what Kara was doing and broke free from his grip on the tyrant. He declared that Darkseid should never return, or he would not leave alive, firing his heat vision one last time and sending Darkseid into the tube. Kara closed the boom tube, bringing the confrontation to an end. Her cousin approached her, and despite her injuries, she embraced him tightly. They both sat on the ground, exhausted. That would give Darkseid something to think about on his way back to Apokolips, Clark said, and Kara looked at him with amusement. She explained that while they were occupied, she had reconfigured the coordinates of the boom tube, a lesson from Darkseid that he would now regret. She believed he wouldn't bother them again, at least not until someone thought him out. This was not the last they would see of Darkseid, but he would not show his face for a long time. Kara expressed her relief, admitting that for a moment, she thought he was dead. Clark shared his own struggles, revealing that since arriving he had been running from who he was and his destiny. He had made a decision about what he wanted to do. Before Superman could respond, an old truck approached where they sat. Jonathan and Martha Kent stepped out, surveying the ruins of their farm. Superman quickly stood up, as did Kara, and with a smile, he greeted his parents. He introduced Kara as his cousin and their niece. Kara expressed her excitement to finally meet them, having heard so much about them, and she carefully embraced the elderly couple, who were still stunned by the disaster. Just then, the house next door collapsed completely. Clark hurriedly reassured them that he would build a new one. Kara eagerly offered her help, claiming she was great with a hammer and could hit things well, demonstrating by striking her palm with her fist. The Kent couple was left speechless, overwhelmed by the situation. Days later, back on Themyscira, the island ruled by Wonder Woman, Superman called a special meeting with Diana, Batman, Barda, the Amazons, Zez and Issei. He acknowledged their busy lives but insisted they deserved to be the first to know. Standing before them, he expressed gratitude for their willingness to risk themselves for a perfect stranger. Each of them had fought to be who they were, and what better role could anyone aspire to than that of a hero? He then introduced his cousin, Kara Zor-El, who would soon be known to the world as Supergirl, the Girl of Steel. As he finished, Kara landed gracefully in front of him, wearing a costume inspired by Superman's, red boots with yellow trim, a blue skirt with a red belt, a matching top displaying her family crest, and a red cape. She admitted that she wasn't sure if she had the right to wear the uniform but declared her intention to do so. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, except for Batman, who initially smiled at her, prompting her to return the gesture. Eventually, even Batman joined in the applause, and Kara scanned the crowd for Issei. He was captivated by her outfit, making a significant effort to suppress a goofy smile. Kara announced that she had a second announcement for everyone, turning to her cousin as the applause quieted. She included him in her statement, and Superman looked at her with confusion, nodding with a smile. Kara turned back to the audience and explained that since arriving on Earth, she had struggled to adapt. Thanks to her cousin and the support of her dear friend, she had managed to find her place. Therefore, she decided that from that moment on, she would join her dear friend Issei Hyoudou, whom she affectionately called Issei. Kara turned to Clark again, stating that she would also be moving to New York. The surprise was palpable as multiple voices echoed their disbelief. She clarified that a week ago, she had decided what she wanted to do and where she wanted to go, and now she was ready to embrace that choice. With that, she flew toward the stands where Issei was, smiling brightly while Clark remained in shock. He murmured that she wouldn't want to live in Metropolis, but Kara shook her head and turned back to Issei, asking if he would accept her into his team. She wanted to be a hero like him, like her cousin, and everyone present, eager to embrace her destiny alongside him, learn to be a hero, and share adventures. Issei was initially speechless, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, which made him blush. Zez crossed her arms, impatiently waiting for his response, while Ddraig would have been watching him intently if he could. Finally, Issei took a deep breath, released Kara's hands, and cleared his throat. He exclaimed that he would absolutely welcome Kara into his team, excitement evident in his voice. He wanted her on his team, and his enthusiastic shout echoed through the crowd, met with applause and cheers. In response, she beamed brightly and hugged Issei tightly, causing his back to crack again, just like the last time. He winced in pain, and she quickly released him, apologizing. Issei waved it off, rubbing the back of his neck, and remarked that they would need to work on her strength. Kara nodded happily and began to float in front of Issei, extending her left hand toward him. He took it with his right, still blushing and smiling, and together they soared into the sky, waving goodbye to everyone as they headed toward the city that never sleeps. Barda laughed heartily, commenting on how the Boy Scout of Metropolis had been replaced by his own cousin, a boy. Superman felt a bit downcast about Kara's decision and resolved to have a serious talk with Issei when he had the chance. He smiled as he looked up at the sky, where his cousin had already vanished from the skies of Themyscira with Issei. Zez, with a teasing grin, remarked that he wasn't surprised Kara had chosen Issei over Superman. Superman raised an eyebrow, curious about Zez's implication. Zez explained that while Superman had done nothing for Kara in Metropolis, Issei had nearly activated the Juggernaut drive just to prevent her from being taken by force. He had even confronted Darkseid, fully aware of the danger, and hadn't been intimidated when faced with death. Zez added that Superman was rather uptight. Superman opened his mouth to respond but found himself speechless, letting out a heavy sigh at Zez's bluntness. Superman, feeling embarrassed, shouted Bruce's name, which only made the Dark Knight smile with satisfaction. The laughter of everyone present filled the island, enjoying the comedic reactions of the Man of Steel. Zez then realized he had no way to get to New York since Supergirl had flown off with his means of transportation. After a minute, Issei activated his balance breaker in the sky, allowing him to fly independently, guided by the HUD system in his helmet, which included GPS. He asked Kara if she had thought about where she would live and how she would maintain her secret identity. Kara, flying in circles around him with a thoughtful expression, admitted she had no documents or job but figured she could trust everything to Mr. Wayne. Issei laughed at her comment, and she asked if she had made a joke. He replied that she no longer called him the Grumpy Bat. Kara shrugged, acknowledging that he wasn't so bad once you got to know him and that he paid for everything. As they approached the skyline of New York, the towering buildings came into view, especially the Empire State Building. Issei proposed a race to see who would reach the Empire State first, and Kara confidently declared he would lose. With determination, Issei called upon Ddraig, who responded with a powerful boost. In Brooklyn, nearly 2 weeks had passed since Kara Zor-El, now known as Kara Danvers, had become Issei's second partner and part of Zez's team, forming a new trinity within the Justice League, called the Red Dragon Emperor Team. To settle in New York, Kara rented an apartment in Brooklyn, and with Mr. Wayne's help, she obtained a birth certificate, health insurance, and her new identity as Kara Danvers. To support herself, Issei shared part of his salary with her, as Kara had yet to decide where or for whom she wanted to work, although she insisted she didn't want to work for Wayne Enterprises like Issei did. At that moment, Issei, Kara, and Zez were gathered in a cafe, enjoying lunch together. Due to Kryptonian physiology, Kara needed to consume a lot of food to replenish her energy, often eating more than a human could. Issei noticed Kara's surprise as she watched Zez drink an incredible amount of fruit milkshakes. She asked if it was normal for him to drink so much, knowing that she and Issei could handle it, but not him. Issei chuckled lightly, recalling how Zez once finished an enormous milkshake created by a villain with a sacred gear that brought inanimate objects to life. Kara shrugged and took a bite of the cheesecake she had ordered, commenting that at least the cheesecake wasn't so bad. "They truly are delicious," Kara murmured with delight after taking another bite, and Zez shot me a suggestive glance, prompting me to glare back at him. He then stood up, stating he would go pay the bill, leaving Kara and me alone. Kara began to speak, her gaze fixed on her cheesecake as she continued. She mentioned that since we met, she had shared everything she remembered about her life, but I had not told her anything about mine, aside from my transformation into Seki. She turned her attention to me, causing a smile and a slight blush to rise on my cheeks. Kara wanted to know why I had been alone in a park in Central City when that crimson bolt of dark matter struck me. Her question caught me off guard, and I looked away toward the window, breaking eye contact. I hated remembering the reason I had been there that night, and I despised being the only one who recalled it. Kara placed her right hand over my left, giving me a gentle squeeze that calmed me a bit. She insisted it wasn't true that it didn't matter, as she could hear my heart racing. I had completely forgotten who I was talking to, so I looked back at her and noticed the worried expression on her face. She pleaded to know what had happened. Ddraig spoke in my thoughts, suggesting I either tell her or let him do it. I sighed and agreed, but only if we could talk somewhere else. Kara smiled gratefully at me, and I couldn't help but return her smile. As I stood up, shaking off my black jacket, an unusual piece of paper fell onto the table. Kara and I both exclaimed in surprise, and I sat back down next to her. She picked up the paper, which bore a drawing of an inverted pentagram with letters written in Japanese. I translated it for her, reading, "We grant your wishes," without understanding the meaning behind those words. Kara asked about the word, "we," and I turned to Ddraig for his thoughts. A green light formed on the back of my left hand as Ddraig explained that he had been carrying that pentagram for the last few years without realizing it. It should have been in the pocket of my old jacket, but somehow it always seemed to follow me. He sensed a demonic essence in it, though it had never been concerning. I felt a deep chill when Ddraig shared this information. I asked him why he hadn't mentioned it before, to which he replied that I had never asked. Kara found it amusing that I had been carrying something demonic without knowing it. Just then, Zez appeared beside us, announcing that we seemed to have a new mission. Kara and I nodded in agreement and stood up from our seats. In Kuo City, Japan, I informed Superman that my team and I would be out of the city and let my parents know I would be away for a while due to work-related matters. We boarded a spear-shaped craft that transported my Ferrari 458 and Zez's Ford Mustang. Zez piloted the craft while Kara and I, with Draig's help, began tracking the pentagram. I activated my boosted gear, starting the countdown for the balance breaker in case we encountered a supernatural battle. I questioned Draig's coordinates, feeling skeptical as they led us to a forest where an old map marked a building called Ancient Kuo Academy. If my memory served me right, that was where my father was born, as well as my mother's parents. My father had traveled abroad, met my mother, and years later, I was born in the USA. Ddraig confirmed the coordinates, though he found it strange. Kara joked about how I would somehow end up attending high school, and the craft trembled slightly, surprising us all. She asked Zez what was happening, and we moved closer to him. He explained that my sacred gear and his demonic sword had detected a massive amount of demonic power, causing the craft to resonate. Kara urged me to put on my best armor, and I nodded with a smile, activating my balance breaker as we finally reached our destination, landing in an open field. Supergirl, Zez, and I exited the craft simultaneously. It was nighttime, and the only sounds were the chirping of crickets and the strong gusts of wind sweeping through the area. Suddenly, Zez shouted a warning and leaped into the air just as a massive wave of swords erupted from the ground. The swords posed no threat to Kara and barely affected my armor, though they had caught us off guard. A flash of light darted past me at incredible speed. I couldn't clearly see who it was, but it reminded me of Flash, albeit without the characteristic yellow lightning. I heard the clash of swords in the air and looked up to see Zez battling a blonde-haired man. The stranger's sword struggled against Zez Graham and ultimately shattered. They both distanced themselves, and Zez returned to my side with Kara, while the unknown figure landed next to a small girl with white hair and a woman dressed in traditional Miko attire, which included a white haori with red details, a red hakama, and white tabi with sori. Her hair was black and tied back, but what stood out most were her impressive features. I had never seen anyone with such a striking appearance before. Suddenly, I felt a sharp elbow in my chest from Kara, who was clearly annoyed. She urged me to focus, and I quickly nodded, still feeling the sting from her hit as she positioned herself in front of me. Zez took charge, instructing me to face the girl while he dealt with the swordsman and Kara would confront the woman. With a determined shout, Zez charged at the blonde swordsman, who mirrored his actions, and the two practically vanished from my sight. Why do you want to confront that woman? The question lingered in my mind as I hesitated to strike a girl. Kara responded, stating that she didn't like the way the woman had looked at me. With that, Kara unleashed her heat vision at the woman, who smiled and soared into the air, revealing a pair of demonic wings on her back. Instantly, Kara followed suit, leaving only the girl and me on the ground. I realized then that they were all demons. Ddraig, my inner dragon, remarked sarcastically, prompting the girl to leap toward me, preparing to strike. Unsure of her abilities, I decided to dodge at the last moment, rising into the air just as her fist slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Her strength was incredible. Suddenly, the night sky lit up with golden lightning as I looked up to see the woman attacking Kara, who effortlessly evaded the strikes. Even if she had been hit, I was confident it wouldn't have affected her much. Meanwhile, Zez continued to face off against the swift swordsman, whose blades paled in comparison to Graham. Out of nowhere, the girl who had attacked me sprouted demonic wings and flew at me, launching punches, kicks, and knee strikes that I narrowly avoided. I didn't want to harm someone so much younger than me, even if she was a powerful demon. Enough! A strong female voice called from below, halting the girl, the swordsman, and the lightning-wielding woman. I looked down to see a stunning woman with crimson hair, large proportions, fair skin, and striking blue eyes. I had never seen a redhead as beautiful as her, and for a moment, I found myself captivated by her presence. Yes, my president, the three individuals responded, ceasing hostilities and descending alongside her. Kara, Zez, and I landed in front of the crimson-haired woman. She smiled kindly but kept her arms crossed. We are not accustomed to visitors from other worlds or beings from a long-extinct planet, she said, glancing subtly at Kara before returning her gaze to me. My name is Rias Gremory, a high-class demon and heir of the Gremory clan. I am the Ruin Princess with crimson hair. After introducing herself, she looked at the black-haired woman, the blonde boy, and the white-haired girl. These are my dear servants, Akino Himejima, Kiba Yuto, and Kaneko Tuju. The boy named Kiba performed a traditional bow. I apologize for the hostility. After saying this, he turned to Zez with a cheerful smile. I never thought I would face the current wielder of the legendary demon sword, Graham. Zez nodded with a smile, and the next to bow was Akino. Era, it was fun playing with the cousin of the Man of Steel, although I expected to have more fun with the Red Dragon. Akino gave me a suggestive look. I've always wondered how resilient a dragon would be against lightning, Ofufu. The power of her charm was overwhelming, and I struggled to maintain my composure. I am Seki, the Red Dragon Emperor, and these are my friends, Supergirl and Zez Zaytenberg. We are part of the Justice League, and we have come for this. I presented my companions while pulling out the pentagram, surprising Rias and her servants. We traced the magical aura here. We have questions and seek answers, Kara stated, still with her arms crossed, and Rias smiled. Of course, please come in. We will serve you tea and answer your questions. Rias invited us in, and the three of us accepted. Once inside the ancient building, Rias gestured for us to take a seat on the left sofa while she sat on the right, with Kiba and Kaneko standing behind her. Akino went to prepare the tea. Since I was still in my balance breaker armor, I preferred to remain standing, while Kara and Zez took the seat in front of me. Rias understood why I hadn't deactivated my balance breaker and said, "Don't worry, your identity will be safe, Issei Hyoudou." We were taken aback when Rias mentioned my name, and in my surprise, I accidentally deactivated my balance breaker. Wait, how did you know who I was? I asked, puzzled. Rias simply laughed. It's because of the simplified pentagram you had. I remember that 4 years ago one of my relatives gave it to you, and as a good heir, I don't forget the name of a potential client, even if you never used it. I struggled to process her revelation as I took a seat next to Kara. You? Why me? How? When? 4 years ago, I visited Central City to see how spectacular that particle accelerator was. It was then that I saw you from a distance with that fallen angel, and I sensed a very special potential in you. I sent one of my relatives to deliver the pentagram, although I didn't expect such a disaster to occur that day. After that, I didn't hear anything about you until now, Rias summarized. When you sensed that potential in him, was it because he was with a fallen angel? Or am I mistaken? Zez asked thoughtfully, and Rias nodded. I had a good feeling. After all, here you are, the Red Dragon Emperor, associated with the Justice League. Rias winked, though there was a hint of sadness in her expression, as if her mind was elsewhere. Rias, I called, and she snapped back to reality with a smile. Oh, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about other things. Anyway, now that you're here, tell me, is there anything you would like me to do for you? For a moment, I pondered until a brilliant idea struck me as I looked at Kara and then at Zez before returning my gaze to Rias. If it's not too much trouble, I would like you to find us a place where my friends and I can spend the night. Kara and Zez were surprised to hear me say that. Issei? What are you planning? Kara asked, confused, and I looked back at her with a smile. Wouldn't you like to explore a new city before returning to New York? Yes. Of course I would. Kara exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically and giving me a strong hug that made me wince in pain. Kara! She immediately pulled away, embarrassed, causing the Gremory clan and Zez to laugh at the amusing situation. She apologized, saying she had gotten too excited. Just then, Aquino entered with a rolling cart to serve us some tea, making for a rather peculiar gathering, and the tea was delicious. The next day, around noon, Kara, Zez, and I, accompanied by Issei Hyoudou, were strolling through the city of Kuo, each dressed casually. Thanks to Rias Gremory, we had been able to stay at a hotel the night before, each of us having our own room, while the javelin remained hidden in the courtyard of the old building. Thanks to Kiba, Kara and I visited several clothing stores. After what had happened during her first week here, she was thrilled at the idea of exploring new shops, and I might be partly to blame for that. Whenever it was a store specifically for her, both Kiba and Zez would wait outside. On other occasions, when it came to regular clothing stores, the four of us would go in, and Kara enjoyed showing me different t-shirt options, while Kiba and Zez kept a bit of distance. At some point, after entering and exiting several stores, Kiba approached me while Kara was searching for a new accessory. He expressed that he wanted to know something. I listened as he pointed out that while my name was Issei, Kara had been calling me Issei. I explained that Ise was the nickname she had given me during our early days of getting to know each other. Kiba acknowledged our close bond, and I thanked him for his help that day, joking about how he seemed to attract the attention of almost every woman in the stores. Kiba was almost a male version of Kara, with blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and an undeniable charm. Kiba responded with a gentle smile, which made me feel a bit uneasy. Just then, Kara approached me with a cheerful smile, revealing a bracelet adorned with a red dragon design. This gesture touched my heart, leaving me momentarily speechless. She expressed that it was her favorite, and I assured her that I would gladly buy it for her. After leaving the store, Kiba bid us farewell, mentioning he needed to return to Rias, and Zez decided to accompany him, indicating he had some things to do with his car. Once again, it was just Kara and me. We decided to explore the areas that Kiba had preferred to avoid due to his demon nature. There were several temples in Kuo, and we even spotted a lovely church in the distance. After a few hours, we had visited all the tourist spots in the city, and it was truly surprising to see how different this beautiful city was compared to New York with its towering buildings and bustling streets. It was a pleasant visit. We took a seat on a bench, watching people pass by from time to time. I asked her what was next, and after a moment of thought, Kara reminded me that we hadn't finished our conversation from the other day. I realized it was a good time to share what had happened. Before I could begin, a lovely young lady suddenly tripped on the path, and before she could fall, Kara used her super speed to catch her. Kara asked if she was okay, and the girl, with beautiful blonde hair, thanked her in fluent English as she regained her balance. The young woman was a nun, dressed in a dark green outfit with light blue details, a white veil adorned with blue accents, and a brown bag hanging at her side. She had striking green eyes and a silver cross necklace around her neck. We exchanged glances for a moment, and she seemed to blush slightly. I noticed her large suitcase had spilled its contents onto the ground and offered to help her. Later, back at the Javelin, Zez emerged from working on his vehicle and mentioned that the sacred gear they had described was called Twilight Healing. Kara and I had returned to discuss Asia Argento with him, bringing along a smoothie, his favorite drink. Zez explained that it was known as the Smile of the Holy Mother, capable of healing any wound but unable to regenerate amputated limbs or cure diseases. As he took a deep sip of his drink, I noticed a cut on his right arm. Kara asked him if he had hurt himself while playing with his car, but Zez shook his head. He recounted an encounter with a pale-faced psychopathic priest, admitting he had let his guard down, mistaking him for a minor threat, which had proven to be a dangerous mistake. Kara and I exchanged concerned looks at his story. But if you are not a demon? The threads of thought were tangled in his mind. Kara reminded him that her sword was demonic. That made more sense, he thought. He wondered what had happened to her. She had fled when he became serious, frightened by what he could do with Graham. He spoke with a casual tone, then turned to Kara with a frown. He was curious about her expression. She expressed concern for Asia, fearing what might happen if that psychopathic priest approached her. Yes, now that he thought about it, he was also worried. Asia didn't know anyone except for Kara and him. It was decided then. The next day they would look for Asia, check how she was feeling, and if she was in trouble, they would take her with them. Kara and Zez looked at him strangely when he said that. He clarified that they wouldn't kidnap her the way the Trinity had kidnapped him. He assured them it wouldn't be abduction if she willingly accepted. Zez stroked his chin thoughtfully, noting how strange it was for a nun with such a sacred gear to be in a territory clearly dominated by demons. His observation was quite astute, neither Kara nor he had considered that detail. Draig's voice echoed in his mind, suggesting that it was unusual for a girl with such a valuable sacred gear to be wandering around. The church would likely have kept her safe in the Vatican. It seemed there were dirty hands involved. Ddraig recommended they learn more about her before taking action. Kara immediately agreed, suggesting they stay for at least 1 or 2 more days. Zez, though he didn't know the girl, sided with Ddraig and Kara. He nodded in determination, affirming that they would protect their friend. The next day, Kara, Zez and he went to a Big Belly Burgers location in Kuo, each ordering their favorite meal. As before, they dressed casually. Kara wore a red top and blue jeans with a dark belt and white heels, her glasses concealing her identity. Zez donned a dark blue dress shirt, dark jeans, a red belt, and dress shoes. He himself wore a red shirt, dark jeans with a matching belt, blue sneakers, and a dark jacket. He asked Kara how they would find Asia. She smiled and pointed out the window, revealing Asia outside, wandering aimlessly. Zez expressed disbelief, nearly dropping his burger in surprise at the sight of her. Without waiting for a response, Kara and he rushed out to call their friend. Asia turned around, surprised to see them. They invited her into the restaurant, and she sat next to Zez, initially feeling uncomfortable since she didn't know him. Zez introduced himself politely, making her blush. She responded warmly, hoping they would get along well. Zez assured her that friends of Issei and Kara were his friends too, offering help if she needed anything. Asia gazed at the food on the table with childlike curiosity. Zez offered her his burger, causing her to blush even more. She hesitated but eventually accepted his offer, though she looked confused about what to do next. Kara and he exchanged puzzled glances as Asia looked at them for guidance. After losing Asia and failing to stop Rainier, they returned to the old Kuo Academy building where the Javelin was parked. Zez informed them that he had contacted Batman, who was busy with the Justice League in a parallel world dealing with villains known as the Crime Syndicate. Kara and he sighed heavily, knowing the Justice League was their only hope for reinforcements since the Gremry clan couldn't attack the Fallen Angels' territory without igniting a new war. Zez speculated that Rainier's group would likely gather in a church, mentioning something about a ceremony. He concluded that Asia's sacred gear was valuable, and they probably planned to sacrifice her to gain twilight healing. While they continued discussing, he felt the need to step away. The encounter with the fallen angel Rainier lingered in his mind. He recalled her disdainful demeanor, and the reasons she had not killed him, as well as the fact that she had intended to. Though they hadn't spent much time together, it still hurt deeply. A part of him struggled to accept the reality of what had happened. He tried to convince himself to move on, but the doubt lingered, especially with the weight of his boosted gear. He had awakened his balance breaker due to his decision regarding Yuma Rainier, and now he couldn't use it again because of the conflicting feelings in his heart. He had lost his balance breaker. This was not how he had hoped to reunite with her. Deep down, he had wished for their meeting to be the complete opposite. He wanted her to see him as he was now, with the people he was with, and to believe that the reason she had distanced herself was love, because there seemed to be a small part of his heart that still felt something for her. He wondered why he had to be so sentimental and why he couldn't be like Batman, who would never hesitate for a fraction of a second if he were in his place. As he thought about it, he activated his boosted gear again, but the countdown for his balance breaker still did not appear. He questioned whether, after everything he had done, he would no longer be the Sekiryuutei of the Justice League. Was this as far as he would go? He felt lost, unsure of what to do. Then he turned around and found Kara, already dressed in her Supergirl suit. She looked at him with determination, and he could see her concern for Asia, but he understood that at that moment, Asia was not her main worry. He expressed his regret, saying he wouldn't be much help without his balance breaker. Kara quickly shook her head and took his left hand, where the gauntlet was. "The power of the dragon is the least of my concerns right now," she said with a half-smile. "What worries me is what's happening inside your heart." Hearing that, he lowered his head, recalling all the happy moments he had shared with Rainier when she had posed as Yuma. He began to recount his story to Kara, who listened attentively, nodding as he spoke. It all started 4 years ago on a lovely afternoon. He was on his way home when a beautiful girl with dark hair approached him. She was Yuma Amano, now known as Rainier. They spent the rest of the afternoon together, talking about their aspirations, interests, and hopes for the future. He was enchanted by everything she said and fell in love with her when they discovered their shared passion for superheroes. As he looked at the jewel of his boosted gear, memories flowed through him. In the early days, they watched movies and series at his house, and after that, they shared a kiss and began their relationship. Every day of his life was spent with her. They were classmates, and she helped him in ways he never thought possible. His friends and family were happy about his relationship with Yuma. It felt too good to be true. His eyes misted over slightly as he continued. She made him feel special, and they grew closer until he couldn't stop thinking about her. When the day of the particle accelerator arrived, it had been nearly 3 months since he met her. He went to Central City, planning to tell her he loved her, as those had been the best months of his life. But when the moment of truth came, she asked if he could die for her, and then the particle accelerator exploded. She disappeared, and the red lightning struck him. When he woke from the coma, he was the only one who remembered her. His parents, friends, and acquaintances claimed they had never heard of anyone named Yuma, and all the photos of them together vanished. There was no evidence she had ever existed, leaving him confused and desperate to find her. An old teacher turned out to be a fallen angel and tried to kill him but failed. That was when he met Zez, who helped him achieve his balance breaker, and for the rest of the year, he worked hard to find Yuma. A half-smile formed on his previously troubled face as he summarized everything he had experienced with Rainier. Kara released his boosted gear and cupped his face in her hands, looking at him with a gentle smile. She understood his sadness over what he had gone through with Rainier. It wasn't his fault for having those feelings. He had always been kind, brave, noble, daring, and strong. He had defended her against Batman and Diana when she was kidnapped and even faced Darkseid to save her. His cheeks flushed with every word she spoke, and he noticed a slight blush on her face as well. She reminded him that not all women would be like Rainier, urging him not to close the doors of his heart. She encouraged him not to let Rainier define his life and offered to share the burden of his pain if it became too much. Kara silenced him by placing a finger against his lips. As he looked at her so closely, he lost track of time. With Kara, he felt vulnerable, as if he could let down his guard and express everything he thought. She was as bright as the sun at dawn, strong enough to carry the weight of her world and move forward, and incredibly beautiful. When she smiled at him like that, it felt like it was just the two of them, and no one else mattered. In that moment, he realized he had fallen for Kara's aura. She leaned in closer, and he whispered that if she was by his side, everything would be all right. Feeling that I could move forward, no matter what lay ahead, I leaned closer to Kara. A strong desire to kiss her lips surged within me, and I couldn't hold back. My hands found their way to her waist, and our lips were mere millimeters apart. Suddenly, someone cleared their throat, interrupting the moment. Kara and I turned to see the ancient building of Kuo Academy, where the sound had come from. There stood Rias Gremory, Kiba Yudo, Akino Himejima, and Kaneko Tujo. Rias, clearly flustered by what she had witnessed, was accompanied by a pleased Akino, a gentle smile from Kiba, and an indifferent expression from Kaneko. Rias remarked that the Justice League was busy, and Zez approached her, clad in his dark armor. He explained that a crisis had arisen on another planet, and only Issei, Supergirl, and he would respond. Rias nodded with a sigh, cautioning them to be careful, as she and Akino had something important to do. Kiba, looking confused, was encouraged by Rias to follow his heart. As Kara and I remained close, a wave of embarrassment washed over me, prompting me to step back. I glanced at my boosted gear, but the countdown remained inactive. I resolved that I would go without my balance breaker. I was determined to save Asia with the help of my friends. I instructed my friends to take their vehicles and search for the fallen angel's hideout. Kara would search the skies while we divided the ground search. They nodded, filled with determination. Kiba approached me with Kaneko, expressing his willingness to join. I was surprised, questioning why he would accompany us as a demon. Kiba explained that despite only knowing each other for 2 days, he felt a bond and harbored a strong dislike for fallen angels and exorcists. Without hesitation, I extended my fist toward Kiba, who reciprocated, and we shared a fist bump. Kaneko then declared her intention to join as well, expressing concern for Kiba's safety. With a wide smile, I declared our decision, and we formed a team to rescue Asia and confront the fallen angels. Kara took off into the sky, Kaneko joined Zez in his Ford Mustang, and Kiba accompanied me in my Ferrari. Zez would handle the southern and eastern areas of Kuo, while I would cover the northern and western regions. As night fell, there were still no signs of supernatural activity. Kiba pointed out a church at the end of the block, suggesting it was the location of interest. Despite my doubts, Kiba assured me that the atmosphere felt hostile, indicating the presence of at least one fallen angel. He pulled out plans from beneath his jacket, showing me the layout of the church and its sanctuary. Kiba noted that the sanctuary seemed suspicious, pointing out the destroyed sacred statues. He explained that renegade exorcists and fallen angels took pleasure in desecrating holy sites. I couldn't help but agree with his assessment of their madness. We exited my car, closed the doors, and Kiba summoned a demonic sword while I activated my boosted gear, ready to use boost every 10 seconds. We advanced toward the enemy territory, and Kiba broke the chains on the church doors. Upon entering, we found the church empty but remained vigilant. Kiba warned me that someone was nearby, pointing to a pillar. Suddenly, a man dressed in clerical clothing emerged, with white hair and red eyes, wearing a disconcerting smile. He boisterously announced his presence, expressing nostalgia in a rather unsettling manner. Kiba and I exchanged glances, and I questioned whether he knew this peculiar priest. The priest, irritated by my comment, expressed his frustration at being associated with demons and humans. He ranted about his ruined reputation and how he intended to eliminate everyone, particularly targeting Asia. I demanded to know where Asia was, and the priest pointed to a hallway, revealing that there were stairs beneath the altar leading to an underground chamber. His confidence was unnerving, and it was clear he was ready for a confrontation. Kiba charged forward, drawing his sword and leading the way against the priest. Issei followed closely behind, feeling a surge of adrenaline. Kiba's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he reached the priest, who had to take a defensive stance with his sword to counter Kiba's attack. The priest, taken aback, shouted at Kiba, calling him a reckless and handsome demon. In response, he pulled out a gun and began firing multiple shots at Kiba, who dodged them with remarkable agility. Kiba encouraged Issei to join him in the fight, urging him to dance like a demon. One of the bullets grazed Kiba's left cheek, while Issei managed to block another with his hand, turning the bullet to dust. Kiba expressed concern for Issei, who assured him he was fine. The priest, frustrated by the unexpected interference, complained about the unfairness of the situation. As the priest was distracted, Kiba and Issei charged at him together. Issei picked up a church bench and threw it at the priest, who jumped to avoid it. Kiba seized the opportunity to position himself behind the priest. The priest quickly turned around, defending himself with his sword, and the two began clashing blades for several seconds. Kiba acknowledged the priest's strength, while the priest responded with a remark about Kiba being a horse, leaving Issei confused. The priest reveled in the thrill of battle, declaring his intent to tear Kiba apart. Kiba, determined to match his intensity, activated his sword's power, absorbing the priest's weapon. The priest, incredulous, questioned what was happening. Kiba explained that his sword was a demon weapon that consumed light, which only further irritated the priest. Realizing Kiba possessed a sacred gear, The priest frantically attempted to reignite his sword as Issei charged at him. The priest, panicking, fired at Issei, but his training allowed him to evade the bullets and close the distance. Issei delivered a powerful left hook to the priest's jaw, sending him airborne. The priest quickly regained his footing and retaliated with a kick, which Issei blocked with his arm. The priest, shocked that he had been struck by a human, erupted in anger, spitting blood as he shouted. Suddenly, the unmistakable roar of a Ford Mustang echoed through the air as it crashed through a concrete wall, momentarily lifting off the ground. The front left tire of the vehicle struck the priest's face, sending him sprawling to the ground in pain. As the Mustang skidded to a stop, Zez and Kaneko emerged from the car. Zez, with a broad smile and gram in hand, apologized for parking there, explaining that they had come to save a friend. The priest, still reeling from the impact, shouted in outrage about being hit by a car. At that moment, Supergirl flew through the hole in the church, and the priest felt genuine fear. He dropped his gun cartridge, which emitted a blinding flash of light. He had a light bomb. Kiba asked if the priest had escaped, but Kara pointed out that he was still there, high up in one of the church windows. The priest introduced himself as Fried Selzen, declaring his intent to kill Issei and expressing interest in Kara's phone number. Issei, determined to pursue him, was stopped by Kara, who reminded him that their priority was Asia. Kara activated her X-ray vision, and upon spotting Asia, she spun like a top and drilled through the floor, creating a tunnel to the church's basement. Kara was the first to arrive, followed closely by Zez and Issei, with Kiba and Kaneko trailing behind. One of the priests, alarmed, exclaimed at the sight of the Justice League and a couple of demons. At the end of the hallway, they found Asia chained to a cross, with Rainier, dressed in ceremonial attire, standing beside her. In an instant, Kara flew at super speed, scooping up Asia and bringing her to safety before the priests or Rainier could react. Issei felt a wave of relief upon seeing Kara had saved Asia. She looked surprised and grateful, and Kara reassured her that they had come to rescue her. Rainier, venomous in her tone, confronted them about interrupting the sacred ceremony, but Kara glared back fiercely. Kara instructed Issei to take Asia and escape, handing her over to him. Asia questioned what was happening, but Kara stood firm, cracking her knuckles and expressing her determination to confront Rainier. Zez and Kiba supported Kara's decision, emphasizing that their priority was to ensure Asia's safety. Issei, accepting the situation, turned toward the exit and called out to his friends, declaring that they were now allies. "Let's go out and have some fun one of these days." Without waiting for a response, I ran as fast as I could toward the exit, reaching the place where I had fought alongside Kiba against the priest named Fried in record time. Asia looked worried and asked if Kara and Zez would be all right as the church began to tremble. The battle had already started. I reassured her, saying that Kara was Supergirl and would win, defeating Rainier. Asia gasped, clearly frightened as we exited the church. I asked her what was wrong, and she explained that Rainier was preparing to harm Kara. I was taken aback, realizing that the only thing that could hurt Kara was kryptonite. Asia nodded, her concern evident. I quickly activated my communicators to warn Kara. I called out to her, but there was no response. I opened the doors of my vehicle and gestured for Asia to get in. She complied without protest, and I handed her my communicators, instructing her to press it if she was in danger. With frustration, I took one last look at my boosted gear and ran back toward the church. I wouldn't let Rainier harm Asia or Kara. With or without my balance breaker, I was determined to confront Rainier and put an end to this chapter. Issei had left with Asia, ensuring her safety. I was Kara Zor-El, Supergirl, and alongside my friends Zez Zaytenberg and the demons Issei Hyoudou and Kaneko Tujo, we would defeat the corrupt priests following the fallen angel Rainier. Until now, there had been no being in the universe I hated more than Darkseid, until I met Rainier. She had changed from her ceremonial attire into a tight leather suit that allowed her greater freedom of movement. She threatened that once she was done with me, she would find my beloved Issei and show him my Kryptonian corpse, wondering what his reaction would be. Rainier formed a large lance of light in both hands and charged at me. She was incredibly fast, For a human, it would be difficult to keep up, but I was no ordinary human. I effortlessly stopped both lances of light with the backs of my hands, sliding my hands down the S of the lances, pulling them closer to me to force Rainier to approach. I prepared to meet her with a steel headbutt. She quickly formed several protective magical circles in front of her face, which I broke through one by one until our foreheads collided. The impact would have caused significant damage, but the magical circles absorbed most of it. Rainier smiled with a hint of fear, extending her fallen angel wings and retreating from me. That was close. Without wasting any time, I fixed my gaze on Rainier and unleashed a powerful heat vision attack that nearly caught her off guard. My heat vision struck the cross where Asia had been chained, shattering it completely while I kept my eyes on my target. Meanwhile, a fierce sword battle raged on the ground, reminiscent of my time on Themyscira. Kiba wielded a sword in each hand, delivering merciless moves against the priests with a look of hatred directed at them. Zez, on the other hand, wielded only Gram and focused on non-lethal attacks, showing no hatred, only self-control. Kaneko delivered powerful punches to the priests who underestimated her. Suddenly, the upper part of the underground area filled with magical circles, and a lethal surge of holy aura bombarded the space. I called out to my allies, who were caught off guard by the sudden burst of power. Zez shouted, concentrating a massive amount of aura from Gram to unleash a gigantic crimson slash that collided with the holy aura aimed at Kiba and Kaneko. The clash of demonic aura against holy aura shook not only the underground but the entire block as if an earthquake had struck. Rainier, surprised, murmured from a distance that the human had a good mastery over Gram. She was vulnerable. With my super speed, I charged at her and struck her face with my left fist, but it turned out to be an illusion, and my punch went through the concrete, leaving my arm embedded in the wall. Rainier laughed, mocking me for my earlier insults. I effortlessly pulled my arm from the wall and attacked again with my heat vision, but once more, it was another illusion. I despised when my enemies used magic. I took a deep breath, extended my arms, and clapped my hands together, creating a shockwave that filled the underground completely. The shockwave was so powerful that it knocked down the remaining priests, including Rainier, who crashed against a wall, creating a crater with her body. I used my super speed to reach her before she could escape, grabbing her by the neck with my right hand and preparing to strike her with my left fist. This was for playing with Isei's heart. I delivered a punch to Rainier's face, sending her flying into the ceiling with such force that she broke through it and landed hard in the main corridor of the church. There was a bit of blood on my knuckles, but it wasn't mine. Not giving her a chance to recover, I soared through the hole she had created and landed just a few steps away from her. Rainier was on the ground, propped up on her hands, spitting blood from the blow I had dealt her. She marveled at the strength of my kind, but I ignored her words and continued my advance toward her, who was already defeated. Rainier had no chance against me. I was the victor. With great effort, she managed to stand again, her legs trembling and her wings appearing twisted. Her persistence surprised me. She turned around and began to form a magical circle with unfamiliar patterns in her hands, perhaps due to her being a fallen angel. Was she really going to play the same game again? This time, I was determined to strike until she lost consciousness. Stepping closer to Rainier, she conjured a spear of light with her magic. Those attacks could be deadly for demons, but not for me. As a Kryptonian who drew power from the yellow sun, a weak spear of light like that would be nothing more than it. Suddenly, pain surged through my body. Looking down, I saw that the spear Rainier had summoned had pierced my stomach. This was no ordinary spear of light. No, it couldn't even be called a spear of light. Drops of blood fell from my wound to the floor. The spear, initially pink, shifted to a deep green hue, and I quickly felt dizzy and nauseous. I lost the strength in my legs and fell to my knees. The pain from my stomach wound spread throughout my body, intensifying with each passing moment. Rainier began to laugh, a sound filled with malice. She had anticipated me being a problem from the moment she saw me that morning, so she had prepared for our encounter. My eyes widened in shock as I realized what she had done. Rainier had stabbed me with a spear made of kryptonite. The infection was taking hold, and I felt myself slipping away. I attempted to reach for the spear, but my body had grown numb. Rainier mocked me, suggesting that if I kept moving, I would only spread the kryptonite faster. She continued to taunt me, revealing how she had acquired the kryptonite months ago when a piece of an asteroid had broken off during a collision with a special satellite. The fallen angels, led by Kokabeel, had seized the opportunity to study and enhance its effects on Kryptonians. As her heels approached, she stood over me and asked if I would be so kind as to die for her. Upon returning to the church, Issei Hyoudou stumbled upon a disturbing scene. Rainier stood with her hands on her hips, and at her feet lay Kara, impaled by a spear of emerald green. Issei rushed to Kara, who could barely move and was groaning in pain. At least she was still alive. Kneeling beside her, he recognized the kryptonite spear that had already infected much of her body. Green markings spread across her torso, and if he didn't remove the spear, she could perish. He urged her to hold on, assuring her that it would hurt. Kara nodded, trying to smile through the pain as he grasped the spear with his left hand and carefully began to slide it out of her stomach. Kara cried out in agony as he finally removed the spear. Without wasting a moment, he pressed his hands against her wound, but the injury was severe, and her body remained highly infected. Rainier's mocking laughter echoed in the background, taunting him about his late arrival. His hands became stained with Kara's blood, and he called out for Ddraig, seeking a solution. Ddraig informed him that while he lacked healing abilities, the sacred gear of the girl he saved might be able to help, though it had never been seen to heal infections like this. However, the threat of Rainier loomed large. Rainier continued to mock him, imitating Yuma's voice, which only fueled his determination to save Kara. He needed to find a way to protect her quickly. Then he spotted something unexpected on the ground near the pool of Kara's blood, the cartridge freed Selzen had used to escape. He called out to Ddraig, requesting power to transfer to the cartridge, enough to blind Rainier. With a flash of light, Rainier was momentarily blinded. Taking advantage of the distraction, Issei carefully lifted Kara into his arms and dashed toward the window through which Freed had escaped. Kara gasped as he jumped with her in his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck to avoid falling, even as she continued to lose blood. They had managed to escape Rainier quickly, a feat he couldn't have achieved without Zez's assistance. Without your training, I wouldn't have been in such good shape. It had been almost an hour since Issei Hyoudou, along with Kara Zor-El, Zez Zaytenberg, and Asia Argento, left the city of Kuo, transporting a fallen angel prisoner, Rainier. Rainier was locked in a confined room within the Javelin, restrained by a significant amount of demonic aura from Graham, ensuring she remained weak and unable to escape. At that moment, they were heading to the watchtower, with Zez piloting the Javelin and informing Batman that they would be transporting a supernatural prisoner. If she had been a metahuman, she would likely have been taken to Iron Heights, but being a fallen angel, it was better to bring her to the watchtower, especially since she had a scheduled interrogation with Batman. Asia had fallen asleep on the ship, while Kara stood with her arms crossed, using her X-ray vision to keep an eye on Rainier, who seemed far too overwhelmed to attempt an escape. Issei reassured Kara with a genuine smile, noting that Rainier wouldn't be going anywhere. Kara responded, maintaining her focus on Rainier, vowing that if the angel made even the slightest attempt to escape, she would melt her wings. As the engine of the ship roared louder, Issei wished he could clarify things with Kara, but felt it would be awkward to do so in front of Zez. He preferred to wait for a more private moment. The watchtower. In just a few minutes, the Javelin arrived at the watchtower. The hangar doors opened, allowing the ship to park, and as they exited, Batman greeted them with one of his typical intense looks. Asia woke up, now dressed in a more casual outfit, a short-sleeved purple shirt that reached her waist and a short white skirt, along with sneakers instead of boots. Zez was the first to disembark with Rainier still in HNDCFFS. She and Batman exchanged glances, and Batman stated that the interrogation wouldn't take long. Rainier shot him a fierce look, while Zez gently nudged the fallen angel, leading her to the place where she would be confined indefinitely until the Justice League decided what to do with her. Batman then turned his attention to the new girl, Asia Argento. She greeted him shyly, bowing slightly, and Batman assured her that once the rest of the League returned, They would ensure she could live a peaceful and safe life. Asia nodded happily, thanking him. Batman instructed Kara to take Asia to the cafeteria and then to a room where she could rest. Kara nodded, placing her hands on Asia's shoulders and guiding her as Batman directed. Now, only Issei and Batman remained. Issei inquired about the parallel Earth, walking alongside Batman as they moved through the Watchtower's new facilities. Batman explained that it wasn't the first time they had unwanted visitors from other parallel Earths. Issei, filled with curiosity, pressed for more information. Batman recounted how Zoom, the second speedster Flash faced, came from another Earth they referred to as Earth 2. Since then, there had been several instances of intruders arriving in their world. This revelation left Issei deep in thought. If parallel Earths existed, then the multiverse was real, and perhaps there was a universe where the Justice League was evil, or one where supernatural beings did not exist, or even one where he became part of Rias Gremory's clan, or a world where the Nazis won the war, or one where Krypton still existed. The thought of Krypton made him pause. If there were a parallel universe where Krypton had never been destroyed, there was a small chance that Kara's parents might still be alive. If that were the case, he would like to take Kara to that Earth. It might not be her true parents or planet, but he believed it would do her good to be there for a while, though perhaps that was a discussion for another time. Batman interrupted his thoughts, asking why he had been staring into space for so long. Issei shook his head to clear his mind, explaining that he had been imagining what the multiple parallel Earths might be like and how interesting it would be to see worlds where different decisions were made. He wondered when he might meet people from another Earth. Suddenly, an alert blared through the speakers, announcing a potential intruder in the perimeter. Batman raised an eyebrow at Issei, who shrugged defensively, questioning the likelihood of such an event occurring. As they moved toward the invaded sector of the Watchtower, Issei shouted that he was ready, invoking his boosted gear without needing any waiting time. The powerful red energy enveloped him, forming his armor. The sector was filled with a bright red light as Batman and Issei arrived at the location of the intruders. There were 4 of them, just as there were 4 of them, although Kara and Zez were in other areas of the Watchtower. The intruders included an attractive, tall woman in a black suit with gold trim, revealing a significant amount of skin, and wearing a necklace shaped like an S. The other 3 were a man, an older man, and a young man, all dressed in similar black suits with gold accents, each displaying a symbol shaped like an S. Batman declared that they were on their property. "Step back," Batman commanded, and the woman looked at him with a furrowed brow and a wicked smile. She exuded confidence in her abilities as she replied, "You're out of your league. Retreat before I come over there and hurt you." "Why don't you come and try it, Superwoman?" I challenged, managing to provoke a nervous twitch in her. "Fool," she spat, and the first to charge at me was the older man, who flew straight at me with great speed. I was quicker, dodging to my right and then striking him brutally against the left wall, my left arm radiating a fierce red aura. The elderly man crashed into the wall from my counterattack, and the other 3 advanced toward us. The woman came for me while the remaining men targeted Batman. The woman was more agile than I anticipated, tackling me and sending me crashing into the ceiling, breaking through it and landing directly in the cafeteria of the Watchtower. She was incredibly strong. When she tackled me, I felt a significant pressure in my ribs. Yes, she is very powerful. She might be an evil version of the Amazon Queen, though I can't be sure. Alongside her appeared the young man, which meant Batman was dealing with the elderly man and the adult. "Before we continue, at least tell me who you are," I requested as I struggled to sit up, and the woman shrugged. "I am Superwoman, he is Captain Super Jr., and the others you saw are Uncle Super and Captain Super," she introduced herself. Upon seeing who else flew in behind her with crossed arms, I smiled with satisfaction, though she couldn't see it due to my helmet. "Well, Superwoman, allow me to introduce you to my partner, Supergirl." Superwoman turned around with a confused gesture, only to receive a powerful punch from Kara on the right side of her face. The blow sent her crashing hard into the ground, creating a deep crater where her body landed. Captain Super Jr. attempted to kick Kara, but she was faster, grabbing his leg and spinning like a powerful top, throwing him directly at Superwoman, who had just begun to rise. They both fell through the floor to the level below. Kara landed in front of me, extending her right hand to help me up, which I accepted gratefully. "So, am I your partner now?" Kara asked with a playful smile, raising an eyebrow suggestively. "Could we discuss this when there aren't beings from a parallel Earth trying to do who knows what in our watchtower?" I requested internally, feeling my face heat up beneath my armor. "It's a promise," Kara said with a nod, and together we pursued Superwoman and Captain Super Jr., who decided to fly to another part of the watchtower instead of continuing to fight us. "It's curious, it seems they are looking for something specific," Ddraig noted aloud as Kara used her X-ray vision to help us take a shortcut. "Let's hope we find whatever they're searching for before they do," I replied, remembering Asia. "Hey, what about?" "Asia is fine. When I heard the alarm, I made sure she was safe," Kara reassured me, and we both paused in the corridor leading to the headquarters. Just then, Superwoman and Captain Super Jr. appeared before us. "Ready for round 2? Kara asked, taking an offensive stance with her fists clenched. I also assumed a combat position, keeping my hands open to create 2 dragon shots, though I had to be careful not to accidentally destroy the watchtower. Superwoman charged at Supergirl, and both women began to move at a speed that was almost hard to follow. They collided, their fists meeting with a force that sent a shockwave through the corridor, shaking much of the watchtower. Captain Super Jr. lunged at me, intending to strike with a straight right punch. I blocked it with the back of my right hand, which was tightly formed into a fist. His blow was strong enough to fracture the jewel in my right gauntlet. His strikes were powerful enough to damage my scale mail. For the next few seconds, we exchanged and blocked punches, knee strikes, kicks, and physical counters, showcasing our martial arts skills throughout the fight. Ddraig enhanced the defense of my scale mail to better withstand his attacks, but even in that short time, my armor had taken noticeable damage while Captain Super Jr. remained physically unharmed. I needed an opening. The opportunity came when he made a hasty move, trying to hit me with a left. I dodged just in time, and the HUD inside my helmet revealed that I could knock him out if I delivered a powerful uppercut right then. I chose my left fist, tightening it as the aura of my balance breaker gathered there. "Now, Ddraig. Boost, 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 boost." Only a second had passed as I concentrated all that duplicated power directly into my right fist. Without giving Captain Super Jr. a moment to respond, I extended my left arm toward him and drove my right fist completely under his jaw. He staggered from the blow, his body propelled against the ceiling, creating a deep crater above. He then fell to the ground face down, his eyes rolling back. That strike was powerful enough to knock him unconscious. One down, only a few left. Superwoman crashed to the ground again, but this time she did not rise, as that blow had left her incapacitated. Kara stepped closer to me, wearing a rather happy expression. "2 down is it?" Unlike me, she appeared completely uninjured, though the damage to my scale mail had begun to heal thanks to Ddraig. "4 down." Batman, who had arrived in this sector with Zez, spoke as they carried the remaining allies of Superwoman, who had also been defeated, over their shoulders. The infiltrators were defeated and locked in containment cells, just like Rainier. Now that this was over, we needed to find out why they attacked the watchtower in the first place. Batman took the device that Superwoman had, which led him to discover a strange object hidden behind some giant boxes near the headquarters. "What is that?" Kara asked, quite puzzled. "What the crime syndicate came to find," Batman replied as he approached us, holding the small, peculiar object in his right hand. Inside it contained a blue sphere emitting a strong light. "What it contains is pure energy, something that cannot be destroyed without consequences," Ddraig announced for all to hear. "I find it curious that they attacked us to obtain that object. Moreover, where did it come from?" Zez questioned, and Batman fell into thought, his brow furrowed. "The other Luthor must have hidden it here when he came," Batman deduced, proceeding to store the artifact in his utility belt. "So, what's next? Do we stay here and wait for them?" Kara asked, crossing her arms. I suggest we return the fight to their own Earth, I expressed, sharing my feelings, earning a stern look from Batman, a nod from Kara, and a smile from Zez. That's a bad idea. If we all go, who will protect Earth and the Watchtower? Batman's question was valid, and a quick solution came to mind. We are not the only defenders of the planet. We have met certain individuals with good skills who could look after the Watchtower until we return. Who are you thinking of? Batman asked, quite intrigued. In response to his question, I revealed a sheet containing the simplified pentagram of the Gremry clan. Kara and Zez understood my plan. Are you going to call Rias? To protect the Watchtower until we return? I answered both questions and concentrated all my thoughts on the desire for her to come help us. The pentagram emitted a strong crimson aura, and then the paper flew from my hand even without a breeze. When it fell to the ground, a magical circle of the Gremry clan appeared. A big smile formed on my face at the thought of the beautiful woman with crimson hair, but who emerged from the magical circle was a man with blonde hair and blue eyes, Issei Hyoudou. Good morning, huh? Sekiryuutei, Supergirl, Zez, and Batman? Even Kiba looked confused. There must be a mistake. I wanted to summon Rias. I felt a bit let down, though Kiba was still a good fit for the role. Miss Rias Gremry had to return to the underworld due to matters concerning the Gremry clan and the Phoenix clan. I offered to cover her contracts until she returns. So that's what was happening. I didn't handle or understand the politics of the demons from the underworld, so I couldn't comment on it. I just hoped Rias was doing well and everything was going as she expected. We understand, Kiba, and we're happy to see you again, Kara greeted him kindly. I agree, we can trust him, Zez told Batman. Then I looked at Kiba to express my request. Kiba, we are going to a parallel Earth to help our companions. I need you to protect the Watchtower until we return. Can you do that? Kiba nodded with a cheerful smile and great determination. You can count on me, Issei-kun. Now I looked at Batman, hoping he had deciphered the mechanism behind the dimensional travel of Superwoman's device. The coordinates are already preset. Everyone stay alert, the Dark Knight commanded. Kara, Zez, and I moved closer to him, and when he activated the device, I saw a powerful white flash that made me close my eyes. My body felt strange, and when I opened my eyes again, I was no longer in the Watchtower, I was in a grand hall. In the distance, I saw a small table for two, and turning around, I noticed an opulent, oversized bed. On the floor lay a rug made from the hide of a massive feline. This was no ordinary room, it was Superwoman's private chamber. It seems we have arrived at Earth 6, Batman stated, assigning a number to this Earth. He then raised his left hand to the communicators located in one of the ears of his cowl. Batman to the Justice League. For the first time in a long while, all the current members of the Justice League would finally be reunited. 6. The rest of the League did not take long to gather in Superwoman's mansion. Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Green Lantern, and the Lex Luthor of this Earth were present. Notably, Lex wore a lightweight armor of black and gold, very different from the armor worn by the Lex of our Earth. The Martian Manhunter John Johns was not physically present, as he was protecting the President's daughter of this Earth, but he was mentally with us. Now that we were also with Batman, Supergirl, Zez, and me, we could say the entire team was assembled. The greetings were quick, and Batman, on the other hand, simply approached Luthor, pulling out his. Luthor defensively responded to Batman's inquiry about the hidden object in the satellite, claiming ignorance. Batman then revealed the quantum trigger, the detonator for a bomb that Superwoman and her team had been trying to obtain. Luthor gasped at the sight of it, explaining that without the trigger, they could fight back against the threat. He admitted to hiding it in Batman's satellite, feeling resigned about not mentioning it to the League earlier. Superman, addressing the newcomers, asked why they hadn't destroyed it. One of the team members explained that it contained pure energy and could not be destroyed. The League members nodded in understanding. Green Lantern then inquired about their next steps, and the gravity of the situation became clear. If the crime syndicate possessed the bomb, they could unleash a catastrophic explosion on Earth. Zez suggested that if he were to hide a bomb of such magnitude, the safest place would be their secret base. Flash chimed in with enthusiasm about the plan to surprise the Syndicate, defeat them, and dismantle the bomb. When asked about the location of this secret base, Luthor revealed it was on the moon. He warned Batman not to let the crime syndicate obtain the trigger, to which Batman assured him he would not. With determination, the team prepared to confront the crime syndicate once and for all. Green Lantern created a protective barrier around the Justice League and Luthor as they soared into the sky, leaving Earth behind to reach the syndicate's headquarters. The journey felt slow, testing everyone's patience, especially Flash, who repeatedly asked if they had arrived yet. Green Lantern, growing weary of his friend's persistence, reiterated that they were almost there. As they approached the hangar entrance of the moon base, Kara floated beside Batman, curious about how they would gain entry. Luthor explained that he had a sophisticated door opener, and with a few keystrokes, the hangar doors opened. They entered the base, and once inside, the barrier was no longer necessary. Luthor led them through the corridors, tracking heat signatures until they arrived at a large chamber housing an unfinished missile. There, they encountered three figures: a man resembling Batman in a gray owl suit, a Green Lantern in dark green armor, and a Superman in a blue and gold suit with a red and gold cape. The owl figure introduced himself as Owlman, the armored Green Lantern as Power Ring, and the sinister Superman as Ultraman. Ultraman declared they had been waiting to find the League, while Owlman demanded their surrender and the quantum trigger. Zez boldly countered, asserting that they had defeated the Syndicate before and could do so again. As tensions rose, a bright red light flashed at the corridor's entrance, drawing everyone's attention. A man in dark and gold armor, resembling Sekiryuutei, appeared, wielding the same demonic sword as Zez. Beside him stood a speedster in a yellow suit, wearing glasses instead of a mask. Another figure donned the same scale mail armor as Batman. The new Sekiryuutei announced the odds were 6 against 8, and suddenly, a red beam struck Luthor, knocking him unconscious. As the League regrouped, Batman and Zez launched a combined attack against the new Sekiryuutei, but their efforts were thwarted by Power Ring's energy barrier. The crime syndicate members advanced, and Superman broke free from the barrier, launching himself at Power Ring with a powerful punch that sent him crashing into a wall, dispelling the barrier. Ultraman attempted to ambush Superman from behind, but he dodged the attack, and Wonder Woman joined him in a fierce battle against Ultraman. Zez charged at the other Sekiryuutei, but he collided with Kiba, their demonic swords clashing in a display of power. As the two Grams collided, a colossal and menacing dark crimson aura was unleashed, sending chills down my spine. Batman and Green Lantern attempted to strike the yellow speedster, but he was faster, landing a powerful punch on Green Lantern. He then spun around just as Batman aimed a kick, dodging effortlessly and quickly closing in on Batman to deliver a strong left hook. Green Lantern recovered from the blow at high speed and, seeing his partner being attacked by the speedster, tried to assist. However, at that moment, Power Ring regained his footing and launched a surprise attack on John with a burst of green aura from his ring, separating the two allies and forcing them to face their own tough battles. Green Lantern formed a protective shield to block the relentless assault from his opponent. Both then soared into the air and simultaneously fired a massive emerald beam from their rings, resulting in a fierce clash of powers. The yellow speedster continued to pummel Batman, using his super speed to propel him toward the support of a gigantic bomb. Just then, Flash charged at him with tremendous force and speed, causing the yellow speedster to roll a considerable distance before landing on his feet. The two speedsters engaged in a super speed battle, appearing as if two yellow lightning bolts were colliding throughout the vast room. Owlman descended to where Batman was, and they began a close-quarters fight, with the advantage shifting with each blow exchanged. Supergirl and I exchanged smiles before we charged straight at the evil Sekiryuutei of this Earth, who, like me, was enveloped in a massive aura. Supergirl struck her left fist against the right fist of the opposing Sekiryuutei, creating a powerful shockwave that resonated throughout the area. The Sekiryuutei let out a pained exclamation as he was overwhelmed by Kara's strength, being pushed back several meters by the impact. Although the force also pushed Kara back, she remained unscathed and hovered in the air. Before the Sekiryuutei could react, I positioned myself behind him, gripping the tail of his armor and spinning him around with great force, destabilizing him. My power surged fivefold, and I released the Sekiryuutei, sending him soaring into the air where Supergirl awaited. She brought her fists together and struck him with controlled force, sending him crashing to the ground. I propelled myself forward as the Sekiryuutei landed, sinking deeply into the floor. He looked up in anger, but before he could attack Kara, I arrived behind him and struck his torso with a series of rapid punches, each enhanced by a boost of power. The final blow was an uppercut with my left fist, so powerful that it shattered the helmet of his armor, sending him flying. Supergirl finished him off with a kick, sending him crashing against a wall, which he broke through completely, continuing to slide from the force of the impact until he collided with an armory where Flash was still battling Johnny Quick, the yellow speedster. We both entered the armory, hovering in the air, waiting for the evil Sekiryuutei to rise while observing the other battles unfolding in sync. Johnny Quick hurled several sharp objects at Flash, who defended himself by spinning like a powerful red whirlwind, closing in on him. Once Johnny finished throwing the objects, the Scarlet Speedster stopped in front of him, presenting the weapon he had assembled during his spins. Johnny was astonished by Flash's skill, and while still holding the weapon, Flash struck him with rapid punches from left to right. In another part of the armory, Superman and Wonder Woman were engaged in a confrontation with Ultraman, who fired his heat vision at Superman. The Man of Steel retaliated with his own heat vision, and the two beams clashed. Slowly, Ultraman's heat vision began to overpower Superman's, as his evil counterpart intended to kill, while Superman aimed to defeat him without causing collateral damage. Wonder Woman ensnared Ultraman's ankle with her lasso of truth, causing him to lose control. Seizing the moment, Superman charged at Ultraman with great speed, striking him with both fists against the chest of his evil counterpart, sending Ultraman crashing through another wall as their battle continued in a different area. The evil Sekiryuutei stood up, multiplying his power 21 times and unleashing a dozen highly charged Draco shots. Supergirl smiled confidently, positioning herself in front of me, and deflected each Draco shot with her fists, as if playing a game of tennis, reducing the shots upon impact. For the 12th Draco shot, she caught it with her hands, trapping it as if she were a goalkeeper catching a soccer ball during a penalty kick, then made it explode by applying pressure. After absorbing so much energy, her hands were smoking, and she let out a groan of pain. I noticed that her hands had taken damage but were healing. A moment of concern crossed my mind. How could that have hurt her? Wasn't it supposed to be indestructible? Those attacks from this Sekiryuutei were infused with magic. Kryptonians seemed to be vulnerable not only to kryptonite but also to magic. The attacks Kara received could hurt her, though they were far from the damage caused by kryptonite. I had been worried about the damage Kara might have sustained from magical and supernatural attacks, but she raised her right hand and glanced at me. She assured me that she was fine, having endured worse just hours before and still being alive. Now that I looked closely, her knuckles were already beginning to heal despite the magical effects of the attacks she had faced. Magic. A Sekiryuutei with those abilities on the side of the crime syndicate could indeed be dangerous, not to mention they also had. Suddenly, 2 crimson streaks shot into the armory. My body trembled as those streaks carried an overwhelming desire to eliminate dragons. They belonged to the 2 wielders of the same demonic sword, Zez and the Kiba of this earth. Both were engaged in an endless duel of swordsmen. The crimson streaks swept through the armory, following the path created by Superman when he crashed Ultraman into the ground. At that moment, Supergirl grimaced and turned away. She mentioned that Luthor needed her help to destroy the bomb and asked if I could hold off my evil counterpart for a little longer. With a wave of her fingers, she flew back to the sector where the bomb was located. I noticed Luthor had already recovered from the attack, and Batman was still locked in a relentless hand-to-hand battle with Owlman, employing various martial arts aimed at breaking bones and shattering the will to fight. Green Lantern continued to battle against Power Ring, gaining the upper hand against his evil version. Ddraig warned me just in time, and I turned around to block the left punch from this Sekiryuutei with my right hand. He taunted me, claiming that now that my girlfriend wasn't there to help, he could send me to purgatory without much trouble. His comment made me chuckle. Was that a joke? Because as far as I knew, my aura surged tremendously. The Justice League was overpowering the crime syndicate. I loosened my grip on his fist, catching him off guard, and before he could react, I began to strike him with a flurry of punches left, right, left, left, right, right, block, left, right, left. The final blow forced him to separate from me, leaving him somewhat dazed. However, he quickly recovered and attempted to strike me with a direct left punch aimed at my face. I stepped back, but that punch turned out to be a feint, as his true intention was to kick me with a powerful 360-degree spin enhanced by his own boost. I managed to duck just in time to avoid the attack. My thrusters propelled me slightly toward him, and I countered with a right punch, which he successfully blocked with his left arm. He retaliated with a swift attempt to strike, extending his right arm forward with an aura-filled fist. His punch barely grazed the aura emitted by my armor as I dodged it successfully. Before he could launch another attack, I delivered 2 kicks with my right foot. The first was blocked by his right arm, but the second struck the upper part of his chest. I then executed a 360-degree spin, delivering a flying kick that connected with his head, sending the Sekiryuutei crashing to the ground, sliding for a considerable distance before he could recover. He remained on the ground for a moment, and I noticed a trace of blood on the mouthpiece of his reconstructed helmet, likely from his lip. He wiped the blood away with his left thumb, growling in frustration at what had just happened. However, he was even more irritated that I hadn't attacked him again. He warned me not to underestimate him, charging his scale mail with significant power. He doubled his power a total of 35 times and used that amplified strength to create 24 highly enhanced Draco shots, launching them at me by simply extending his arms forward. Before the Draco shots could reach me, I quickly flew to the right side of the armory, channeling a good amount of power into my thrusters. It was then that I realized my mistake. These Draco shots didn't just fly straight like bullets, they changed direction as if they were homing missiles, making it impossible for me to evade them by merely flying to another part of the armory. Perhaps I should do the same as Kara and smash them with sheer force. She could do it because her Kryptonian physiology allowed it. In my case, that would be a mistake. I had measured the power of these Draco shots, and they were stronger than mine. I would take significant damage if hit. A genius in the use of magical powers. I would lose a lot of energy if I countered with my dragon shot. In that case, hoped Zez would lend me a hand. At that moment, a streak of dark crimson light zipped past me, swiftly cutting through the 24 Draco shots from the enemy Sekiryuutei. Each Draco shot exploded with considerably reduced power due to that dangerous aura. The Sekiryuutei cursed the enemy wielder of the demonic sword Graham, realizing I had better affinity for using Draco shots than he did. Before he could conjure another dozen ranged attacks, I flew straight at him and slammed my right fist into his face, successfully shattering the helmet of his armor. My blow was strong enough to send him flying out of the armory, landing very close to the incomplete bomb of the crime syndicate. After that last hit, as he stood back up, he began to retreat as if he no longer wanted to exchange blows with me. What was going on? Why don't you come closer? Are you afraid of me? The question was directed at the evil Seki as I walked slowly toward him. He stopped retreating and glared at me with a mix of anger and fear in his eyes. I am about to awaken, the evil Seki proclaimed, and his dark red aura began to intensify, radiating power on a grand scale. Supergirl, who was nearby, seized the moment while this Sekiryuutei was off guard and delivered a powerful punch with her left hand, knocking him to the ground with enough force to incapacitate him. You were about to awaken, Supergirl corrected him with a wink, gesturing with the fingers of the hand she used to strike him. What about the deceit? I asked Kara, who pointed toward the nearly dismantled bomb. Just then, Lex Luthor from this Earth approached with a calm expression. It's done. There's no longer a D, he said, smiling in a way reminiscent of the Lex Luthor from my Earth, which felt somewhat unsettling. Almost simultaneously, Ultraman crashed through another wall and landed near where Supergirl, Lex, and I stood. He got back on his feet, visibly frustrated, and his expression was priceless as he took in the state of the bomb he had been working on. Next, Owlman fell from above, unconscious, having been defeated by Batman. Green Lantern appeared next, having created a barrier that contained Power Ring, who had also been vanquished. Flash and Zez followed, each with their respective foes defeated. Flash looked relatively unscathed, but Zez showed signs of exhaustion from using Graham at full capacity for an extended PRD. Both Johnny Quick and the evil Kiba were slung over the shoulders of my companions like sacks. The only member of the crime syndicate still standing was Ultraman, now more furious than ever, his plans in ruins. If you think I'll be subdued by you, you're mistaken. You're not strong enough to. From the left of Ultraman, the missing member of the Justice League, John Johns, the Martian Manhunter, appeared. He crossed his arms and spoke to Ultraman with a voice full of authority. We are much stronger. Ultraman looked at him in disbelief as Superman approached his Martian friend, floating in the air with a smile on his face. Did you bring the cavalry? I brought the Marines, John replied, lowering his arms. Looking up at the ceiling of the sector, I saw several people in astronaut suits descending from above, using rocket packs to land in front of Ultraman and the rest of the crime syndicate, who were starting to regain consciousness. From the armory, where several battles had taken place, more soldiers emerged along with a heavily armored tank-like shuttle. The president was not pleased with the attack on his daughter. There are nuclear weapons on the shuttle, John warned Ultraman, and I could sense a hint of satisfaction in his voice. I brought enough for everyone, said the person in the shuttle, whose face was that of Deathstroke. Wait a second, is he the? Right, this is a parallel Earth. Ultraman contemplated his situation, surrounded by the Justice League and nuclear weapons. It was a checkmate in every sense. Ultraman accepted his defeat and raised his hands, prompting the rest of the crime syndicate to follow suit. The Justice League had secured victory. Back on this planet, my companions and I gathered in the courtyard of President Deathstroke's White House to receive his gratitude. Lex Luthor was also present, and John was speaking privately with the president's daughter. I was still in my balance breaker, though I had removed my helmet. I don't know how to thank you for returning our world. I've ordered the National Guard to support law enforcement. We've surrounded the villains everywhere, the president declared. As he spoke, I glanced back at John and the president's daughter. Thanks to my balance breaker, I could hear their farewell from a distance. They stood facing each other, holding hands like a romantic couple. I don't want you to leave, the woman pleaded. I don't want to go either. But I don't belong here, he replied. You could belong here, she suggested. Hearing this, I decided to approach them to assist these two in love. To be honest, I didn't want him to stay. The League needed him. But when it comes to love, I knew things could change. Oh, come on, John. If you want to stay with her, do it. You're a Martian man, right? Be a Martian man and don't play dumb. The couple turned their attention to me. What? He said, either not understanding me or pretending not to, as he could likely read my mind. Friend, this is why we fight, I told him, turning to look at Kara, who was with the rest of the League, listening to what the president continued to say. Then I turned back to John with renewed motivation. If you love her, John pondered for a moment, looking at the president's daughter. It still feels strange that he is president, he thought. I've already lost one home and promised to protect my new home, John apologized, and she looked at him, nodding in understanding. Then, this is how we say goodbye, she said, wrapping her arms around John's neck, leaning in to kiss him. John reciprocated, wrapping his arms around her waist. They held that position for a few seconds until John gently broke the kiss and slowly pulled away from her. She hesitated to let him go, but ultimately decided to, and John continued on his path with me as we headed back to join our other companions. Don't worry, maybe there's another like her in our Earth. With my luck, she'd be evil, John replied, glancing back one last time. Oh, believe me, I understand. Before coming to this Earth, I said goodbye to an ex-girlfriend, a fallen angel who tried to kill me 4 years ago and just hours ago. I guess you can't always have luck with girls. And you say that, my young friend? The red dragon who captured the heart of a Supergirl. Issei's eyes widened in surprise as he stopped in his tracks. The figure before him smiled and continued on their way. Suddenly he felt strong yet gentle arms wrap around his left arm, pulling him at a speed that surpassed his perception, leading him to another part of the president's White House courtyard, where Deathstroke resided. As the world stopped spinning, he saw Kara smiling at him in a playful manner. She mentioned that the villains had been defeated and there was no danger, expressing her readiness to continue their conversation. Issei felt a rush of determination. He had to do this. There was no turning back. He swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and spoke from his heart. He told Kara that since she had fallen from the sky, he knew she would be someone special to him. Despite her immense strength, he wanted to protect her. He described her as the most beautiful, brave, daring, kind, and noble person he had ever known, admitting that he had been falling for her for quite some time. Kara silenced him with a kiss, one that lingered a bit longer than their first. He felt her hands around his neck, while his found their way to her waist. The gloves of his armor slipped off as he embraced her. Her lips were soft, and he felt as if he could stay like this forever. When she finally pulled away, she maintained an intimate closeness, her smile a mix of shyness and playfulness, her cheeks slightly flushed. She revealed that she had also been fond of him for a while, admitting it was sometimes hard to control her strength when he was near. She appreciated his directness and honesty, and how much he loved helping others, liking him for all his virtues and flaws. Issei asked if that meant she was now his girlfriend, to which she nodded with a smile. This time, he took the initiative to kiss her again, and they shared a moment together, oblivious to the smiles of their fellow Justice League members watching from a distance. Manhattan, New York. May 22, 2017, 8:15 p.m. The weather that night was warm and pleasant in the city that never sleeps. Issei Hyoudou was on a date with his girlfriend, Kara Zor-El, also known as Kara Danvers. She wore her glasses to keep her identity secret in case anyone recognized her. Kara looked stunning in a beautiful summer pink dress and heels, while Issei wore a red hoodie, dark jeans, and sneakers. Their first date took place in Central Park, where many people were enjoying the night. Kara took Issei's left arm and led him into the park. She asked if this was where everything began, recalling a moment when a fallen angel had nearly harmed him, but Ddraig had helped him activate his dormant nanogears and forced an incomplete balance breaker, allowing him to escape. Kara shared that she had her own curious experiences in city parks, mentioning a time she was kidnapped against her will. They both laughed at the absurdity of their pasts, but then fell into a comfortable silence. Kara admired the lagoon in Central Park, where the reflection of blooming trees danced on the water's surface. Noticing Kara's thoughtful expression, Issei asked what was on her mind. She reminisced about fun moments with her Aunt Astra, particularly a time by a beautiful lake, though she admitted it didn't compare to being there with him. Kara then expressed her desire to take him somewhere else, her face lighting up under the moonlight with a curious, childlike smile. They had already visited the aquarium, amusement parks, the movies, and now the park. Issei teased her about where they would go next, leading her to the Empire State Building. Once they arrived, Kara removed her glasses, lifted him into her arms, and flew swiftly to the top of the building. They settled near the transmission antenna, holding hands while admiring the cityscape below. The wind tousled Kara's beautiful blonde hair, creating a breathtaking scene as they sat together. Kara pointed out her apartment, Issei's home, and the Catco building all at once, expressing her delight in the view. When Issei inquired about Catco, Kara blushed and shyly revealed her intention to work for Cat Grant next month, wanting to experience a job similar to Cal's now that she would be living on Earth. Issei joked about the journalist's salary, prompting Kara to playfully punch him on the arm. She returned the humor, warning him to be cautious of Batman's salary, suggesting it might be part of a secret plan to keep him in check. With laughter, she moved a little closer to him, enjoying their time together. Ella expected a kiss, and he could see it in her eyes. Kara wrapped her arms around his neck and settled onto his lap. His hands instinctively moved to her waist, and just as they closed their eyes, they shared a kiss. Each time they kissed, it felt more lasting than the last. He felt the urge to let go, and the warmth in his body increased as Kara leaned against him. He could sense her form through the fabric of her dress, and as he tightened his grip on her waist, his hands began to wander upward. Just as he was about to deepen their embrace, Kara broke the kiss. He felt her breath mingling with his, and she looked at him, flushed but also a bit annoyed. There was a robbery 2 blocks away, and they needed to act. He realized she had heard it with her super hearing, which explained her irritation. He nodded, understanding the urgency. In an instant, Kara had changed into her Supergirl suit, ready for action. She floated in the air, urging him to finish this quickly so they could grab ice cream afterward. He agreed, feeling a rush of excitement. As he stood, his boosted gear activated, and he leaped from the top of the Empire State Building, with Kara descending behind him. His body was enveloped in a powerful red aura, transforming into his scale mail armor. With his propulsion, he soared through the air alongside Kara to confront the criminals who had dared to interrupt their first date. Stopping criminals could be a great addition to their list of activities. After apprehending the criminals, enjoying ice cream, and returning to the Empire State Building to gaze at the stars with Kara, it was time for him to head home. His parents were aware of his date with Kara Danvers, although they had yet to meet her. They had been asking about her and when she could come for dinner, eager to get to know her. However, with all the Justice League activities and their romantic moments, they hadn't found the time for that. He always felt a sense of unease when considering introducing her to his parents. Upon arriving home, he entered through his bedroom window and deactivated his balance breaker. Stretching his arms, he sat on his bed, overwhelmed with happiness and barely able to contain his excitement. It felt wonderful to be in love. Just then, a magical teleportation circle formed on the floor of his room, illuminating the dark space with a crimson light. Rias Gremory appeared, her eyes filled with determination but also shadowed with something deeper. He couldn't help but smile at seeing her again. He asked if she needed something from the Justice League, but she quickly dismissed the idea. With a firm voice, she approached him, grasped his wrist, and suddenly threw herself onto him. He was taken aback as she awkwardly settled on his lap, guiding his hand toward her. He was startled, his eyes wide, and he stifled a gasp. Rias leaned him back on the bed, her face flushed as she urged him to hold her tightly. She insisted it was urgent and that she needed his help. He was bewildered by her request, unsure of what was happening. Rias explained that he was the only one she could turn to for this. She believed he had potential, and her determination was palpable. He felt a mix of confusion and panic, realizing he was caught in a situation he never expected. Rias's insistence and the urgency in her voice left him questioning everything. He had feelings for Kara, and the thought of being unfaithful filled him with dread. He tried to reason with Rias, but her determination was unwavering. As she touched his cheeks, he knew he had to navigate this unexpected turn of events carefully. I felt stiff, a mysterious force coursing through my body. Rias was the only one who would act as soon as I asked, without complaint. At that moment, I was lying on my bed, propped up on my elbows, and before I could think clearly, Rias positioned herself above me. I heard the sound of her bra unclipping, and then she removed it, revealing her figure, which captivated my attention. It was as if they were whispering to me, urging me to move forward. Rias asked if it was my first time or if I had experience with Kara Zor-El. I admitted that we had kissed several times but hadn't gone further. Rias took my right hand and placed it on her chest, and I felt a soft, elastic sensation beneath my fingers. She whispered in a charming voice, asking if I could feel her heart racing. Was she nervous? This girl, with whom I had barely interacted 4 times, was nervous? It felt wrong yet enticing. Suddenly, Rias started to remove my clothes. This demon girl was undressing me. I protested, expressing my inability to do this with her, insisting that I wanted Kara. I reminded her that we had only met the previous week, and it didn't feel right. Rias questioned if I was trying to embarrass her, leaning closer and holding my face with both hands. In that moment, I saw something was off in her eyes. She was desperate and determined to continue, abandoning reason for action. What had led her to this? Suddenly, a silver light filled my room, and Rias sighed, her desire fading away. It seemed everything had unraveled. The symbols of the magic circle belonged to the Gremory clan, but the color was different, and a beautiful woman with silver hair appeared, dressed like a maid. Was she a servant? She looked at Rias and then at me, scolding Rias for trying to break an agreement by doing something like this. Rias defended herself, explaining that if she hadn't acted, her parents and older brother wouldn't listen to her. The maid remarked that both Surzex and the master would be saddened to learn she had attempted to give her virginity to a mere human. I felt a bit insulted by being referred to as a human when I was actually a metahuman. Rias asserted that her virginity belonged to her and questioned why she couldn't choose to whom to give it. She refused to let anyone call me a mere human, introducing me as Issei Hyoudou, the Sekiryuutei of the Justice League. Rias's declaration surprised the maid, who shifted her demeanor completely. She introduced herself as Grafia, a servant of the Gremory house, and respectfully acknowledged me after Rias revealed my identity. I tried to clarify that there was a misunderstanding. Rias and I were just friends. Grafia turned her attention back to Rias, reminding her that as the next heir of the Gremory clan, she shouldn't expose herself to a man, even if he was the legendary Red Dragon, especially in the current situation. Grafia helped Rias put her bra back on and dressed her in her university shirt, which was still open. Suddenly, something caught Grafia's attention, and she walked over to my desk, picking up a frame containing a photo of Kara and me, both smiling happily. She remarked that it seemed I had someone special and questioned if I was being unfaithful. I quickly denied it, but Rias took responsibility for trying to stalk me, admitting she was desperate and feeling jealous of Supergirl. When Rias mentioned Kara as Supergirl, I face-bombed, realizing I had just exposed my secret identity. Grafia then asked if she had come here of her own will or if the family had sent her. Rias tried to change the subject quickly, but Grafia confirmed that everyone had sent her. Rias then kissed me affectionately on the cheek, apologizing for causing me trouble and asking me to forget everything that had happened that day. Both women departed through a magic circle, leaving me alone in my room once again. The next morning, I met Zez in the hallways of the watchtower. Fearing that Superman or Supergirl might be around, I shared everything that had happened through WhatsApp. What was supposed to be a pleasant night after an amazing date had turned into a surreal experience where I almost fell victim to the charms of Rias Gremory for reasons I still didn't understand. As I walked with Zez, I rubbed my eyes, feeling exhausted from a night of restless thoughts about Kara, Rias, Grafia, and the countless possibilities of what could have happened. Zez expressed his concern, giving a few pats on the sword as they walked together. He questioned why I hadn't pressed the watch Kara had given me, suggesting that I could have alerted her to the situation, and she would have come to my rescue in a flash. I replied that I wanted the first time Kara met my parents to be special. It wouldn't be ideal for her to meet them in the middle of a battle with a fallen angel disintegration demon. Zez pondered this, rubbing his thumb against his lips. From that perspective, it made sense, but he pointed out that I now had a bigger problem. Kara would know something was wrong and would eventually find out that I had almost been enemy with Rias Gremory right after a long date with her. Just then, we were startled by an exclamation from Barry Allen. We turned around, relieved to see him. The three of us headed to the cafeteria, where we sat at a table for three and filled the Scarlet Speedster in on everything that had happened. Barry advised that I needed to tell Kara before she found out on her own, warning me from his experience that the latter could lead to trouble. He reminded us of what had happened between John and Shayera, and Zez crossed his arms, agreeing but warning Barry that if anything went wrong, he better be ready to turn back time. With a determined stride, I stood up to find Kara, and just as I was about to leave the cafeteria, I spotted her smiling brightly. She approached me quickly, greeting me with a kiss on the cheek and a warm hug that made my back crack slightly. The surprise of seeing her so suddenly was enough to overshadow any discomfort from the embrace. She asked how I was, hoping I had a splendid day. The sweet and gentle way she spoke calmed my initial fears. It was as if Kara was a natural, soothing presence for me. I responded to her greeting, and she pulled back slightly to look me in the eyes. Placing her hand on my cheek, she asked if something was wrong. I realized she had noticed my change in demeanor. I requested to speak with her privately, and she agreed without hesitation, ready to go wherever I wanted. Taking her hand, I led her to the hangar of the watchtower, where several javelins were parked. Once we separated our hands, she stood in front of me and gently caressed my right cheek, asking again if there was something I wanted to tell her. It was time to be honest. I needed to trust that Kara would understand I hadn't done anything wrong. I told her that yesterday felt like the best day of my life, and I truly enjoyed spending it with her. She smiled back, expressing her happiness about our time together. I then mentioned that something had happened the night before as I was going to sleep. The moment I said it, her smile faded and she froze. I felt a surge of anxiety as I prepared to explain. I recalled how Rias had appeared in my room, desperately asking to be NTMT with me. Kara's grip on my hand tightened, and I sensed the tension in her body and the shock in her eyes. I felt a pang of pain as her grip became almost painful. I reassured her that I had reacted similarly to Rias, and it had all been so sudden that it terrified me to think about what could have happened. I quickly clarified that nothing had occurred, thankfully, but I could feel her grip loosening as she turned away from me. I took a moment to breathe, trying to ease the discomfort in my hand, which had turned nearly as red as my armor. My priority, however, was Kara, and I was worried about her turning her back to me. She thanked me for being honest, expressing relief that nothing had happened between Rias and me, and asked if Rias was okay. As she turned to face me, her gaze was steady, and I felt a sense of relief that she was still talking to me. I continued, following Ddraig's advice to be open. I explained that I didn't understand why Rias had been so desperate, as we had only known each other for a very short time, barely exchanging a few words. I emphasized that we were more like acquaintances than friends, and I hadn't had the chance to understand what had led her to that moment, especially since a servant from the Gremry clan had interrupted us. Kara looked away, deep in thought, her expression reflecting a mix of emotions. She asked if I had any idea why Rias had come to my room before I went to sleep. As she asked, I felt her hand on my cheek again, and her touch was comforting. It wasn't that I wanted to see her after almost becoming a victim of her. I was about to highlight all the allure of Rias's body, but I quickly realized that would have been a death sentence for me, so I shook my head to clear those thoughts away. Kara expressed her confusion about what had almost happened, her hands moving from my cheeks to my shoulders, applying pressure to certain points that calmed me down. She seemed to use her X-ray vision for that. The only thing that crossed her mind was whether Rias and I had a secret relationship or something similar. But I had told her we were barely friends, and my heartbeat confirmed that, making the situation even stranger. The good thing about having a Kryptonian girlfriend was that she knew I wasn't lying. Kara pondered what we should do next. Should we let it go or seek answers? She concluded that the best course of action was to hear what Rias had to say. Kara decided she would go talk to Rias personally. I felt a wave of concern as I wondered if she was thinking about confronting her too aggressively. Kara assured me with a light laugh that she only wanted to talk to Rias, to hear her out and understand what was going on. I could sense her determination. In my mind, I imagined Kara using her heat vision to melt a doll resembling Rias. I offered to accompany her, just to ensure she didn't hurt anyone. Kara rolled her eyes at my words, insisting she had no intention of harming anyone. Yet, I could tell from her body language that she viewed Rias as a rival. We agreed to approach the situation carefully, not wanting Rias to feel attacked. After that, we headed to the watchtower where the teleporter was located. I input the coordinates for the old Kuo Academy building, and together we teleported to that location. Upon arriving at the old Kuo Academy building, which was home to the Gremry clan, Kara took a moment to breathe before advancing to the door. Instead of knocking, she simply grasped the handle and opened it with a bit of force, revealing her nervousness about facing Rias. Once inside, we noticed the building was completely empty, almost like an abandoned haunted house. We walked through the halls together, and in the distance, I spotted a door covered with caution tape. I wondered what could be inside that room. Kara took my hand gently, looking around the building as she suggested we wait to see if Rias returned to her office. I agreed, and we made our way to Rias's office. Once there, Kara used her X-ray vision to search for any clues about Rias. It was then that she discovered a hidden room within the office. We entered, revealing a cozy bed and a wardrobe. A smile crept onto my face as I realized Rias might actually live here. Kara smiled back at me, placing her hand against my cheek, sending a familiar thrill through me. She explained that Rias's work was her life, much like ours, but unlike us, She didn't have a normal life outside of her duties. She had to always be Rias Gremory. Kara fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. It seemed Rias wasn't there, and Kara asked what we could do to find her. I shrugged, examining the small room. One would think a princess would prefer a more extravagant room. My eyes caught a glint of something pointing directly at Rias's bed. I pointed it out to Kara, who used her enhanced vision to see what I couldn't. Her expression shifted to one of concern. They were microcameras. Kara carefully picked one up, and as she did, a magical teleportation circle appeared in the room. Could it be Rias? It seemed to be, as a figure emerged from the circle, with intense crimson hair that was different from Rias's. The figure had shoulder-length crimson hair and blue eyes, but it was a man, seemingly around 24 years old, with a handsome face and a serious expression. He questioned what we were doing in the bedroom of his dear little sister. His tone was anything but friendly. I realized he was the famous Sekiryuutei, Rias's older brother. Kara and I were taken aback by his sudden appearance. The aura and presence he exuded were overwhelming, reminiscent of my encounter with Darkseid. He asked again what we were doing there, and I found myself at a loss for words, feeling chills run down my spine. Why had he appeared just as Kara found a microcamera? Had he placed them there? I apologized for the intrusion, addressing him as Sir. He corrected me, introducing himself as Sekiryuutei, with a calm authority. Sekiryuutei. Kara Zor-El, known as Supergirl, stood confidently beside her boyfriend, Issei Hyoudou. While Issei felt a wave of nervousness, Kara seemed at ease as she introduced them. Standing behind her, he felt reassured by her presence, especially in front of someone as imposing as Sekiryuutei. It was clear to him why Flash often hid behind Superman. Sekiryuutei calmed himself and turned his gaze toward Issei. He mentioned that Graphia had spoken about him and acknowledged Issei as the current Sekiryuutei. Issei felt a mix of surprise and frustration, realizing that Graphia had shared this information. Sekiryuutei then offered a slight bow, apologizing for the troubles caused by his younger sister. He explained that Rias had intended to give up her virginity to Issei in hopes of nullifying her arranged marriage. Issei, Kara, and Ddraig all reacted with disbelief, trying to process the implications of Rias's intentions. Issei struggled to understand why Rias thought he would agree to such a proposal. Ddraig explained that as the host of a dragon, it was natural for women to be drawn to him, citing past hosts who had attracted many admirers. Issei questioned why nothing had happened in the past 3 years, and Ddraig reminded him of the admiration the women in his city held for him as a superhero. Kara's frustration grew as she expressed her displeasure at the idea of Rias attempting to use Issei to escape her marriage. Issei sought clarification from Ddraig, who explained that Kara was upset because Rias's actions disrespected her promised partner. Curious about the concept of an arranged marriage, Issei asked Sekiryuutei for more information. Sekiryuutei explained that such marriages were typically arranged for political alliances, often disregarding the feelings of those involved. Kara added that it was as if two people were married for someone else's interests rather than their own. Issei was taken aback by the realization that Rias intended to use him to annul her marriage. Kara confirmed this, still visibly upset. Issei felt a strange sense of honor at being considered in such a way, though he understood Kara's frustration. Kara pointed out that it was odd for Rias to use him as a means to an end, given their limited interactions. Issei chuckled, scratching the back of his neck, while Kara contemplated Rias's motives. Issei then inquired about Rias's current whereabouts. Sekiryuutei explained that Rias was engaged in a rating game against her fiancé, which would determine the fate of their marriage. He expressed concern about her chances of winning, given the unfavorable circumstances she faced. Issei, intrigued, asked what a rating game entailed. Sekiryuutei smiled, eager to share insights about the culture of the underworld. Half an hour later, Kara questioned the legality of forcing someone into a rating game when they were likely to lose, expressing her confusion and concern about the implications for Rias. He nodded with a hint of sadness, acknowledging the situation. There was a possibility of helping her, but the look on Mr. Sekiryutei's face showed surprise. He expressed his discomfort with the lack of respect for his relationship with Kara. After a moment of contemplation, He shared his thoughts. If Kara had been forced into an arranged marriage with someone else, he would have fought for her freedom, despite her being stronger than him. Rias was still a friend, and he couldn't stand by idly. After all, he was the Sekiryuutei. Kara smiled affectionately upon hearing his feelings and took his hands in hers, giving a gentle squeeze. She expressed her support for his desire to help Rias, highlighting the beauty of his willingness to assist those in need, regardless of the circumstances. Mr. Surzex took a moment to regain his composure before smiling again. He mentioned that there was something they could do. Kara immediately inquired about what that was, and Mr. Surzex stepped closer, raising his right hand to create two special papers, handing one to Kara and the other to him. He explained that these magical circles would transport them to the engagement party when the time came, inviting them as his guests. Kara and he exchanged confused glances. Attending Rias's engagement party against her will was a troubling thought. What was her older brother planning? Mr. Surzex informed them that the party would take place in 3 days and that he would be waiting for them, addressing them as Sekiryuutei and Supergirl. A teleportation circle appeared under Mr. Surzex, and in seconds he vanished, leaving Kara and him alone. Kara suggested they return to the watchtower, and soon they left the old building of Quo Academy. He expressed his confusion about Mr. Surzex's sudden appearance, wondering why he acted as if they had uncovered something that should remain secret. He pondered if Mr. Surzex had a peculiar attachment to his sister. Kara, not understanding the term, asked what a siscon was. He promised to explain later and focused on returning to the watchtower. He activated the communicator in his ear, requesting John to transport them back. John responded promptly, and they were teleported back to the watchtower. Once there, they exited the teleportation room, with Kara walking ahead, arms crossed. Midway down the hallway, she stopped and turned to face him, as if contemplating something important. She asked if he had any interest in Rias. Although it seemed like a simple question, he understood the weight it carried for her. He replied that if he hadn't met Kara, he might have been interested in Rias. Moving closer, he wrapped his arms around Kara's waist, drawing her near. She placed her hands on his shoulders, and he reassured her that his heart belonged to her, not Rias. Kara blushed at his words and actions, expressing her gratitude for his honesty. Curious, she asked if he would have pursued something with Rias if she hadn't existed. He hesitated, contemplating the question, and admitted that perhaps he would have. As he leaned in closer, their eyes locked, and he expressed his joy that she was in his life. With that, he kissed her softly, and she returned the kiss with warmth and affection, appearing a bit shy afterward. As they broke apart, John's voice echoed through the hall, announcing a situation that required their attention. He stepped back from Kara, acknowledging the interruption. Although she seemed reluctant to leave the moment, she agreed with a smile, ready to face whatever awaited them. They returned to the teleportation room, and his boosted gear appeared on his left arm, prepared for action. In the underworld, within the grand and opulent castle of the Phoenix clan, a handsome young man of about 22 years, with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes, celebrated alongside 15 beautiful women, one of whom was his younger sister. He wore a burgundy jacket adorned with golden embroidery on the right, matching pants, and black dress shoes. Beneath his open jacket, he wore a white dress shirt that was not fully buttoned, subtly revealing his chest. In front of him and his companions was a massive high-quality television, displaying a replay of a raiding game that had concluded just hours earlier. The footage showed Kaneko Tujo facing off against several girls with feline features who were enjoying the spectacle alongside the man. The swordsman Issei Hyoudou was seen battling several women, doing his best with his demonic swords. He managed to defeat several of them, but being outnumbered began to take its toll. Akino Himejima was engaged in a fierce battle with a strikingly beautiful woman with intense purple hair. In the initial stages of the fight, Akino had the upper hand, but ultimately, the other woman managed to overcome her after healing from her injuries with Phoenix tears. One by one, Kaneko, Kiba, and Akino fell, each reaching the physical limits of their bodies in an unfair fight of 3 against 15, especially considering their opponents had the advantage of using Phoenix tears. The only one still standing was Rias Gremory, who was seen on the broadcast fighting with all her might against the man who was now seated, enjoying the show. Rias was determined not to give in, unleashing several bursts of destructive power that knocked her opponent back. The man, however, stood up, his wounds healed as if nothing had happened, and taunted her about her dwindling number of allies. Surrounded by the remaining companions of her opponent, Rias found herself at a disadvantage. As the battle continued, Rias shouted defiantly, launching more of her destructive power, causing her opponent's arms to disintegrate, only for him to regenerate them effortlessly. He warned her that her magical power was running low and urged her to admit defeat. Rias continued to fight with every ounce of strength she had left, but eventually she succumbed, exhausted and out of magical energy. The announcer declared it checkmate, stating that Rias Gremory had withdrawn from the battlefield, and the winner of the rating game was Riser Phoenix. As the broadcast ended, the girls accompanying Riser applauded their overwhelming victory. Riser's younger sister commented on Rias's predicament, expressing sympathy for her entering a duel with only a queen, a knight, and a rook. She was a young and beautiful woman with dark blue eyes and long blonde hair styled in two pigtails with large, curly ends held in place by blue ribbons. Her dress was a light purple adorned with darker purple details and a blue bow at the front, with three feather-like extensions at the back resembling a bird's tail. This young woman was Ravel Phoenix. Riser laughed heartily, mocking Rias for wasting time and suggesting she should have had a complete team by now. His laughter was joined by the teasing of his companions, which slightly annoyed his little sister. He then announced that it was time to celebrate, as his engagement party was in 3 days. Riser settled deeper into the large sofa, his women snuggling closer to him as he held a glass of expensive wine. He mentioned that Surzex had hinted at a special surprise for his engagement party, and he was eager to see what it would be, hoping it would be a beautiful woman. Despite having used all his demonic pieces, he could never say no to another. He was excited, and the 3 days until the celebration would arrive sooner than expected. Manhattan, New York. May 26, 2017, 9:25 p.m. 3 days had passed, and finally, the day had arrived. Issei Hyoudou and his partner, Kara found themselves once again at the top of the Empire State Building. This was the perfect place to be transported to Rias's engagement party, to which her older brother, Surzex, had invited them. As it was a party, Issei had donned a very elegant suit, while Kara wore a stunning dress that was a bit too revealing. It was the dress she had bought during her first week on Earth, a fitted black dress with a deep neckline and a golden ring accentuating her waist, the skirt reaching mid-thigh. Issei felt somewhat uncomfortable in the suit, as he hadn't worn anything so formal in a long time. He was used to casual jackets, jeans, and sneakers. Kara encouraged him, saying he looked very handsome. She placed a hand on his head, and he couldn't help but admire her confidence. He asked her if she was sure about wearing the dress, glancing at her neckline, which emphasized her figure. Kara smiled brightly, assuredly stating that she loved how the dress fit her. She even modeled a bit for him, and Issei felt a rush of excitement but managed to keep his composure. He then suggested it was time to leave, pulling out 2 magical papers Surzex had given them. Both papers glowed intensely, and before they knew it, they were teleported from the Empire State Building to a grand mansion. As they arrived, they took in their surroundings. A massive hallway stretched before them, lined with candles leading to the end. On the walls hung a portrait of Rias's older brother, indicating his importance. Kara, using her X-ray vision, noted the large gathering of people in a grand hall. She took Issei's arm with a warm smile, signaling that she was ready to enter with him. As they approached, Issei could hear voices. The doors bore intricate carvings, hinting at mythical beasts, but that was not their concern at the moment. Upon entering the hall, they found it filled with demons, all well-dressed and enjoying themselves. Their humanoid appearances were nothing out of the ordinary, resembling high society human gatherings. Issei scanned the crowd for familiar faces, but the hall was as large as a football stadium, with a soaring ceiling and luxurious chandeliers. He had grown accustomed to the presence of wealthy friends. Kara whispered to him, pointing out a woman with crimson hair styled up, wearing a red dress. It was Rias. Issei's instinct was to rush over and surprise her, but he held back to avoid causing a scene. Many demons had noticed Kara, their expressions a mix of surprise and envy at her stunning appearance. Issei felt a sense of pride, understanding why Kara chose to dress that way. Kara then pointed out Surzex, who smiled upon seeing them approach. As they neared him, several demons began to pay more attention to Issei and Kara. Surzex cleared his throat, commanding the attention of everyone in the grand hall. He thanked the attendees for coming to his younger sister's engagement party and expressed his gratitude. The demons nodded appreciatively, showing their respect for him, reminiscent of how people revered Superman, albeit without the blue suit and red cape. Surzex then announced that he had invited 2 special guests from the human world to make the event historic. The crowd reacted with surprise, their focus shifting to Issei and Kara as they realized they were not demons. Surzex requested everyone to welcome Issei Hyoudou, the current Sekiryuutei of the Justice League, and his partner, Kara Zor-El, the last daughter of Krypton known as Supergirl, Superman's cousin. The hall erupted in astonished reactions, followed by applause, some out of courtesy and others out of genuine amazement. Issei was taken aback that, for the 3rd time, someone from the Gremory clan had publicly revealed his secret identity, which was no longer a secret in the underworld. Rias exclaimed in surprise upon seeing them, standing next to a well-dressed man who looked even more elegant than Issei. Surzex explained that he had invited them to make the engagement party truly unforgettable. A man nearby expressed concern, stating that such a move was irresponsible. Surzex confidently asserted his authority as the Demon King, Lucifer, capable of organizing a special event for his sister's engagement. Issei felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that the person behind him, resting a hand on his shoulder, was none other than. The rating game from last time was quite entertaining, but it was heavily skewed because my sister lacked experience in the game. She only had 3 servants and had to face off against the genius that Riser was. The person who appeared to be Riser approached cautiously, reacting to the words of the devil. Surzex, the Demon King, smiled as he addressed the room. He stated that if a demon king like him claimed the last game was unfair, it would reflect poorly on the ancient nobles, emphasizing the importance of their connections. A middle-aged man with crimson hair asked Surzex what he intended to do. It was clear he was the father of Rias and Riser. Surzex expressed his desire to transform his little sister's engagement party into a spectacular event, proposing a legendary battle between a dragon and a phoenix. He believed nothing could be more entertaining than such a showdown. The hall fell silent at the Demon King's proclamation, while a tall, muscular man with short black hair smiled approvingly. Before anything else, Surzex asked Riser and me what prize we would seek if we won the battle. Kara and I exchanged glances, uncertain of the implications of accepting or rejecting the terms. However, if this could somehow save our friend, it felt worth the risk. Kara hesitantly agreed, and I nodded in affirmation. Surzex then turned to Riser, asking if he would showcase his power once more in front of him and Rias. Riser smiled and accepted, stating he could not decline the request of Surzex. The stage was set for our confrontation, and I needed to win. Surzex stepped forward, looking at both Riser and me, and inquired about the prize we desired should we emerge victorious. The nobles began to murmur, questioning the legality of the offer. Surzex clarified that Riser, as our guest, deserved a significant reward for his participation. He encouraged us to voice our desires, promising to grant anything we wished. Riser was the first to speak, boldly demanding the last daughter of the planet Krypton as his prize, claiming it would be a great addition to his collection of beauties. My eyes widened in disbelief at Riser's audacious request. The nobles reacted with excitement, praising Riser's genius. I looked at Surzex, incredulous at the legality of such a demand. Surzex explained that this was why he had asked us to accept all terms. I felt a surge of indignation for not foreseeing this twist. Kara's face reflected embarrassment and disbelief as we realized the stakes. If Riser defeated me, he would not only claim Rias but also Kara. My fists clenched tightly at the absurdity of the situation, which seemed to be within the bounds of legality. Ddraig's voice echoed in my mind, urging me to stay calm and reminding me that I would defeat Riser. He encouraged me to think of my own reward. I turned back to Sekiryuutei, asking if I could request anything if I won. He confirmed that I could ask for anything from being reincarnated as a demon to receiving a beautiful woman. With newfound determination, I looked at Sekiryuutei and made my request. I asked for the cancellation of the marriage between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix, along with any arranged marriage Rias did not wish to have. Sekiryuutei smiled at my request, agreeing that if I won, Rias would be free from any unwanted marriage. I bowed my head in respect, thanking him. Using his demonic powers, Sekiryuutei summoned a magical circle beneath our feet, teleporting Riser and me to a new location. We found ourselves in a battlefield the size of a large city, reminiscent of New York. The buildings had an Arthurian aesthetic but were as grand as Manhattan's skyscrapers, and the sky was a crimson hue filled with stars. This place was astonishing, a battlefield within the dimensional gap, protected by various barriers. As the official called for the battle to begin, I felt a rush of adrenaline. There was no turning back, I was determined to win. Riser unleashed fiery wings from his back and pointed at me with his right hand, declaring that I, the Sekiryuutei of the Justice League, would not be a match for Riser Phoenix. He vowed to crush me. Activating my boosted gear, an immense energy surged through my body. I raised my left arm, fist clenched, and shouted for all the demons and Kara to hear me. I proclaimed my identity as Issei Hyoudou, the Red Dragon Emperor of the Justice League, and declared that this time I was not fighting for my world. This time, the protagonist fought for his dear friend Rias Gremory and for the woman he loved, Kara Zor-El. The jewel of his boosted gear shone with a fierce intensity. Immediately, a powerful red aura enveloped him completely. The aura took the form of his scale mail armor, filling him with immense power. His boosters charged to the maximum, and he flew straight toward Riser in a direct line. Riser, pleased, acknowledged the impressive aura and charged back at him. The protagonist extended his left fist forward, mirroring Riser's right fist. Both fists were charged with a tremendous amount of aura. When their fists collided, a shockwave erupted, creating a brilliant flash of red and yellow light. The impact pushed him back, but his boosters stabilized him, allowing him to charge forward again. Riser experienced a similar reaction, his fiery wings halting his backward momentum as he charged once more. This time, they both increased their speed. The protagonist used his right fist while Riser used his left, resulting in another powerful shockwave that sent them both reeling backward. They repeated this attack several times, each time with the same outcome, until they decided to ascend high into the sky above the battlefield. Riser declared that being in the air gave him an advantage as an aerial fighter. Indeed, while both were airborne, Riser gained incredible speed, leaving a trail of golden flames as he maneuvered with ease. He then announced his super punch, launching a massive fireball-like creature at high speed toward the protagonist. His power multiplied sevenfold, and Ddraig channeled that energy into his left palm. Riser charged at him with immense force and speed. The skies illuminated with a brilliant flash of golden fire as the impact shook the battlefield. Despite the force of Riser's blow, the protagonist managed to stop it with his left palm, using all of his doubled power to withstand the impact. He felt a momentary numbness in his hand but was accustomed to such sensations. Riser's punch was so fiery that it produced a significant amount of smoke from his hand as he pulled back slightly. Impressed, Riser remarked on the protagonist's ability to withstand his blows and challenged him to see who was stronger. Riser charged both fists with a massive amount of golden aura and unleashed a relentless barrage of rapid, destructive punches. As Riser began his attack, the protagonist spent power restored and doubled to 8, with Ddraig ensuring that all that energy flowed into his fists. Their punches collided repeatedly, resonating throughout the battlefield. Riser boasted about his strength, while the protagonist declared his superiority. The next punch he threw connected with Riser's right cheek, while Riser simultaneously struck his left cheek. The force of their blows created a powerful shockwave, enveloping them in red and gold. Both of them felt the effects, with blood escaping their lips from the impact. The protagonist noticed that the blow had significantly damaged the left side of his armor. Ddraig congratulated him for his resilience against Riser's fiery strength. They separated slightly, still in the air, as Riser touched the side of his face where he had been struck. He acknowledged the impressive strength of the protagonist and noted that without his regenerative abilities, that blow could have been devastating. Curious, the protagonist asked why Riser constantly referred to himself in the third person. Riser shrugged it off as a habit and prepared for another round. Once again, Riser charged at him, filled with golden fire aura, and they resumed their exchange of punches, shaking the battlefield anew. Each blow was perfectly blocked, neither able to land a hit on the other, as their strength and resistance matched. This relentless exchange continued for some time, escalating to include kicks and knee strikes. Eventually, they found themselves in a fierce struggle, each blocking the other's hands. With a surge of power, the protagonist pushed Riser back, who landed gracefully atop a tower. Riser raised his hands, gathering an immense amount of demonic power, creating a fiery orb the size of a mansion. The protagonist realized the magnitude of power Riser had accumulated, capable of engulfing half the battlefield in flames. Yet he knew he had the strength to match it. Show him what your flames are capable of. I understood. Let's see which of us has the better flames. Taking a deep breath, I filled my lungs with air and ignited a small flame within my stomach. My balance breaker was at its maximum capacity. Boost, 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 transfer. Let's see what you can do against my star move, Riser Phoenix. Here it comes. Flaring Phoenix. The attack Riser charge took the form of a gigantic phoenix. Its diameter tripled. He launched the massive phoenix made entirely of golden flames toward me just as I transferred all that duplicated power to the fire within my stomach and immediately expelled it toward the phoenix. A tremendous flame erupted from my mouth, colliding with Riser's ultimate move. Dragon Fire? Riser gasped in disbelief. Yes, this is Dragon Fire. I concentrated the range of my attack solely on Riser's strike, and the battlefield's temperatures soared so high that all the buildings began to melt. My flames held back Riser's, but his flames did not retreat either. It was a clash of wills. The collision of our flames reached a point where they intertwined, resulting in an explosion of fire that engulfed the entire battlefield. Silence. For a few seconds, there was silence. The battlefield had been incinerated from end to end. Nothing remained. It now resembled a cleared field the size of a city within apocalypse. Gasping for breath, Riser and I remained on the battlefield, but at a considerable distance from one another, both on our knees with our hands on the ground, trying to recover. My armor was intensely hot on the outside. It burned within as well, but my resistance and metahuman condition kept it from affecting me too much. Riser, on the other hand, was covered in severe burns that were taking too long to heal. Why isn't Riser recovering? The clash of powers you just had severely affected his stamina and spirit. Even someone with the powers of the Phoenix cannot regenerate their spirit instantly when faced with dragon flames like yours, Ddraig explained as I struggled to stand. Is that so? How hot did our flames get to cause this explosion? Hot enough to create a hell in hell, Ddraig replied with amusement. I won't lose. Riser stood up, his fiery wings igniting in a powerful blaze. Despite his body not healing as it should, he was determined to keep fighting. Very well. I have no intention of losing either. My boosters recharged to maximum, and I flew straight toward Riser. He did the same, and we were on the verge of colliding. My left jab was ready, just as Riser's right was poised for impact, and both fists collided with all their might. All my aura, all my power was in that punch, and I could tell Riser's was the same. The clash of my fist against Riser's unleashed an immense wave of power that enveloped us both in a massive explosion of reddish-golden aura. The battlefield shook violently, and I felt an immense pain throughout my left arm. A thick cloud of smoke and aura surrounded Riser and me completely. As the smoke dissipated, I saw my left arm exposed, covered in burns and bleeding. Riser's right arm bore similar wounds, though his injuries were healing due to his regeneration. Seeing my left arm, he smiled with satisfaction. We are evenly matched. I'm terrified. I feel fear from your power. But I also feel a happiness I can't understand. I want to defeat you. I will defeat you, Sekiryuutei. With a battle cry, Riser charged at me, using only his left fist to attack since his right was in no condition for combat. Each blow he landed with his flame-filled left fist, I blocked with my right hand as best as I could. My left arm was nearing its limit, but it was still holding up. The HUD of my armor revealed critical and moderate damage across almost all of my scale mail, yet despite everything, I felt a surge of happiness. Even though what was at stake was incredibly important to me, being here and exchanging blows with this phoenix made my blood boil with excitement. Riser and I continued this way for quite some time until another punch sent us both flying backward. This intense battle was nearing its end. I just needed to land one solid hit. I looked at my left hand and clenched it tightly. Ddraig sent a surge of aura into my injured left arm, materializing the scale mail armor once more. This time, I flew straight toward Riser, who waited for my approach. His right arm had healed enough to be functional in combat. In fact, his body was almost fully healed. We charged at each other for one final exchange of blows, using every last drop of aura we had left. Riser's right punches were becoming erratic, revealing a drop in his guard. Boost, 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 boost. I knew what to do. For the next few seconds, I stopped attacking and focused solely on defending against his strikes. Throughout the fight, I had learned all his close combat moves, and when he attempted to land a punch with his right fist, I used the super speed of my scale mail to position myself for the decisive blow. All my duplicated power and aura gathered in my left fist, and then, the impact of my left fist struck his stomach with all the power I had left. Riser coughed up blood, propelled high into the sky before crashing to the ground nearly 100 meters from where I hit him. Riser, I ask for your forgiveness. You fought with everything you had for the sake of your family, your pride, and your future. But when it comes to my friends, the woman who mattered most to him was someone he couldn't afford to lose. He noticed Riser in the distance and activated the HUD in his helmet. Just as Ddraig had mentioned, Riser's eyes were blank, the force of his last blow having rendered him unconscious. He chuckled lightly, acknowledging that he might have gone a bit overboard. The full faceplate of his armor automatically retracted, and both he and Riser were teleported back to the engagement party hall through magical circles. Once back in the hall, he began searching for Kara, the person he most wanted to see at that moment. It wasn't hard to find her, as she was the only girl who rushed toward him at super speed. Kara was so excited that she attempted to give him a warm hug, but upon touching him, she realized how hot his armor was and opted to just touch his arms instead, knowing that hugging him might risk damaging her beautiful black dress. She expressed her concern about his condition, her eyes widening in shock as she took in the cuts and bruises on his face. He tried to lighten the mood, asking if that was a good or bad thing. Kara insisted it was definitely not good, struggling to resist the urge to embrace him. He assured her he would take care of it soon and deactivated his balance breaker. As his armor transformed into a red aura and dissipated, he found himself back in his elegant suit, though the part covering his left arm was missing. He worried about his attire more than his physical condition, prompting Kara to burst into laughter. She gently cupped his cheeks, her expression shifting from joy to concern as she noted his injuries. He suggested they visit Asia for some healing, and after a moment of contemplation, Kara agreed. Before they could leave, he glanced over at Rias, who was still in shock from the earlier events. Kara noticed his gaze and released his face, taking hold of his left arm instead. They approached Rias together, but a beautiful girl with blonde hair styled in drill pigtails stepped in their way. She looked at him silently, as if about to confront him. He pointed at her, standing firm, and declared that if she wanted to complain, she could fight him anytime. The girl took a few steps back, a slight blush on her cheeks, and allowed them to pass as they continued toward Rias. Rias, feeling embarrassed, thanked him for his help, and he noticed she was not alone. Her father, a man with crimson hair, stood beside her. He approached the man and expressed his disapproval of forcing Rias into a marriage out of greed, urging him to honor the request he had made to Surzex. Rias's father sighed and turned away, leaving the scene. Surzex was also absent, and he wanted to thank him for everything he had done, but that would have to wait for another time. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared from his pocket, where he had stored the teleportation papers Surzex had given him and Kara. He pulled out the paper, which summoned a quadruped creature with the head of an eagle and a pair of wings. A girl nearby exclaimed that it was a griffin, and he turned to see Kiba, Akino, and little Kaneko. The griffin lowered its head, allowing Rias to pet it. He smiled, impressed that Surzex had thought of everything. He then turned to Kiba and asked if they could make a contract again. Kiba, looking a bit confused but smiling, agreed. He requested Kiba to take Rias back to the old building where they lived, as he and Kara needed to visit Asia in Smallville before returning to New York. Kiba readily accepted the task, helping Rias onto the griffin before they took off into the sky of the underworld. Kara lifted him into her arms, and though he felt a bit embarrassed, he couldn't deny how comfortable it was. She soared into the sky to follow the griffin. He remarked that it felt strange being the hero in this situation, to which Kara responded with a wide grin, teasing him about his discomfort. She playfully warned him that if he didn't stop complaining, she would fly upside down. His eyes widened at the thought, and Kara's smile grew even more mischievous. Manhattan, New York. June 1, 2017, 8:45 a.m. A week had passed since the battle against Riser Phoenix in the underworld. Issei never imagined he would soon find himself embroiled in something more complicated than demon politics. However, he was mistaken. As he pondered this, a loud explosion echoed from 2nd Avenue near the Upper East Side. Fortunately, he was already in balance breaker and quickly flew straight toward the source of the explosion. Upon arrival, he saw the street in chaos, with several cars overturned and engulfed in flames. The cause of the destruction was a towering figure, 7.5 feet tall, with pale gray skin and a muscular build. His white hair framed a face twisted in excitement, and he wore a tattered dark suit. It was Solomon Grundy, wielding an enormous high-tech shotgun that Issei had never seen before. Grundy shouted about his intentions to destroy New York and demanded to know the whereabouts of the Red Dragon, eager to engage in battle. As Grundy fired his shotgun at a nearby truck, causing it to explode, Issei landed a safe distance behind him. He braced himself, arms extended and elbows bent, channeling the aura of his scale mail to withstand the powerful blast of energy from the weapon. The impact pushed him backward, and he could see the resistance of his gauntlets being tested rapidly through the HUD in his helmet. Ddraig informed him that the shotgun was heavily based on sacred gears, possibly an artificial prototype. The revelation that it might be linked to Grigori, the organization of fallen angels, added to Issei's concerns. Grundy continued to fire, shouting threats at the Red Dragon. Issei held his ground, determined to prevent any further destruction. Suddenly, a blur of blue and red appeared behind Grundy, snatching the shotgun from his grasp. Kara landed to Issei's left, holding the weapon with a playful smile. She teased him about whether he was truly in trouble, to which he replied that he was merely ensuring no buildings were targeted. With the situation escalating, Issei suggested they deal with Grundy quickly before he could find another vehicle to throw. Kara agreed and launched herself at Grundy, striking him with both fists and sending him crashing several streets back. Grundy managed to regain his footing, but Issei, with Draig's assistance, created a massive dragon shot in his hands, dividing it into 3 and launching them at Grundy. The blast struck him, creating a powerful explosion of red aura. Although Grundy was left dazed, his superhuman resilience meant he was not severely harmed. Kara seized the opportunity to charge at Grundy, landing a powerful left punch that sent him staggering. Issei flew toward him, channeling all his power into a punch aimed directly at Grundy's stomach, a move that had previously defeated Riser. The impact caused Grundy to cough violently, and he was propelled upward. However, Kara quickly caught his ankle and slammed him back to the ground, creating a massive crater in the street. Grundy lay unconscious, defeated. Shortly after, officers and a SWAT team arrived to handle the situation, transporting Grundy to a maximum security prison. Issei stored the shotgun in his scale mail for safekeeping. With the immediate threat neutralized, he and Kara exchanged glances, both aware of the next challenge ahead. Ddraig activated Issei's communicator, and he reached out to the Justice League. He asked if his speedster friend was available when a flash of red and yellow electricity appeared before him. Barry, the Flash, greeted them with a casual demeanor. Issei requested Barry to handle the cleanup while he and Kara needed to attend to other matters. Barry, incredulous, questioned whether this was happening again, but Issei was already focused on the next steps in their adventure. It was already the 8th time that day, and it wasn't even noon yet. Kara tried to stifle her laughter, covering her mouth with one hand. I encouraged Barry with a few pats on the back, telling him he would finish in a flash. Then I reignited my thrusters and Kara and I soared into the sky, waving goodbye to the Scarlet Speedster. I mentioned that I needed to return to the watchtower to deliver the shotgun, explaining that Ddraig had said it seemed to be based on very experimental sacred gear technology. Kara nodded, her gaze fixed on me. She then stated that she had to get back to Catco, not wanting to be fired on her first day. I paused, realizing we had a significant issue. Kara looked at me, confusion evident on her face. I revealed that my parents wanted to meet her. She was taken aback and then burst into laughter, finding it amusing. However, when she saw my serious expression, her laughter faded, and we hovered above the clouds. Her surprise turned to concern as she realized the weight of the situation. I reassured her that I would pick her up from work later, and we would have dinner at my house. Kara hesitated, wondering if she would make a good impression. I smiled widely, assuring her that if my parents liked Rainier, they would love her even more since she was infinitely better. Kara blushed slightly, mentioning that my friends had told her the same thing. Hearing the name of one of my friends made me frown, and I asked who Win was. She explained that he worked at Catco and had given her advice for her interview. I smiled again and pulled her closer, wrapping my arm around her waist. As we prepared to part ways, Kara leaned in and kissed me. It was a long, heartfelt kiss filled with all our emotions, making the moment feel special and perfect. After a minute, we pulled away, and she expressed that she felt more confident. With a happy smile, she flew off to her job. Later that afternoon, I returned home and found my room in complete disarray. I had been meaning to clean it, but with my busy schedule, it had become a mess. Since turning 18, my mom had insisted I keep my room tidy to prepare for independence, and now that I had a girlfriend, it had become my sole responsibility, which I had neglected. Fortunately, I always had a backup plan, a simplified pentagram to summon a certain blonde demon who resembled a charming prince. I called out to Kiba, and he appeared in my room, greeting me. I informed him that I was going to pick up Kara from work, and he took care of the cleaning as he had been doing since I formed a contract with him. Kiba helped with my household chores, and I often summoned him for gaming sessions or to park my vehicle when I was in a hurry. Sometimes, I even called on him to handle some of my missions for the Justice League so I could spend more time with Kara. I had become quite a loyal client to the Gremory clan. After picking up Kara, I drove back to my parents' house. The ride was quiet, filled with our shared nerves. Upon arriving, I turned off the engine and let out a sigh, preparing myself for what lay ahead. Kara murmured to herself, trying to calm her nerves, recalling how serious things had been with Rainier. I reassured her that it wouldn't be so bad, joking about what the worst thing I could learn about her might be. I already knew she liked women and enjoyed looking at my chest. Her reaction was one of shock, and she suggested we just go inside. We opened our doors, and I locked my vehicle before taking her hand as we entered my house together. In the living room, my parents regarded Kara with serious expressions, as if conducting a private interrogation. After a moment of silence, my father spoke up, asking Kara to be honest about whether I treated her well. "You are a very beautiful lady. How did you end up with someone who could be considered the embodiment of wickedness?" Alarm bells started ringing in my head as my mom nodded several times. Her voice continued, explaining that his time in high school was quite troubled, with multiple incidents of him being reprimanded for peeking into the girls' restrooms and engaging in many questionable activities. I slowly took a sip of water from my glass to calm my nerves, knowing something like this would come up. My mom continued, sharing her concerns about his time in Gotham City, a place she believed was a bad influence for someone as reckless as Issei. She speculated that he might have spent his money on women, following in the footsteps of Mr. Wayne. I had no doubt he would have considered it if he hadn't met Kara. But that wasn't the point. Then my dad asked if she was sure she wanted to keep dating Issei, suggesting that he might have connections to demons. My eyes widened in surprise at his joking remark, which held a kernel of truth. Kara chuckled lightly at that and confidently addressed my parents, acknowledging Issei's flaws but also highlighting his good heart. She expressed her gratitude for everything he had done for her since they met, stating that she would be lost on this planet without him, with only her cousin and his parents as her connection. Kara's words seemed to touch my parents deeply, causing them to become emotional. My dad spoke again, reflecting on Issei's attitude and how he never thought he would find a girlfriend. He had worried that he might never see a grandchild due to Issei's behavior. My mom chimed in, admitting she had also thought Issei would remain single and be her silly son forever. She had hoped that the lightning strike he once experienced would correct his foolishness, but her efforts and prayers seemed in vain when he woke from his coma. I wished I could close my eyes and pretend I wasn't there, not wanting to hear this conversation. If only I could travel back in time, I would warn my past self that my son would grow up to be a young man who hides magazines in model boxes in his closet. My mother knew my secret hiding spot. I choked on my drink in shock and started coughing. Kara quickly reacted, gently patting my back and offering me a napkin to wipe my mouth. I thanked her, feeling a bit embarrassed as she smiled at me warmly. My dad approached Kara, clasping her hands with his. He asked if she was sure she wanted to take care of Issei. Kara enthusiastically affirmed that Issei was a wonderful person. My dad then turned his intense gaze toward me, warning that I better not break Kara's heart or it would be the last thing I did in this life. His look sent chills down my spine, making me feel as though he had transformed into an intimidating father-in-law figure. Suddenly, a delicious aroma of cookies wafted into the room. Kiba appeared from the kitchen, having just finished baking snacks. I had only asked him to tidy up my room, so I was surprised to see him still there. My mom approached Kiba, explaining that since I was bringing Kara over to meet them, she decided to tidy up my room and was surprised to find him doing that. Kiba smiled sheepishly as my mom looked at me reproachfully. Kiba reassured her that Issei was his best friend, and he had no problem helping out. My dad crossed his arms, feeling proud of me for having such a great friend and girlfriend. For the first time, he felt proud of his son. My mom began showing Kara various photo albums from my childhood, starting with a picture of me at the beach when I was little. Kara laughed heartily, and it was clear that she and my mom were getting along splendidly. They continued to share embarrassing stories about my childhood, and I felt a mix of amusement and embarrassment. At least it was just Kara and not the entire Justice League. As I leaned back on the couch, resting my head on my hand, I tried to enjoy the comical yet awkward situation. My mom pulled out another album, revealing pictures from kindergarten, claiming I was already chasing after girls back then. Kara exclaimed how adorable I looked as a child, while I felt nothing but embarrassment. My mom then showed a baby picture of me, and Kara's eyes lit up, reminding her of her cousin as a baby. I couldn't understand why that would excite her so much. I complained to my mom about showing all those albums, feeling quite embarrassed. Kiba, standing beside me with one of my albums, commented that she was a good mother, looking at the pictures with a big smile. My frustration boiled over as I exclaimed, "Come on, Kiba. Are you going to be watching too?" He murmured nostalgically as he enjoyed the pages of the album. As he thought about it, he realized that Kiba had never mentioned his family. He must have one, right? Kiba flipped to the next page of the album, and instead of enjoying it as he had been, he seemed surprised. This was quite unusual for him. I stood up to approach Kiba and glanced at the page he was looking at. "Hey, In, could you tell me about this photo?" It was a picture of me from kindergarten, showing me with another boy my age. I remember that kid. He lived near my house when I was in kindergarten. We always played superheroes and other games. He moved to another country before I started first grade because of his parents' job. I haven't seen him since. I explained to Kiba. Why was he so interested in that photo? Could he be that boy? I doubted it. The boy had light brown hair, not blonde. Do you remember anything about this? Kiba asked, pointing to an object in the photo. His voice was serious, a side of him I had never seen before. I was very young back then. How things happen, huh? Finding this in such an unexpected place. Kiba laughed, but there was a fury in his eyes that made me shiver. It seemed that the photo had triggered something in him. Kiba looked at me intensely and stated, "This is a sacred sword." Kiba had left before dinner, and I was surprised that instead of returning to Japan, he chose to walk the streets of New York. That didn't seem wise, considering he lived in another country without proper documents. But then again, it probably wasn't a problem for someone who was actually a demon. He would be fine. After dinner, Kara helped my mom wash the dishes while my dad and I cleaned the table. By the way, Issei, where does Kiba live? Somewhere around here. Don't you know? At that question, I grimaced and my dad sighed. It was common for me not to know. Until now, our friendship had been based solely on daily contracts, nothing more, nothing less. I hadn't even bothered to ask him about his life, while he seemed to know everything about mine. I started to feel guilty about that. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, I could hear Kara and my mom having a personal conversation. "I'm sorry, I think we talked too much tonight." "That's okay, Mrs. Hyoudou. Everything was excellent. I had a lot of fun." "You're a great girl, Kara. Issei is lucky to have someone so special." "Thank you. For me, he is also someone very special." Every time she spoke about me, I felt my heart swell with happiness. When they finished, I approached Kara, took her hand, and we said goodbye to my parents before heading to my vehicle. "Don't drive too fast, Issei. Put on your seatbelts," they said seriously as I started the engine. Yeah. "It was nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou." My parents smiled back at her. "The pleasure was ours. Take care, and remember, if you have a problem with Issei, you can count on us." "You won't be alone," my mom said after my dad. "I won't forget. Thank you very much. See you later." Before long, we arrived at her apartment building. "That didn't turn out too badly, did it?" Kara asked with a playful smile. "No, it didn't. Although I'm starting to think I'm losing my position as the favorite child." Kara burst into laughter. Your mother is quite the conversationalist. I hope we can meet more often. You can come whenever you want." Though I hoped it wouldn't be every day, as I preferred spending time alone with her. "I see. Yes. You shouldn't be so hard on Kiba. If you consider him your friend, be a friend to him. You have Zez, Cal, Barry, and the rest of the league. He seems to only have you." "I understand, Kara. Thanks for saying that." She smiled happily, and we both said goodbye with a warm, lingering kiss. In the city of Kuo, Japan, on June 6, 2017, at midnight, Kiba Hyoudou walked through the heavy rain without the need for an umbrella. He thought that a good downpour might clear his mind. Recently, he had a disagreement with his master, Rias Gremry. It could be said that he had rebelled against her, the one who had saved his life many years ago. He felt like he had failed as Kiba Hyoudou, unable to forget his quest for revenge against the holy sword Excalibur. Over the past few years, he had become somewhat lost in the routine of school and university life. He had made good friends, enjoyed a decent lifestyle, and even earned a nickname. Rias had given him a purpose in life, and he felt that asking for more happiness was wrong. He couldn't continue living with his friends until he achieved his goal. Suddenly, he heard a splash that was different from the sound of the rain. A priest stood before him, a cross hanging around his neck, someone who dealt out divine punishments in the name of God. He represented one of the things Kiba hated most in the world. He was a target of his hatred. Kiba thought nothing of killing him if he was an exorcist. But then he noticed something strange. There were bloodstains on the priest's stomach, and he was coughing up blood before collapsing to the ground. Had he been murdered? By whom? A new enemy? Kiba felt an abnormal presence and instinctively created a demonic sword. It was a powerful intent to kill. A flash of metal caught his eye just as lightning illuminated the sky. As he moved toward the source of the murderous intent, he saw someone with a long sword attacking him. The assailant wore the same clothing as the fallen priest, indicating he was also one. But the murderous aura he exuded was anything but normal. With a mocking tone, the man greeted Kiba, revealing himself as Fried Selzen, the priest he had fought during the fallen angel incident, the very incident where he met his friend. Fried wore the same unpleasant smile as always. He expressed surprise at Kiba's presence in the city and seemed overly cheerful, claiming he was happy to see him again. Kiba, filled with anger, tried to create a demonic sword in his left hand, but Fried's sword began to emit a holy aura. The light and the aura were unmistakable. He could never forget them. Fried, bored of hunting priests, saw this encounter as an exciting opportunity. He challenged Kiba to see which was stronger, his Excalibur or Kiba's demonic swords, promising that the reward would be death and a good night. In Brooklyn, New York, a week had passed since Kara met Kiba's parents. Since then, she had come to dinner several times, almost feeling like part of the family. In truth, it felt more like Kiba was part of her family. She had won over his parents' hearts. However, it had also been a week since Kiba had last been seen. Kiba had not responded to any of Kara's attempts to contact him, whether for chores, video games, or just hanging out as friends. He had completely disconnected. Kara suggested that Kiba's situation was a problem for his clan, not the Justice League, and she felt that if she approached Rias, she wouldn't reveal the whole truth. They concluded that Kiba needed her help, and she decided to return to Kuo, Japan, to understand what was happening with him. Coincidentally, her boss also had plans to go to Japan, making it a win-win situation. Lucius Fox was on sabbatical, and his temporary replacement, Zell, was a tall man in his 20s with black hair, a golden fringe, and a goatee. Zell was more relaxed and enjoyed playing video games with her, always looking for a drinking buddy. She didn't know his reasons for going to Japan, but everything seemed to be falling into place. That afternoon, Kara was picked up from work, and they headed to Kiba's parents' house so she could inform them of her departure. As they arrived, Kara asked her to keep her updated if anything happened. Kara wanted to know that she would be informed if anything required the attention of Sekiryuutei and Supergirl. Kara's adorable pout made Kiba smile as he assured her he would take care of himself and avoid the charms of Rias and Aquino. They shared a sweet moment, their foreheads touching, and Kiba promised to stay safe. But suddenly, Kara pulled away, noticing laughter coming from inside the house. She pointed out that it sounded like there were other girls present. Kiba raised an eyebrow in confusion, realizing that Kara was acting a bit possessive, especially when it came to beautiful girls showing interest in him. As they entered the house, the laughter grew louder, and Kiba and Kara stepped into the living room, where they were greeted by the unexpected sight of several girls. Mom turned to look at me when she realized I was there with Kara. She welcomed us warmly, and Kara greeted her back with a friendly smile, though her eyes were fixed on the unfamiliar guests. Both women were foreigners, wearing rosaries around their necks, and their behavior suggested they were not ordinary people. They both wore white robes. I wondered if they were related to the church or perhaps exorcists. I wasn't sure if that was good or bad. The woman with brown hair smiled at me, and beside her was another girl with blue hair and a green streak. She had a weapon wrapped in cloth with her. I could sense that the weapon was special. There was an intensity about it. It was likely a holy sword, and I doubted it was demonic. I introduced myself to the girl with a genuine smile, but she looked quite perplexed. She pointed to herself and said she was someone I should remember. I was confused and didn't recall her at all. Mom, noticing my lack of reaction, showed me a photo, the one that had annoyed Kiba a week ago. She pointed to the boy I used to play with as a child. This girl is Irina Shidou. Back then she wasn't very feminine, but now she's quite the opposite. It's surprising, Mom remarked. I looked at the girl sitting on the sofa, then back at the boy in the photo, repeating the actions several times before I could react. I was shocked to learn that I had thought she was a boy all this time. Irina seemed embarrassed by my reaction. Mom scolded me for being rude, and I took a step back. Irina reassured me that it was okay, as many people had made the same mistake back then because she had been quite tomboyish. Irina expressed her joy at my recovery, mentioning how she had prayed for me every day since I had been struck by lightning. I felt it was a bit late to discuss that. I reminded her that the incident had happened 4 years ago, and I had awakened 3 years ago. Mom stood up from the sofa and went to the kitchen, so Kara and I took her place and continued to watch Irina. Irina exclaimed how surprised she was and that if she had known about my recovery sooner, she would have visited without hesitation. She then began to pray, thanking the Lord for our reunion. Kara asked Irina if she had never told me she was a girl, to which Irina looked at her in confusion. Kara introduced herself proudly as my girlfriend, and Irina nearly jumped off the sofa in surprise. The other girl, who had been observing me closely, commented on how healthy I looked and asked what I had gained from the lightning strike. Before I could answer, Irina waved her arms dramatically, telling her to stop being so nosy and to be happy that I was awake and well. I wondered why every woman I met seemed so unusual. The other girl was named Zenobia. After dinner, Irina and Zenobia left. It had been quite an amusing gathering, as it was the second time I had met such devoted girls from the church. The next day, after informing Mr. Zell that I would see him in Japan, I picked up Asia Argento to accompany me. Asia lived on the Kent farm, the home of Superman, and from the first day, she had been quite enchanted. Kara and I always kept in touch with Asia, and Zez did too, though he had been missing on a secret mission with Batman. Speaking of the Justice League, the team was divided across the globe on their own missions. Superman defended Metropolis, Wonder Woman was recruiting more personnel, Flash was dealing with someone named DeVoe and a group of metahumans, Green Lantern was with the Guardians trying to navigate his breakup with Shiera, John Johns was monitoring from the Watchtower, and Supergirl was defending New York while working as Cat Grant's assistant, though she seemed disillusioned with her situation. I wondered if she regretted working at Catco. I asked Asia if she was ready, and she looked at me with a bright smile as we stood on the teleportation platform. She expressed her excitement about returning to the city where we had met and where she had also met Kara, Zez, and the Gremory clan. She had adopted Kara's style of dress and looked like her little sister, though Asia was a bit more reserved. She wore a red blouse, white jeans, pink heels, and carried her personal items from the church on her shoulder. No matter what happened, she would always be a beautiful girl devoted to the church. John was just a few seconds away from teleporting us to Kuro. He wished us good luck on our journey, and soon we arrived at the old building of the Gremory clan. Inside the Gremory clan building, Asia and I were warmly welcomed by Rias Gremory, Akino Himejima, and Kaneko Tujo. Kiba was nowhere to be seen. Asia and I took a seat on the guest sofa, facing a small table with a lamp. Rias sat across from us, Kaneko had a hard-to-read expression behind her, and Akino approached us to serve the delicious tea she always prepared. I explained the reason for my visit, summarizing everything that had happened in the past week. It was then that Rias sighed and shared with Asia and me about the Sacred Sword project. She confirmed that Hyoudou was a survivor of this project. As we sipped our tea, Rias continued explaining that many years ago, the Christian Church initiated a project to find someone who could wield the sacred sword Excalibur. Asia was taken aback, realizing this was the first time she had heard of it. Given its secretive nature, it was understandable that she was unaware. Rias elaborated that the sacred swords were the ultimate weapons against demons. If she or her servants were struck by a sacred sword, they would leave no trace behind, they would simply vanish. These swords could be seen as the ultimate weapon for those who believe in God and view demons as their foes. In contrast, Zez possessed a demonic sword, which he once used to stop Rias from making a grave mistake. She reflected on how precise he had been in that moment, managing to incapacitate her without taking her life. As Rias continued, she explained that the origins of sacred swords came from various places, with Excalibur being the most renowned. It appeared in many books, even in Japan and the USA. Created through magic and alchemy by those who reached the realm of God, these swords chose their wielders, with only one person being selected every 100 years. The same applied to Zez, who was chosen by Graham. Rias pondered whether there could be a sacred gear that was the opposite of Kiba's. She then informed me about Kiba's sacred gear, which I had not fully understood until now. I expressed my curiosity about whether a sacred gear could create sacred swords, given that Kiba's could create demonic ones. Rias clarified that while such sacred gears existed, they were vastly different in power compared to the established sacred swords. She mentioned that there were sacred gears called Longinus, like my boosted gear. The most famous was the sacred gear wielded by the one who killed Jesus Christ, known as True Longinus, which had the power to even slay gods. Rias noted that no sacred gear related to swords could compete with the likes of Excalibur, Durandal, or Kusanagi due to their immense power. The most powerful demonic sword belonged to Zez Zatenberg, known as Graham. Rias took another sip of her tea before revealing that Hyoudou had undergone artificial treatment to adapt to sacred swords, particularly Excalibur. I asked if Kiba could use sacred swords, but Rias shook her head, explaining that Hyoudou and others who received similar treatment could not adapt. She revealed that the church deemed those unable to wield sacred swords as defective, leading to their rejection. Asia and I exchanged shocked glances, unable to fathom what that entailed. Rias felt uncomfortable discussing it, stating that most of those experimented on were killed, including Hyoudou, simply for failing to control sacred swords. Asia expressed her disbelief, her eyes welling with tears, as she still held faith in the church. Rias, a demon with a good heart despite her nature, reflected on the church's view of demons as evil beings. She believed that the true evil lay within humanity. When she reincarnated Hyoudou as a demon, he vowed to seek revenge even in his weakened state. Rias wanted him to use his talents as a demon rather than waste them on controlling sacred swords. She had saved Kiba by turning him into a demon, hoping to prevent him from becoming obsessed with sacred swords, though it seemed her efforts had not yielded the desired outcome. Rias acknowledged that Kiba would never forget what had happened with the sacred swords and those involved, including the church. This explained his animosity toward priests and his obsession with information about sacred swords. It was understandable that he harbored resentment, having been used as an experiment. While I had not reached such a point of hatred, I could empathize with his feelings, especially if I had been killed by Rainier. I had managed to become part of a symbol of hope, much like Superman, through my abilities and actions over the years. I thought of Kara, my friends, and my parents, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over me. I resolved to keep a close watch on Hyoudou, uncertain of how his mind had become consumed with thoughts about sacred swords. Rias let out a deep sigh, expressing her hope that things would return to normal. She then mentioned that a particular photo might have been the reason for Issei's unusual behavior. From the pocket of his black jacket, he pulled out a photo of himself with Irina from his childhood and showed it to Rias. The moment Rias saw the picture, her eyes widened in surprise. Issei nodded in response to her question about whether he knew someone connected to the church. He explained that the girl in the photo, Irina Hyoudou, had been his childhood friend. He hadn't seen her since elementary school, as she had moved abroad, and he only learned of her return the night before when she visited his house with another girl from the church, though she had left the country again shortly after. Rias appeared deep in thought after returning the photo. She asked if the girl accompanying Irina had blue hair, which caught Issei off guard. He confirmed her guess, wondering how she had known. Aquino then approached him, showing a recent photo of Irina and Zenobia in their white robes as they exited the airport. Issei felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. It seemed like an unfortunate coincidence that they had come to Japan. Asia noticed Issei's reaction and realized they were the same individuals he had mentioned when he picked her up. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps interrupted their conversation as two girls and a boy entered Rias's living room. One of the girls, a young woman with short black hair styled in a bob and violet eyes, introduced herself as Sona Citri. She was dressed like a model student, exuding an air of elegance and authority. The other girl, who was of similar age to Rias and Aquino, also wore glasses. Her long, straight hair cascaded down to her knees, and her heterochromatic eyes, one violet and the other light brown, added to her striking appearance. The boy accompanying them was a relaxed young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes. Sona addressed Issei, acknowledging him as the Sekiryuutei. Issei was taken aback by the title, nearly dropping his tea. Rias chuckled softly before introducing Sona, explaining that she was a high-ranking demon and the next heir to the Sekiryuutei household. Issei was surprised to learn that another high-ranking demon was in Kuo, though he was unfamiliar with the Sekiryuutei clan. Aquino elaborated, explaining that the Sekiryuutei clan was one of the 72 pillars that survived the Great War, alongside the Gremory and Phoenix clans. They protected Kuo during the day, while the Gremory clan took over at night. Issei recalled Ddraig mentioning the Great War long ago. He asked how they knew about him, prompting laughter from Rias, Aquino, Sona, and her companions. Sona explained that they had attended Rias's engagement party and witnessed his fight against Riser Phoenix, which had made quite an impression. Saji Genshiro, a student at Kuo University and Sona's knight, expressed his excitement at meeting someone from the Justice League, mentioning that he also possessed a sacred gear. Sona interrupted him, apologizing for his enthusiasm. She then revealed that they had come because they had arrived. Just then, 2 more girls entered the room, both wearing church robes. Issei recognized them as Irina and her companion, Zenobia Corda. Asia and Issei stood up from the couch, both surprised by the unexpected reunion. Irina, alarmed, questioned Issei's presence in such a place and upon seeing Rias, mistakenly accused her of turning Issei into a demon. Rias quickly reassured her that neither Issei nor Asia were demons. They were simply friends discussing matters. Irina sighed in relief and began to pray, thanking God for keeping Issei from being tempted to become a demon. Despite this, Zenobia stated firmly that they could not overlook the fact that they had been in contact with them. Irina nodded in agreement, emphasizing that they would deal with their sins later. First, they needed to address the demons. Irina looked seriously at the Gremory and Sekiryuutei clan members, pondering why every time she got involved with beings from the Bible, something so complicated had to happen. As Irina and Zenobia prepared to speak with Rias Gremory, Asia and I stepped out into the courtyard of the building. Before leaving, I discreetly placed a hidden microphone to secretly listen to the reasons behind Irina and Zenovia's visit to this city. While we were outside, I sent Kara the audio I had recorded from my conversation with Rias. I had ensured my phone captured every detail, which meant she now knew about Kiba's past. When she finished listening, she called me. She expressed regret for not being there, and I reassured her that it was fine, glad she was in New York to protect our city. Kara promised to find a way to join us, but I urged her not to jeopardize her job for me, emphasizing that her life as Kara Danvers was just as important as her life as Supergirl. She offered her help if I needed anything, and I confirmed I would rely on her, reminding her that the meeting had already started. With a warm smile, I ended the call and activated the microphones. I handed one device to Asia, and together we listened to the conversation. Irina was the first to speak, revealing that the holy swords Excalibur, which were kept at the headquarters of the Catholic Church, the Protestant Church, and the Eastern Orthodox Church, had recently been stolen. Rias questioned how so many Excaliburs could exist, thinking there was only one in the world. Irina explained that the Catholic Church possessed 2 Excaliburs, including hers, while the Protestant and Eastern Orthodox churches also had 2 each. The last one was lost during the war involving God, demons, and fallen angels. Each church had 1 Excalibur stolen, and the thief had escaped to Japan, bringing them to this city. It seemed that incidents like these occurred whenever I was around, and coincidences often brought trouble. Rias inquired about the identity of the thieves, and Irina revealed that they were Grigori, the organization of fallen angels. They knew the main culprit behind the theft, Kokabeel, one of the leaders of Grigori. Asia, surprised by my reaction, asked if the name meant anything to me. I recalled that Rainier had mentioned Kokabeel as the main reason fallen angels had taken a fragment of kryptonite. If Kokabeel was involved, he would be armed with weapons made from the only substance capable of harming Kara. I was relieved she was in New York. I couldn't let Kokabeel get his hands on her. Aquino remarked that Kokabeel was one of the leaders of the fallen angels who had survived the ancient war long ago, expressing her surprise at hearing his name, which even appeared in the Bible. Zenobia mentioned that they had secretly sent priests and exorcists to the city, but they continued to fall victim to attacks. Their request was clear: they did not want any demons interfering in the battle between them and the fallen angels over the Excaliburs. In other words, they came to warn that they would not tolerate any interference. Zenobia's tone suggested she assumed we would consider collaborating with the fallen angels. Rias questioned this assumption, trying to maintain her composure. Zenobia stated that demons despise the holy swords, placing us in the same position as the fallen angels. She warned that if necessary, they would completely destroy us, even if Rias was the younger sister of the Demon King. Rias firmly declared that she would never side with a fallen angel, vowing in the name of the Gremory family that she would never do anything to humiliate the devil. I couldn't help but think of her past actions, which contradicted her words. Zenobia expressed her relief at Rias's stance, indicating that their headquarters expected nothing less from the younger sister of the Demon King. Rias pointed out that they only wanted to ensure she would not oppose them and their god. They were not asking for help. Rather, they wanted her promise not to intervene in their struggle. Rias questioned how the Orthodox Church would act, and Zenobia responded that they would fight to recover the swords until the end. Rias remarked on their recklessness, questioning whether they intended to face Kokobile alone and if they were prepared to die. Irina confirmed that they were dedicated to their cause, stating that if the fallen angels used the Excaliburs, they would do everything in their power to take them back. Zenobia assured Rias that they had no intention of simply dying, and Rias asked if they had a secret weapon or a powerful ally. Zenobia left that to Rias's imagination. As the conversation concluded, I turned off the communicators Asia and I had been using. It seemed my stay in Kuo would not be as short as I had anticipated. At the ancient building of Kuo Academy, on June 9, 2017, at 6:45 p.m., the meeting between the church girls and Rias Gremory had ended. As Irina and Zenobia exited the building, they crossed paths with Asia and me, casting suspicious glances at Asia. They asked if she was the witch Asia Argento. Zenobia approached Asia, who froze at being called witch. That term was particularly painful for her. Irina noticed Asia's discomfort and looked at her with curiosity. She asked if Asia was the rumored witch, the former holy maiden, known for her ability to heal demons and fallen angels. Irina recalled hearing that Asia had been exiled and wondered how she ended up in Japan if she wasn't a demon. Asia struggled to respond, so I stepped in front of her to protect her. I explained that fallen angels had tried to harm Asia and seize her healing powers, and now she was under my protection. Zenobia frowned at me, while Irina shook her head in disbelief. She insisted that I shouldn't be near Asia, warning that I would get hurt by associating with her. Irina questioned my choice to be with a witch, asking how I had traveled from New York to Japan with her. I warned Irina not to call Asia witch again, or I wouldn't forgive her. Zenobia shrugged, claiming that Asia deserved the title. Anger surged within me, and I clenched my teeth. I was tired of their judgments. I shouted that no one had helped Asia when she needed it, and those who couldn't see her kindness were foolish. It was wrong that none of them had tried to be her friend. Zenobia stepped forward, challenging my view. She argued that the holy maiden didn't need friends, stating that seeking love and friendship was a sign of weakness. She believed Asia had no right to be a holy maiden from the start. I found Zenobia's beliefs misguided and refused to accept their treatment of Asia. I confronted them, accusing them of selfishly abandoning Asia because she didn't meet their expectations. I declared that they were sick in their faith and didn't understand what it meant to believe in God, merely following foolish orders from pathetic elders. Both women narrowed their eyes at my words. Zenobia asked what I was to Asia, and I declared that I was her friend and ally. I had rescued her with the help of my friends, and we would protect her together. I warned them that if they tried to harm her, they would become my enemies. Irina and Zenobia exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable, before stepping back and bursting into laughter. Zenobia leaned on her knees, laughing heartily, while Irina wiped tears from her eyes. They mocked me, saying I was no threat and that I still believed I was a superhero, just as I had in childhood. I warned them again that I would face them if necessary. Irina challenged me, asking who I thought I was. Just then, Kiba appeared, looking disdainfully at Irina and Zenobia, radiating an aura of power. He introduced himself as my superior, despite being considered a failure. His sudden appearance was unexpected, but it meant we could team up against Irina and Zenobia. Kiba stood slightly apart from me, while Irina and Zenobia faced us. A barrier of red aura surrounded us, and Kiba's companions watched from outside with concern. Irina declared that it was time to begin. She and Zenobia removed their white garments to reveal black battle attire. While they weren't revealing much skin, their outfits accentuated their figures. Zenobia drew her holy sword, Excalibur, indicating they were prepared for a serious confrontation. My original plan was to take on both of them alone, but Kiba's arrival changed the dynamics. Although Rias had initially opposed Kiba's involvement, I had more freedom as a human. Zenobia expressed interest in testing Kiba's strength, and we all accepted the challenge. She assured us that this battle wouldn't be reported to the church, as it wasn't a fight to the death. The battlefield was the same location where Kara, Zez, and I had previously faced Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko. To prevent unnecessary damage and keep our fight hidden, Akino had set up a barrier for us. This allowed us to fight more freely. Rias cautioned Kiba to be careful with the holy swords, but he only laughed in response. Zenobia questioned his laughter, noting how much he had changed since we last met. He seemed to embody a darker version of himself, a cold smile on his face as he declared that the thing he desperately wanted to defeat had appeared before him. In that moment, countless demonic swords manifested in the courtyard of the ancient building. This was Kiba's sacred gear, Sword Birth, which allowed him to create any demonic sword he could imagine. It was unique among the demonic swords associated with the sacred gears. Kiba had heard of a subject who managed to avoid being discarded by the Holy Sword Project. Was that person him? Kiba did not respond to Zenovia's question. Instead, he directed his intense gaze toward her. She reminded him that killing was prohibited and urged him to remember that this was just a fight. If he went too far, she would have to intervene. Irina called out to Issei with enthusiasm, expressing her excitement about seeing him after such a long time. She was surprised to learn that he had a girlfriend and was involved with demons. Her expression turned somber as she continued, revealing her disappointment. Issei felt a part of him wanting to fight Irina and Zenobia for the hurtful things said to Asia, but he noticed Irina's sad face as a tear rolled down her cheek. She lamented the cruel twist of fate that had brought them to this point, where childhood friends now stood on opposing sides. She believed this was a test from God, and despite her tears, she was eager to confront him with her sword, Excalibur. Even as Irina cried, her eyes sparkled with determination, and she was lost in her beliefs, relishing the moment. If Kara were present, she would have easily knocked Irina out with one blow. Issei, however, decided to respond. He activated his boosted gear, a red glow enveloping his left arm as it took the form of his sacred gear. His power doubled and he prepared for the next surge. Irina and Zenobia were taken aback by the sight of his sacred gear. They recognized him as the childhood friend possessed by the Welsh dragon, who had defended New York and joined the Justice League. Irina's previous unease about him made sense now. Kiba charged at Zenobia, their swords clashing and sending sparks flying. Zenobia smiled as she blocked Kiba's attack, remarking on the heretical nature of the sacred gears, including Issei's and Asia's. Kiba, fueled by the anger of his fallen comrades, vowed to defeat anyone wielding Excalibur. Irina launched her attack at Issei, but he skillfully dodged, aware that a sword was still dangerous, regardless of his demon status. He evaded her strikes with superhuman reflexes, a result of years of training and combat experience. Irina, skilled with her sacred sword, attempted to transform Excalibur into a whip, but her movements did not match the finesse of his training. With his power doubled again, Issei became even more agile, frustrating Irina, who insisted he needed to atone for his sins. Meanwhile, Kiba returned to the fray, wielding two new swords. One created a whirlwind of fire, and the other summoned a blizzard. He attacked Zenobia with incredible speed, but she effortlessly dodged his strikes. Zenobia commented on Kiba's agility and the dual nature of his swords, but she found him naive. With a swift motion, she shattered both of Kiba's demonic swords into dust, leaving him speechless. The destructive power she displayed reminded Issei of Graham. Zenobia declared that her sword was a force of destruction, capable of obliterating anything in its path. She raised Excalibur and brought it down with tremendous force. The ground shook violently, and Issei lost his balance, falling to the ground as dust clouds enveloped him. He wiped his face, spitting out the dirt that had entered his mouth. When he looked around, he saw a massive crater where Zenobia had struck. She had created it with a single blow, showcasing her incredible power without exerting much effort. Kiba's expression turned bitter as he realized the extent of her destructive capability, even though she was not the true Excalibur. Destroying the 7 swords would be a challenging task. What was said caught my attention. Just then, my power doubled for the 3rd time, and Irina shook the dust and mud off her clothes. She exclaimed in surprise about being covered in dirt due to the destruction I had caused. After a brief moment, she regained her stance, declaring it was time to settle things. Irina charged at me with a speed much greater than before, but thanks to my increased power, I was able to maintain a defensive rhythm that surpassed her offensive pace. She complimented me on my dodging skills, noting that it was what she expected from her childhood friend who had joined the league. I responded with enthusiasm, expressing my need to stay fit and my enjoyment of facing stronger opponents like her. Irina suddenly stopped, a noticeable blush on her face, and questioned my intentions, wondering if I was trying to catch her off guard. She concluded that it must be a test from God to strengthen her beliefs. Hearing her thoughts made me cover my face with my gloved hand, bemused by her peculiar behavior. A loud shout from Kiba interrupted us, prompting Irina and me to pause our confrontation and see what had caused his outburst. Kiba had summoned a massive demonic sword using his sacred gear, declaring a contest of destructive power between his sword and Zenovia's holy sword. He struggled to wield the enormous weapon, which was taller than him, and launched an attack at Zenobia. However, she sighed in disappointment, indicating he had made a poor choice. With a swift motion, Zenovia's Excalibur shattered Kiba's sword, demonstrating her overwhelming strength. She pointed out that while Kiba's weapon was impressive, it required significant strength to wield, which compromised his speed. She struck him with the hilt of her sword, creating a shockwave that sent him crashing to the ground, leaving him gasping for breath. As Kiba lay there, he called out to Zenobia, who paused momentarily before advising him to recover before his next fight. She then approached me with Irina, commenting on Kiba's fitness and readiness. Both sword wielders turned their attention to me, ready to engage. Realizing I had no choice but to use my abilities, I confidently challenged them, inviting them to come at me and see whose faith or justice would prevail. Irina smiled confidently while Zenobia maintained her cold demeanor as they charged at me. Irina attempted a powerful move, but I evaded her attack with agility. However, as I turned, I found Zenobia aiming for me with her sword. I managed to block her strike using my boosted gear as a shield. The clash created a shower of sparks as our weapons met. My power continued to rise, and I pushed Zenobia back, leaving her momentarily vulnerable. I tapped her shoulder lightly, causing her to look at me in surprise. As I turned again, I encountered a smiling Irina, who tried to slice me in half once more. I jumped over her and gave her a gentle tap on the back, leaving a trace of my dragon magic on both of them as I retreated with a mischievous grin. Irina, confused by my expression, questioned my intentions. I declared that my actions were a form of justice for calling Asia a witch, framing it as a punishment from the god they revered. With a snap of my fingers, I unleashed a technique I had learned during my training with Ddraig, aimed not at destruction but at the clothing of the two women. The dark combat outfits of Irina and Zenobia disintegrated, leaving them startled and exposed. Irina quickly covered herself while Zenobia remained in shock. This was a technique I had been waiting to use, and the moment had finally arrived. Kaniko's disapproving voice came from behind the barrier, while Rias looked utterly flabbergasted. Asia was speechless, and Aquino found the situation amusing, laughing at my antics. Irina, feeling embarrassed and exposed, attempted to pray but quickly stopped to cover herself as best as she could, glaring at me with anger. Zenobia mirrored her actions but with a greater sense of disdain, commenting on the nature of my technique. It would be quite adjustable to him if he were a demon. In the following seconds, he continued to receive rather negative feedback from all the girls, except for Asia and Aquino. However, it seemed that he had won the battle, as both Irina and Zenobia lost any desire to continue fighting him. Both women refused to accept magical assistance from Aquino or Rias because they didn't want to be indebted to the demons. Instead, they simply covered themselves with their white cloaks, despite not wearing anything else underneath, which was quite striking, and he couldn't help but remember the images of their bodies. Issei felt a mix of emotions as Irina cheerfully bid him farewell once again. She expressed disbelief at being defeated by something so mundane, lamenting that she hadn't even forced him to use the balance breaker they had heard so much about. Zenobia continued to mourn her defeat, covering her face with one hand. Now, only Asia, the Gremory clan, and Issei remained. He apologized to Asia for showing her his darker side, but she simply shook her head while laughing, relieved that he had emerged from the fight unscathed. She had been worried that he wouldn't want to use his balance breaker as he usually did. Kaneko, with a serious expression that softened slightly, remarked that his move had been rather despicable but acknowledged that he had shown good experience and wasn't so bad after all. For the first time that day, Issei felt a sense of relief at receiving a compliment from Kaneko. Just then he heard Rias calling out to Hyoudou. When he turned to see her, he noticed Kiba leaving while Rias appeared quite upset. She declared that she wouldn't forgive him for abandoning them, reminding him that he was a member of the Gremory clan and that it would be a problem if he became a stray. Kiba explained that he had managed to escape thanks to his comrades and needed to channel their lamentations into his demonic swords before disappearing. As night fell, Asia and Issei headed to the building where his temporary boss was staying. Each had their own room, and by this hour, Asia was likely already asleep. Issei lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, unsure of what to do. He had come to check on his friend and now found himself entangled in the matter of the Excaliburs and that Kokobile, who surely had enough kryptonite to harm Kara. He recalled how badly Kara had been hurt by that kryptonite spear. Back then, the enemy had only been Rainier, but Kokobile would undoubtedly be a much greater threat. He wondered how Kara was doing and what time it was in New York. He knew she was handling everything well, but he couldn't stop thinking about her. Meanwhile, in New York, Kara Zor-El, currently going by Kara Danvers, was on her way to work, juggling several calls and tasks assigned by Ms. Grant, holding her coffee in one hand and her phone in the other. She was busy arranging tickets for a show and ensuring that Ms. Grant wouldn't have to deal with Bill O'Reilly again. For the past few days, she had been working at Catco Worldwide Media, a media empire built by her boss, Ms. Cat Grant, the second most powerful woman in New York, with the most powerful being Supergirl. On her way to the office, her coworker Win approached her, excitedly showing her something on his tablet. He mentioned an attempted armed robbery the previous night, noting that the only witness, a homeless man, claimed the suspect who fought against Supergirl was a demonic being. Kara chuckled at the idea, knowing it was not a mere appearance but a genuine renegade demon. Win insisted that supernatural beings existed, citing Sekiryuutei, the Red Dragon Emperor, as proof, and speculated that another dragon would soon appear. Kara pondered this, though she maintained her disbelief outwardly. As they reached her desk, Win invited her to the movies that night, which she declined, explaining that she was in a relationship. He was momentarily stunned, and she felt a rush of happiness as she confirmed her relationship, mentioning that she had known him since arriving in the city. Kara couldn't help but wonder how Issei was doing and what time it was in Kuo. She knew he was managing everything well, but thoughts of him lingered in her mind. Issei Hyoudou lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, his thoughts consumed by Kara when Ddraig spoke to him again. Ddraig teased him about his constant thoughts of his Kryptonian girlfriend, prompting Issei to respond with a mix of excitement and frustration. He raised his left hand, admiring the emerald glow on its back. Ddraig reminded him that he had been distant from Kara, and noted that he had sensed a powerful presence nearby, which had been troubling him lately. Issei recalled his recent encounter with Irina and Zenobia, who wielded Excalibur swords. He had managed to defeat them and retain memories of their forms, but Ddraig dismissed the significance of the holy sword bearers, emphasizing that Issei didn't even need to use his balance breaker to stop them. Issei was curious about the presence Ddraig mentioned, wondering if it was stronger than the holy swords. Ddraig warned him to be cautious, as Kara was not by his side, and he was alone without another member of the League. He explained that the white dragon, known as the Vanishing Dragon, could attack him at any moment. Issei learned that he and Ddraig were known as the two celestial dragons, destined to clash.